Hey everyone, it's Noah, and I guess this is my appeal to you to join CPI today on Black Friday or whenever you end up seeing this. Um, I wanted to talk a little bit about why I joined CPI and what it's done for me. So I guess we can roll back the clock to when I joined. So at the point when I began to consider joining CPI, I had been watching online from a distance for some time. Um, and at that point in my life, I'll be honest, I was quite miserable. I had just dropped out of school because I could no longer afford to go. I had to move back in with my parents. I was sleeping on a couch. Um, I was, working a job that I hated, that afforded me no freedom. And I was about, you know, I'm 5'7". I was 300 pounds. I was quite overweight. And I was interested in changing the world. I had been interested in politics since I was very young. But it didn't really seem like something that I felt I was capable of doing. And what changed that for me was two things. On the one hand, around that time, I read Huey P. Newton's autobiography called Revolutionary Suicide. And in the beginning, there's a manifesto where he talks about misery and despair. At the time, he's talking about black young people, young men in particular, who have a high propensity to kill themselves. And he talks about how rather than giving into despair, which would be what he calls a reactionary suicide, you should, instead of throwing your life in the garbage, what would be better to do is to give the whole of your life to the struggle for justice and to, not to wish death upon yourself or upon anyone, but, to accept the consequences of the kind of work that you do. And this resonated a lot with me because, as a young person, I struggled a lot with mental illness when I was younger. And I was in a really rough place in my life. And I saw, and I was at that point, I decided I was going to start getting my life together. And around this time, this was when CPI disillusioned for the first time when it disbanded. And I saw that this was a group of people who, who I'd been following for some time, on the internet. And I decided that for once I was going to get my life together. I was going to be a better person, and that part of being a better person, part of being true to myself and being honest with myself, with the reality, with coming to terms with the reality, with reality as I understood it through the study, through which I had only really, looked at from afar through books and etc., was to get involved with a real group that was doing things. And so when CPI came back together around December or November of that year, I joined. I decided I was going to do everything in my power to become a better person, and that part of being a better person for me was making a commitment to change the world, of staying with this organization and doing everything I could to make sure that CPI accomplishes its goals. And in doing so, I accomplished a lot of goals myself. I lost 100 pounds since I joined CPI. I work a job that allows me, gives me the ability, the time and the energy to do the activist work that is very important to me. And CPI has done so much for me. It's empowered me to speak and to be creative. And, I have comrades and people who I talked with regularly, as somebody who was very, very lonely up until that point. I've made so many friends, and, so I have the ability to go to meetings, and it's given me the ability to travel all around the world, to go to Russia, to meet Russian President Vladimir Putin, to do all these amazing things, to speak and to write. And, maybe that's not something that everybody would want to do, all those things in particular, but, you know, there is an aspect of CPI that I think everybody can get behind, because I think that everybody wants to, you know, to live their life better. And I think part of picking your life up is making a dedication to make the world better. Because there's a lot of self-help in the world, a lot of you know, gurus, etc. And their idea of making your own life better is to sort of selfishly do everything in your power to get to the top of our society that is quite sick. And while I think that can be somewhat helpful, for a lot of people, I think it rings hollow. And I think that there are a lot of people in our society, many of whom are probably watching this stream, who understand that we live in a sick society, who understand that the world could be so much better, and know that they could make a contribution, but I guess aren't willing to take that next step. And I guess my plea to you is to make that next step, because it is so worth it. It is so worth it to come to our weekly meetings and talk with like-minded people. And CPI will empower you to you know, unleash your potential as a person and to be creative. And you know, the process of changing the world is so fulfilling and so worth it. So yeah, anyway, I hope you guys have a good Black Friday. I hope you have a good holiday.
Big crowd of people, huge crowd of people here to support Donald Trump, pouring in to watch the inauguration ceremony in the Capital One Arena. Yeah, set up here, over there. How you feeling? How you feeling?
I'm good. I'm good. It was fun to pass out pamphlets at the hotel there. Everybody was asking for more.
Great.
Yeah.
Excellent.
We need to heal America as well. We need to pray for America. We need to make our country great again. We need to take over. The people need to take over to make our country better again. And I hope Trump can help us with that.
Donald Trump for one of the greatest moments of his first presidency, when he went to a country that America has technically been at war with since the 1950s and gave peace a chance. We want to make peace around the world.
You're with Russia, Iran, Brazil instead of EU, traditional American allies.
Yeah, rather than the bankers in London or in Wall Street who are trying to plunge us into poverty, who are trying to hold on to their system rather than trying to build up our economy and economies around the world, making people poorer, degrowing society. We want to stand with the countries of the world that want to build economies.
We need a government of action to fight for working families.
If he could come and set a peace treaty with Israel and Gaza, they can stop massacring and genocide the Palestinian people, I will call him the greatest president in history.
I think that Donald Trump is the man to bridge the gap between China and North Korea and Russia and the U.S.
I hope he is. I mean, when he was in office the first time, he did an amazing thing by visiting North Korea. That was awesome. However, I really didn't like what he did when he murdered Qasem Soleimani, the Iranian leader. I thought that was a huge blunder. It almost brought us to the brink of World War III. And so I'm concerned. I hear a lot of good things coming out of Donald Trump right now. And the fact that the TikTok founder is at the inauguration right now, the fact that that he brought peace. Biden was always saying he wanted a ceasefire, but he wasn't able to make it happen. Biden was weak, but Trump was able to force Netanyahu to accept a ceasefire deal.
But I'd love to see, production happen in America again. I'd love to see, solid jobs, right, that aren't these sort of like financial information things, but it's really a stable, solid thing. Because
we want to hire the China Railroad Company to build high-speed rail across America. We want to work with Russia. We want to build railroads from Alaska across the Bering Sea, etc. Because there's nothing for us to gain in trying to prevent these countries from joining with the world economy.
And I think it should be a partnership. We should hire American workers. We should hire American companies, and it should be a joint operation. For example, nuclear power. I'm a big fan of nuclear power, right? If we're going to get off of fossil fuels, we're not going to get off it with windmills panels and solar panels. We need to go to something higher, and China is leading the world in fusion energy research right now. That's why China just got helium-3 from the moon, is because they want to do fusion energy research.
It would be good for Americans to be able to trade with them. And if we want the situation in those countries to get better, we should want to trade with them, because there's nothing for us to influence them by trying to beat them down and tell them that they're doing things wrong. We've seen that doesn't work.
Kamala wasn't a good choice, you know what I'm saying? And then they play the identity politics too much. That's really getting played out in 2025. Identity politics, trying to play the white and black game, divide and conquer. You know, we live in the internet state. That's played out. That's very played out.
We need a more stable economy and society that's good for families, right? That's good for business, and not one that is just, you know, totally chaotic.
Maybe joining the BRICS economy, not trying to keep them in poverty. Keeping them in poverty keeps Americans in poverty. We need to be building the economy of the world.
This idea that smaller is better, and that it's better if we have less, and we just, you know, we just got to go back to nature and all that. That's pessimistic, horrific Malthusian thinking. Growth is the answer. Human beings are always inventing and reinventing our way we've interacted with our environment. Ants have been making their ant farms the same way for thousands of years. Beavers have been making their beaver dams the same way. But just 5,000-6,000 years, human beings have gone from hunter-gatherers in the woods to space travel and iPhones. Human beings are amazing. We have creative power that is amazing. And now is not the time to be pessimistic. We need to believe in growth.
So you're not concerned about climate change or anything like that?
I think climate change is certainly a concern, but the answer is to go higher, right? If fossil fuels aren't working out, we need to get something better than fossil fuels. The answer is not to go backward. Human beings never go backward.
Should we let Iran get the nuke?
Iran has said several times that they do not want nuclear bombs. Do I think that they should be allowed to have peaceful nuclear energy? Absolutely, and they've been completely compliant with, with nuclear non-proliferation treaty. Unlike some of our allies like Israel.
They're trying to arrest Donald Trump, all the fake charges, indictments on him, the attempt assassination. I think all that plays with the common people. The common people ain't stupid. And then, we love to turn fake news. I never heard a president describe the news like that.
The overwhelming majority of the American people do not want a new war. Yet the criminals like Biden and the neocons, etc., have been trying to push for wars around the world to hold on to their dying system. Only peace will make America great again.
People are not fooled. They got fooled with Obama. Most of my people say, oh, you fooled me with Obama. You won't fool me again.
It's like when they interview Kamala and she goes, what are you going to do different from Biden? And she says, nothing. Like a total softball. It's like, oh yeah, no, I'm not going to change anything. So people are like, yeah, no.
Who will help to dismantle the deep state that is oppressing not only Americans, but the people of the world. We need to be developing our economy, not tearing it down with degrowth and destruction. Only peace will make America great again.
If we were still burning wood to heat our homes, we would have deforested the planet many, many times over. But we don't. Now we start burning coal, now we burn fossil fuels. We're reinventing our relationship with nature. That's the nature of humanity.
The neocons who are in opposition to Trump, the John Boltons, etc., they have said that, if Trump comes into office, that'll be the end of NATO. Well, I think that would be a great thing. What do we have to gain by arming countries in Europe, continuing to fund their militaries so that they can have free healthcare and our citizens can go and die on the steps of a hospital? It's completely unfair and stupid.
Donald Trump, he can't be president again because there's only 2 terms allowed in the Constitution. However, he wants to be remembered as a great leader. That's what Donald Trump wants to be remembered as. So to be a great leader, he needs to stand up to Wall Street, he needs to stand up to the war makers, he needs to fight for working families here in America.
What would you say to the people who call Trump a fascist, say that we're in danger of losing our democracy?
I think they just don't have any historical perspective to know what they're saying. I mean, that's just factually untrue.
Do you think Donald Trump can bring peace to Korea? Can he bring peace to Korea? Do you support the banner? You like it?
Hope that President Trump can contribute to denuclearize North Korea and talk to Kim Jong-un and have some the conversation and then bring the peace on the Korean Peninsula.
Yeah, you're happy to see this?
Yeah.
masses of the people in their millions are the makers of history, not the elites on Wall Street, not the Bidens of the world, the neocons who want to keep you poor so that they can stay rich. Only peace will make America great again.
Scoundrel must the shoes, but now he's free to sing and play. O'er the hills and far away, and it's all the hills and all the main. To Flanders, Portugal and Spain, the king commands and we obey. O'er the hills and far away, we all may lead for happy lives by getting rid of rats and mice who scold and bawl both night and day. O'er the hills and far away, and it's all the hills and all the main. To Flanders, Portugal and Spain, the king commands and we obey. O'er the hills and far away. Cornish voices 1 to 10, but we'll retain all gentlemen, or gentlemen as well as they. All the hills and far away, and it's all the hills and all the main. To Flanders, Portugal and Spain, the king commands and we obey. All the hills and far away. Then falling lads behind the drum, with colours blazing like the sun, and stand together come what may. All the hills and far away, and it's all the hills and all the main. To Flanders, Portugal and Spain, the king commands and we obey. All the hills and far away. If I should fall to rise no more, as many comrades have before, the drum shall beat and the pipe shall play. All the hills and far away, and it's all the hills and all the main. To Flanders, Portugal and Spain, the king commands and we obey. All the hills and far away, and it's all the hills and all the main. To Flanders, Portugal and Spain, the king commands and we obey. All the hills and far away. Again.
To Caleb Maupin, the chair of the U.S. delegation, and he also represents the Center for Political Innovation.
Welcome, everybody. My name's Caleb Maupin. I'm the founder of the Center for Political Innovation. And in October, I was deeply honored when the youth office of the Russian Foreign Ministry reached out to me about forming a national preparatory committee for the upcoming World Youth Festival set for March in Russia. As someone who attended the World Festival of Youth and Students in 2013 in Quito, Ecuador, someone who attended the festival that was held in Sochi in 2017, as an advocate of socialism, peace, and international cooperation, as an American patriot, as a Christian, and someone who strives to live according to the teachings of Jesus Christ, I considered this to be a great opportunity. However, it is the circumstances of our upcoming trip that bring us here today. As we meet here today, Jesse Neville, Penny Hess, and Omali Yeshitela have been indicted by the U.S. Department of Justice. They are facing a possible 15 years in prison. Their trial date was just set for September. The Biden administration has charged them for doing what we are about to do, for going to an international conference in Russia. The Biden administration has declared that they're putting on some Zoom calls, writing some articles about Ukraine, that has been conspiracy to act as a foreign agent. And this case is absolutely outrageous. It's an attack on freedom of assembly, freedom to travel, freedom of speech, and freedom of association. And it's designed to intimidate Americans from doing what we plan to do, visit Russia and question U.S. foreign policy. In light of this horrific indictment, it is very important that we go to Russia to show that we will not be intimidated and to take responsibility for the future amid the utter failure of the Biden administration. Biden said he would end the war in Yemen, and as we all know, now that war is expanding and U.S. bombs are being dropped on Yemen. Biden has poured billions of dollars of American taxpayer money into Ukraine to prolong this war, at the same time that our bridges and highways are crumbling and our living standards are dropping and American working families are being squeezed by inflation. Under these circumstances, with Biden trying to intimidate Americans and weaponizing the Department of Justice against dissidents, and with international tensions rising, we have a duty to go to Russia and show the world another America. Because there are two Americas. Beyond Wall Street and Hollywood, in the vast territories of the American heartland, you will find a lot of hardworking people who love their children, love their communities, and want a better life. You will find an America that values peace, not war. It is this America that produced Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., the Black Panthers, the great abolitionist John Brown, and it's this America that produced the labor movement that pushed forward Roosevelt, the great anti-fascist coalition that propelled the United States to align with the Soviet Union to defeat the menace of fascism in a great moment in history, also to align with China. It is this America, the America that's been hidden from mainstream TV, the America that has been canceled by the social media monopolies. It's this America of the working class, of small business owners, and people of many different races and ethnic backgrounds who reject war and the emerging low-wage police state. It is this America and its democratic traditions that I will be proudly representing in Sochi. There's a new economy arising in the world today centered around the BRICS, the Eurasian Economic Union, the Belt and Road Initiative of China, and the real America would benefit from joining with this new economy, trading with countries on the basis of win-win cooperation, and ending the wars, the threats, and the sanctions. The Center for Political Innovation sees Russia as an ally of the real America, and we call for the charges against the Uhuru 3 to be immediately dropped, and we look forward to making lots of new friends at the upcoming World Youth Festival, not just youth from Russia, but youth from the 188 different countries that will be represented at this vitally important international gathering. Thank you.
Thank you.
Joy! please welcome Caleb Maupin.
So, I was trying to figure out how to start my speech for tonight, and I had in my head that a good way to start a speech was with a joke. So, I was looking for a joke to tell, and I found the perfect joke, so I thought. And I told it to my wife, and she said, "Oh, everyone knows that joke already, Caleb. It's all over Spanish TikTok." And I said, "Really?" And she said, "Yes, it's all over Spanish TikTok. Everyone knows this joke." And I said, "Well, I can't find a better joke, so I'm just going to tell this joke anyway. So forgive me if you've already heard the joke or a version of it, but I'll tell the version of the joke that I know, that I heard." The joke goes like this. There's a very, very wealthy man, and he's got like a palace, and outside of his palace, there's a very, very poor homeless boy. And this wealthy man is not the nicest person. And every time one of his wealthy friends comes over to his mansion, he tells them, "You know, that poor kid out in front of our house, he's the stupidest kid ever. Let me go show you." And he goes to the kid, and he holds out his hand, and he says, "Do you want a $5 bill or 4 quarters?" And every time, the kid takes the 4 quarters. And he says, "Look how stupid he is. I'm offering him a $5 bill or 4 quarters," and he takes the 4 quarters. And he does this over and over and over again. Over and over and over again, he does this. Day after day, year after year, until finally one of his rich friends says, "I want to know what's going on with this." And so when the rich man's not around, he sneaks around and says to the kid, he says, "Why do you keep taking the 4 quarters rather than the $5 bill?" And the kid smiles at him. And he says, "Because the day I take the $5 bill, that'll be the last time this rich bastard gives me some money." And that's a point about how things are not always as they appear. And it reminds me of a story that Vladimir Lenin liked to frequently refer to. And the story was that there were 2 people walking through the countryside. They're walking, there's fields all around them, and they see a hill. And up on the hill, they see a peasant man, and he's waving his arms around crazy, and he's just waving his arms around. And they think, is this man having an epileptic fit? Is he losing his mind? And they get closer, and this man is just waving his arms around crazy, and they think, what in the world is going on? But as they get up to that hill, they see that what he's doing is he's sharpening a knife. He's got a knife, and he's sharpening it on a stone. And what they thought looked like crazy, erratic behavior was actually very precise and calculated and necessary. It was sharpening a knife. And Lenin would use that analogy for the Bolshevik Party in the lead up to the Russian Revolution, because they split and they divided and they went this way and they went that way, and it looked completely erratic. But what they were doing was sharpening their knives for the fight ahead. And that's a very important story in the Marxist-Leninist tradition. And I think we can say similar things about the work that we're doing here. This is a very strange time to operate in. All the old political rules don't make any sense. We heard Scott Ritter talk about how he was a Reagan Republican and he's a conservative, and he's nicer to us than anyone on the left practically. Things don't make any sense right now. We are in uncharted waters, and we are pioneers. And the reason things don't make any sense is because the political situation in the United States after the Second World War was largely based on there being this strong economy. And especially since the late 70s into the 80s and the 90s, that strong economy has been eroded and eroded and eroded. And now we're in a period where there's an economic crisis. And that changes absolutely everything. The left used to operate one way, they don't. The right used to operate one way, they don't. Everyone is totally confused because all the old rules through which political discourse in the United States was crafted no longer seem to apply. We are entering a new period. We are entering a period of a capitalist crisis. And it is only with the science of Marxism that we can understand the nature of a capitalist crisis. However, there's something else happening. And that's why this picture is so important. This day, June 30th, 2019, was very important And it was very important not just because it was the first time that a U.S. head of state ever visited the DPRK, crossed the DMZ. That was certainly important. It was important for other reasons, and it's important because of why it happened. I'm going to read to you what was said by Jim Rogers. Do folks know who Jim Rogers was? Jim Rogers is still alive. He's a legendary investor. He used to be a friend of George Soros. They had a falling out, and he's a legendary investor. He's an American citizen. He lives in Singapore. And at the time that that happened, this is what he said. Once we open the 38th parallel, this is going to be the most exciting country in the world. I would like to invest in North Korea, but I'm not allowed to because I'm an American and it's illegal. You will be a country of 80 million people on the Chinese border, which is a huge market. The transportation and railroads on the East Coast and the West Coast could open up again. You could tie into the Trans-Siberian Railroad, and you could join your country into the Belt and Road. Take away the soldiers, let the people come and go their own selves or with their capital and expertise and anything else. Kim Jong-un is making dramatic changes. The kid has been trying to make a deal with America for 3 years, and Obama cut it back. The bureaucrats in Washington cut it back when he was trying to. He wanted to sign a peace treaty. Now, when you have a billionaire talking about how excited he is to be able to do business with the most communist country in the world, and the reason he gives is because he sees that it could tie in to something called the Trans-Siberian Railroad and something else called the One Belt, One Road Initiative. That's because at the same time that our Western capitalist economy is crashing and burning, there is an alternative economy. And many of the other speakers who spoke today very articulately explained it. There is this other alternative economy that is emerging. And so I'm going to explain what needs to be explained, what used to be considered Marxism 101, about why it is that our Western capitalist economy is crashing and burning. And in order to do that, I'm going to have to do some math. And I hate math. Do you know why I hate math? Because I grew up in America. I went to public school in the United States of America, and I have spoken with people who've taught math in other countries. The way we teach our kids math here is wrong. It's memorization. It's not effective. You're not training people to actually do mathematics effectively. But you need mathematics in this world. Sometimes you have to measure things that are objective rather than subjective. You have to get a clear calculation. So I am going to, at risk of embarrassing myself, because math was never my best subject, I am going to do some mathematics here on the board for you to explain the problem. You're a factory owner, you're making a product. You are going to need the material through which that product is purchased, or is made, the manufacturing materials. So that'll be A. And you're probably going to need to transport the product to where it's sold. That's B. And you're also going to have to pay your labor costs. Labor costs are represented by C. And then when consumers purchase the product, they're going to pay a final price. And that final price is D. However, there's a problem with that, which is what? Which is that there's no way for the capitalist to make a profit. He can't change how much A costs. He can't change how much B costs. So the profit of the capitalist can only be extracted from the value put into it by the worker. And this is the basis of Marxism, the understanding of surplus value. So C, the labor value, is divided. You have C1, which is what the worker actually gets paid. And then you have C2, which is the profit that the capitalist makes. And it all adds up to D, which is the final cost of the product. Now, the way people in the United States who talk about Marxism generally talk about this is they say, well, this is unfair. They say the worker is not getting paid the full value of his labor. And that's true, and that's an important part of Marxism. But they're missing one of the most important points, which is not just that it's unfair and then people argue, well, what about the employer? He put up the money, doesn't he deserve to be? That's all a distraction. Because the important thing to understand is this. C1 is always going to be less than D. The wages paid out to the worker are never enough to buy back the product that he produces. There is always more products created than there are wages paid out to the worker. And this is the built-in problem of capitalism, the problem of overproduction. And it is always there in the capitalist economy. It never goes away. And they have invented all kinds of crazy mechanisms to try and deal with the problem of overproduction. Part of the reason that there is such financialization now is to deal with this problem. Part of the reason that the US government has purchased billions and billions of dollars worth of cheese only to bury it in a cave in Springfield, Missouri, is to deal with this problem. It is an ongoing present problem, and it's a problem acknowledged by most capitalist economists. John Maynard Keynes said the problem was underconsumption rather than overproduction, but he was pointing to the same problem. The military-industrial complex in the United States is an effort to deal with this problem, to keep spending going. There's all kinds of mechanisms that they've dealt with and invented to try and resolve this problem, but they still don't resolve it. But it gets worse. It gets worse because of something else. Right? So we talked about this is the supplies, A. We talked about how this is the shipping, B. C is the labor cost. What is the capitalist always trying to do? He wants to maximize the amount of profit he makes. And one of the main ways they do that is with what's called labor-saving technology. Get rid of workers and replace workers with machines. So essentially, they're reducing the percentage that C is into the overall cost. As they eliminate workers from the process of production, as there's fewer and fewer workers involved, as machines take the place of workers, the role of C in production decreases. However, there's a little bit of a problem with that. As C goes down, C2 also goes down, right? As C decreases, C2 also decreases. And as the role of the worker in production is reduced, the rate of profit that the capitalist makes goes down. And this is called the tendency of the falling rate of profit. Only human labor creates value. And this is something that Adam Smith acknowledged. This is something some of the popes even acknowledge. Human labor creates all value. And so when you reduce the role of human labor in production, the amount of value created decreases. And the ability of the capitalist to extract surplus value also decreases. So this causes the capitalist to have to churn out even more products, because he's making less and less of a profit in the overall product. He's making less and less of a percentage, so he has to churn them out. So this problem of the worker never being able to buy back what he produces and more products being created than are necessary, this problem becomes exacerbated. And this points to what is understood to be the deeply irrational nature of the capitalist system. In a rational society, self-driving cars would be a great thing, because this job, this labor that human beings engage in, called driving, would not be necessary anymore. With artificial intelligence and sensors, we'd be able to have all the people involved in driving, Uber drivers, traffic courts, truck drivers, they would all be able to do something else. And labor could be expended elsewhere, we'd have a wealthier society. But under capitalism, self-driving cars would lead to riots in the streets. And this is the problem with capitalism.
Morning, CPI and CPI viewers. Morning message is that we're getting it done. We got contacts. We passed out books. We just want to say that anything's possible. We made it through the protest cage. You know, if it weren't for me and the Chicago innovators, this would have not happened. And I'm just grateful that I got to meet a lot of people, and just knowing what the issues were, and connecting with them in a human level, not just politics. I think that in order to thrive as an American and as a innovationist, I believe that we should be able to connect in a human level, not just politics. We're gonna make the Midwest happen. Hopefully we'll have enough people to get stuff started in Chicago. And yeah, we have the protests in the background. This is all distraction, you know. We just wanna want to get people started into doing serious work like we have been doing. All of this is just a lot of distraction and a lot of people who need, you know, spiritual wellness as well. You know, it's not just about hate and you know, wishing people ill will. You know, I believe that for me personally, with the power of God, anything's possible. And yeah, I mean, I hope we'll get this going, and I hope everybody could get motivated. You know, I could motivate people into getting things started, and we did it. I think we passed out all the books, and I just have one more copy. 1,000. 1,000. You know, Chicago members, and you know, we did it, and we got names, and you know, hoping to get more names, and we're gonna do it, and we're gonna win. You know, so keep it going, keep the innovationist movement going. So, you know, shout out to everybody in CPI, and shout out to people who are interested. You know, you won't regret if you become a member. So have a good one. Ciao.
What I'm going to talk about tonight, the Center for Political Innovation. We are no longer. I quibbled about how to give the right name to this PowerPoint presentation that I'm doing tonight. And after thinking it over, I called it this: The Innovationist Turn. Why the Center for Political Innovation is no longer seeking to claim a place within communism. Now, that's carefully worded, right? We don't call ourselves communists any longer. We call ourselves innovationists. Because while we hold on to some of the most important points of the communist ideology, we, at this point, have nothing in common with the overwhelming majority of people in America who call themselves communists. We're doing something completely different, and we are building a different movement, and we have to explain what this is. And you know, there's been a lot of people over the years who said, well, communists should just get a new name. And so some people look at this and they say, okay, you're just giving communism a new name. No, we are not. No, we are not. We are building a different movement. We are not trying to reclaim communism. We are not trying to give a new dressing to communism. We're doing something new and different. The Center for Political Innovation is doing something new and different. And what we are doing is so diametrically opposite of what all the communists in America are doing. All the so-called communists, all the woke people, all the silly communist groups, that we have to call it something different. And we are doing something different. And that's a nuanced thing. No, we're not just rebranding communism and trying to look different. No, this isn't just a rebrand. There is a fundamental difference between what we are doing and what communists are doing. And we have taken the good from communism, and we'll be getting into that in great depth here in this PowerPoint. And then we are going in a new direction. Whereas these folks, they have forgotten the good within communism, and they're going in a very bad direction. So in this PowerPoint presentation, I'll just tell you point by point what it is that we believe, and where our differences lie. Now, this is largely drawn from my book, To the Marxists. And I put out the book To the Marxists to explain that. You can order it on Amazon. It's a small, short little pamphlet I wrote, basically making all these same points. But I'm just going to go over them here in the presentation, just so everyone understands where we stand. So here we go. The Innovationist Turn. Why the Center for Political Innovation is no longer seeking to claim a place within communism. Where do we stand? What do we believe? Well, number one, we believe the Western imperialist financial system is in severe crisis and must be defeated. This international system centered around Wall Street in London, where big monopolistic corporations dominate the world economy and grind countries into poverty, where countries that break out of that system are beaten down with sanctions and regime change operations and wars. This system where big corporations reap in profits from all over the world. It is leading the Western countries into a disaster. It is bad for the countries under its domination, whether it's, people across the United States that are seeing their living standards go down, whether it's the prison industrial complex where corporations are making profits from locking people in jail, whether it's the opioid addiction epidemic where big pharma companies were pushing doctors to overprescribe opioid medications, whether it's the fact that our bridges and highways are falling apart. There's just so many examples. The power grid collapsing in Texas, the fires raging across Los Angeles when they sent all the fire equipment to Ukraine. There's so many examples of this. That the capitalist imperialist system, the Western financial system, is in severe crisis and it must be defeated. And that is our focus, on opposing the imperialist Western financial system, the global order centered around Wall Street and London. Point number 2, central planning works. This idea that you can't have a planned economy, that you just can't do it. Oh no, you just can't do it. It's bull honky. The Soviet Union lifted millions of people out of poverty. They invented space travel. They had the world's largest hydroelectric power plants. They produced more steel than any other country in the world. China today, with its 5-year economic plans and its state-controlled industries, they have had massive economic success, the world's biggest telecommunications manufacturer, great technological breakthroughs. Cuba has the greatest medical school in the world. Nicaragua, with its state-run economy under the leadership of the Sandinistas, has done amazing things in terms of economic development. Libya had the highest life expectancy on the African continent prior to the overthrow of Gaddafi. They were selling their oil resources. They had a centrally planned economy. And the myth of the 20th century, this idea that central planning, having a planned socialist economy, that doesn't work, that's bull honky, right? And that's just false. And there are many examples all over the world of countries that have broken out of imperialist domination and then used central planning of their economy to raise people up out of poverty, to industrialize, etc. Third, modern technology necessitates moving beyond profits in command, right? What Marx spent his whole career writing about was the understanding that capitalism is constantly revolutionizing the instruments of production and having fewer and fewer workers at the assembly line, making the workers at the assembly line easier to replace, reducing the role of human labor in production. And that process of reducing the role of human labor power in production creates economic crisis. The workers cannot buy back what they are producing. In a rational society, self-driving cars would be a great thing. We'd all be happy about self-driving cars. But in capitalism, self-driving cars would lead to millions and millions of people unemployed, hunger, riots in the streets. What sense does that make? Great technological advances should mean more prosperity for all, but instead it means greater poverty. And capitalism is the system we live under, creates a situation where greater abundance of wealth creates greater poverty. The economy melts down every couple years over glut, G-L-U-T, glut, where poverty is created by abundance. People become homeless because there are too many houses. People become hungry because there is too much food. The U.S. government spends billions of dollars buying cheese from dairy farmers and burying it in a cave to keep the price of cheese high. And there's many examples. And the great technological leaps that are happening now because of artificial intelligence and the computer revolution and everything that's happening are creating a situation where this system, where human labor power, is being eliminated, and where the ability of workers to sell their labor power for wages is being decreased. It's making it unsustainable. And all the problems that Marx wrote about, overproduction, the value crisis, the tendency of the falling rate of profit, all of that is back with a vengeance. And this economic system is unsustainable. And we cannot have an economy where profits are in command and the anarchy of production, the chaos of the market reigns supreme. And have modern technology. It's going to lead to just continued economic decay. And number 4, we maintain that Eurasia is rising while the West fails. There's a whole slew of economies around the world. mostly centered around Russia and China, the two Eurasian superpowers, that have broken out of the imperialist Western financial system. And they've used central planning to build up their economies. And they have built a new economy. There's the BRICS, there's the Eurasian Economic Union, there's the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, there's the Bolivarian Alternative for Latin America, there's the Axis of Resistance in the Middle East, there's the new layer of African governments that have established their independence. There's a whole new economy emerging in the world. And we must embrace this new economy and move toward a multipolar world, and that is the way. That is the way we're going to see a new world. This new economy shouldn't be our enemy. We should embrace it because it's not held back by the irrationality of the market. So those are the 4 points that we can pretty solidly agree on. And as you can see, that draws heavily from Marxism. But here we go. And so there's a historical precedent. There's a couple historical similarities, similar moments in history to what we're doing. One, the Bolsheviks opposed social democracy, right? Prior to 1917, all the followers of Karl Marx around the world called themselves social democrats. They were united in the Second International, and they believed in, they believed in Marxism. They built labor unions, etc., and they called themselves social democrats, and the Marxist movement was called social democracy. And this guy in Russia named Vladimir Lenin was a social democrat, was a Marxist, attended gatherings of the Second International, but he started to develop his own ideas. He came up with this concept called imperialism, the highest stage of capitalism. And he saw that capitalism was moving into this stage of monopolistic imperialism, holding back development around the world, the rule of the world by banks and big monopolies. And he said that should be the focus. It should be focusing on fighting imperialism. And that meant that national liberation movements of colonized and oppressed people were good. Marx had said, workers of the world unite. There's no countries, no nations. Well, Lenin said, actually, we want to fight for the national liberation of oppressed people.
I'm reading to you from the New York Times. Under NAFTA, as a result, 20 million Mexicans live in food poverty. 25% of the population does not have access to basic food, and 1/5 of Mexican children suffer from malnutrition. As the U.S. heavily subsidized corn and other staples poured into Mexico, producer prices dropped and small farmers found themselves unable to make a living. Some 2 million people have been forced from their farms, right? Mexico's not producing its own food. It's a captive market. It's importing American food, and it's devastated the country. Mexico is poor, and American agribusiness stays rich. That's capitalism. That's why we had the American Revolution. The British Empire was trying to tell us here in the United States that we couldn't develop our own industries. We had to buy from the British. And as a result, we had a revolution so that we could develop our own economy. And the same thing the British Empire was doing to us, capitalism and the huge multinational corporations are doing around the world, keeping countries like Haiti, countries like Nigeria, countries like India captive markets. And countries are constantly fighting to try and break out of this. And the socialist revolutions of the 20th century, they didn't happen in Western Europe as Marx had predicted. They happened in the developing world because capitalism was keeping these countries as impoverished captive markets without their own industries, without their own economic growth, and keeping them as basically vassals, as dependent states, client states that are impoverished and suffering. And socialism was those countries breaking out, planning their economy, and industrializing.
Because I talked with Kyle Kalinske about this. I don't know. I would love to read where these bizarro anti-NAFTA studies are coming from. I've seen very pointed anti-NAFTA propaganda that will hyper focus on specific industries that say corn markets were disproportionately impacted in Mexico and so many jobs were lost here. But Mexico was one of the large winners in NAFTA, and this is something that I've seen universally heralded. Exports under farm exports in Mexico. Well, you can't say sure to that. You just literally told me that NAFTA took a shit all over Mexico's economy.
The New York Times agrees with me. The headline of the article is, under NAFTA, Mexico suffered and the United States felt its pain. November 24th, 2013. I guess they're lying to hurt American capitalism or something.
I'm sorry. Are you literally citing me an op-ed to tell me that opinion piece is somehow reflective of the economic census on NAFTA?
Yes, I'm citing the statistics in that op-ed, yes. I'm citing something that even the New York Times admits, that Mexico has been
What? The New York
very
Times.
badly hurt by free
The
trade.
New York
Yeah.
Times is not an economic journal. Why are you telling me that even the New York Times? Also, wait. Is this, I'm sorry. Wait a second. Is this article? What's the author of this article?
The author is Laura Carlson.
Wait, what is her background? Is this literally like an opinion piece, or was this written like
a statement against interest? The New York Times is a defender of Western capitalism. The fact that even they would admit what it has done to Mexico, I think, is very strong. Or while we're at it, I have the CIA World Factbook statistics of life expectancy in front of me. Cuba's life expectancy is 78.9 years. The Dominican Republic, another country in the Caribbean, it's part of the Western capitalist system, 71 years. Jamaica, 74. Honduras, 71. Guyana, 68. Mexico, 76. Guatemala, 71. Haiti, 64. Come on, right? Capitalism's the answer. Why are all these countries that are part of the free trade system, are part of the global capitalist system, impoverished? And Cuba, a country with a centrally planned economy, has achieved a much higher life expectancy.
Okay, I don't know about life expectancy. We're jumping onto a totally different argument. Okay, so like, so somebody linked me this article, so just reading it, right? Like, this person literally says, like, damages were done to, like, Mexico's agricultural sector. It doesn't mention the massive gains made in the industrial sector. Hundreds of thousands of manufacturing jobs were created in Mexico. I think it's like 20% of car imports in the United States come from Mexico. These are jobs that paid citizens more money than the farming jobs, that led to a greater industrialization of Mexico in these parts. She literally, in the next, like, paragraph of this article, just says, well, as a result of some of these agricultural practices, 20 million Mexicans live in food poverty. That's not a causal link. Like, how many Mexicans, like, this is...
They owned their own farms beforehand, and now they're in food poverty. They're not even producing their own food.
Wait, so you're telling me that prior to NAFTA, every citizen of Mexico was well-fed, totally well-nourished, had all sorts of, like... No, come on, this is ridiculous.
Ms. Carlson's article is that it made conditions worse. And I think if you look at the narco drug-infested chaos that's involved in Mexico, if that were happening in Venezuela, we'd be told, see, socialism did it. But it happens in Mexico, and we're told, oh, you know. I've even had a lot of libertarians try to tell me that Mexico must be socialist because it's poor, right? Because everyone knows capitalism leads to prosperity. That's simply not the facts.
I can't argue against a New York Times op-ed on this.
Yeah, let's stay away from doing that.
If you want, like, we can take, because I've read so many, like,
that defends the free market system.
The New York Times does not defend economic. I don't care what the New York Times says about the economic impact. Now, if like Krugman or somebody's like, or Krugman is writing an article or something talking about like a specific, like, I'm sure I'm interested in reading that. Or if Borjas is writing something on immigration and he submits an op-ed, but random like people writing articles in the New York Times, I'm going to appeal to like the wider studies that look at like NAFTA's economic impact. Or we can read things from like the Council of Foreign Relations, or we can read things that are published in like different economic journals to see like the actual impact. I'm like appealing to a single opinion article on the New York Times.
I think that people throughout those sources you listed would agree about the conditions in many of the capitalist countries of the world. I mean, this is the CIA World Factbook. I just read you the life expectancies throughout the countries nearby Cuba and compared them. What?
What does that prove? What does life expectancy prove?
What is? Yeah, right. Who cares if people die sooner? I mean, oh, okay, all right. It doesn't matter, right? Life expectancy, who cares about that?
Wait,
right?
what do you think I just asked? Wait, what was the question I just asked?
You said, what does life expectancy prove?
Okay. Do you think that means I want people to die early?
No, but apparently you're saying it doesn't matter how long people live, right?
No, what I'm asking you is, what do you think? What I'm asking you is, what do you
when you're improving people's life expectancy and their access to healthcare and their quality of life, that's a good thing. But what does it prove? Oh, okay. What does it prove?
What I'm saying is that just because you see an increase in life
expectancy... We're going around in circles here. Honestly, I don't know if we should keep going. I mean, we're just kind of repeating ourselves. But
okay, just as a quick thing, just because life expectancy improves, one, that's not even necessarily reflective of positive underlying things. And two, it doesn't necessarily mean you can attribute it solely to like an economic organization or a particular government. So, for example, one country might have access to more food than another country. That country might become more obese, and you might see a decrease in their life expectancy. Type 2 diabetes can lead to anywhere from a 7 to 13-year decrease on your lifespan, right? So if you were to compare the life expectancy of two countries like that, this is just one example out of 50 trillion potential hypotheticals. Maybe the increase in immigration to the United States, the lower average life expectancy of, say, African Americans or Hispanic people are keeping the life expectancy of the United States down compared to other socialist countries. Just appealing to one stat and saying, well, the life expectancy in Cuba is higher than the life expectancy in the United States, that doesn't prove anything. So when I ask, like, well, what does that mean? That stat is totally meaningless.
I don't think Cuba's life expectancy is higher than the United States. I think it's pretty close, but I don't think it's higher. I'm reading to you from The Guardian, November 27th, 2016. Quote, Cuba's literacy rate is at 100%, and its life expectancy parallels first world nations, despite limited funding and supplies. The country's ratio of doctors to patients, its proactively community-centered approach to healthcare has long been the envy of Western countries, not the least the UK. I think that's an example of central planning improving people's lives.
Okay.
Okay. I don't think so, but I guess it's another argument.
I have some questions from chat if we want to do that.
Yeah.
Wouldn't the violent toppling of the Syrian government directly benefit ISIS?
The toppling of the Assad government benefit ISIS?
That would be directly to the benefit of ISIS.
Look, I'm not going to speculate about what would or what wouldn't benefit Daesh. I mean, to some degree, and the Secretary's talked about this, there's a symbiosis between the Assad regime and Daesh, and he said that many, many times. It is through Assad's brutality that Daesh has been able to fester and grow into ungoverned spaces. And one of the things that we've talked about routinely, although we haven't said it, we haven't talked about it recently, is that we understand that while the future of Syria cannot include Bashar al-Assad, as we work through this political process to a transitional governing body, we recognize that some institutions of government, for instance, the security forces, in some form or fashion, has got to stay intact, so that there isn't a complete collapse of an appropriate governing infrastructure inside the country as we work through this very difficult transitional process.
If the Syrian government were to just immediately fall, what would happen to Syrian Christians? What would happen to Syrian Alawites?
Look, I'm not going to engage in hypotheticals about a situation that we're actually obviously trying to avoid. It isn't about the fall of the regime. We are trying to get to a transitional process of governance that preserves even some of the existing infrastructure going forward, but that at the end of that process gets us to a government that is put in place by the Syrian people, with their voices being heard, and it doesn't include Bashar al-Assad.
The explosive used by U.S. military during Vietnam War was also equivalent to 725 atomic bombs, which was dropped in Hiroshima and Nagasaki.
El equivalente de todas las bombas que los Estados Unidos botó en Vietnam es un equivalente a 725 bombas que botaron en Japón.
Besides that, U.S. military has sprayed on Vietnam 80 million toxic chemicals containing one of the most toxic chemicals human beings ever know, which is dioxin.
Además de esto, los Estados Unidos lanzaron miles de químicos, pero quizá el más peligroso es el dioxino.
But the barbarism of the strongest imperialists would not subjugate the will of Vietnamese people united under the leadership of the Communist Party and Ho Chi Minh.
Pero el barbarismo de los Estados Unidos no pudieron subyugar la voluntad del pueblo vietnamita que estaban liderados por el presidente Ho Chi Minh.
The Vietnamese people, united under the leadership of the party and with international solidarity, have carried out the resistance war throughout more than two decades.
El Partido Comunista, con el liderazgo del presidente, han podido enfrentar este grupo. ¿Aló? La verdad es que esto está mejor porque si no nos íbamos a quedar sin garganta y ustedes no oían nada. En todo caso, lo que estaba diciendo es, ¿aló? El Partido Comunista, bajo el liderazgo del presidente, y todo el partido pudo resistir resistir la presencia de los Estados Unidos por más de 20 años.
One example, 4,000 U.S. planes were shot down in the north of Vietnam.
Uno de los ejemplos, más de 4,000 aviones. Más de 4,000 aviones volaron sobre Vietnam y atacaron Vietnam.
And finally, Vietnamese people succeeded to liberate the country at the 40s, 30s, 75.
Finalmente, el pueblo vietnamita logró la victoria en abril de 1970.
The victory of Vietnamese people was also thanks to the very strong international solidarity, and many of you here are representing those movements. And on this occasion, we would like once again to express our sincere thanks to all of you, to your people, to your comrades, for solidarity and support of the struggle of Vietnamese people for national independence.
Sin embargo, la victoria del pueblo vietnamita también se la debemos a todos ustedes, a la solidaridad internacional, a todas las personas que nos presentaron su ayuda. Así que estamos el día de hoy aquí para agradecer por todo su apoyo y solidaridad con el pueblo vietnamita.
After the liberation, we had a situation that the country was destroyed heavily.
Después de la liberación, el país quedó totalmente destruido.
The war left behind on Vietnam very heavy legacies.
La guerra dejó unos legados demasiado difíciles al pueblo vietnamita.
3 million people were killed.
3 millones de personas fueron matadas.
4 million people were injured.
4 millones de heridos.
4.8 million people were exposed to dioxin.
4.8 millones de personas fueron expuestos al dioxin.
Unexploded bombs and mines remained in Vietnam and were in huge quantity.
Y las bombas explosivas o las minas todavía permanecen en Vietnam.
Experts concluded that Vietnam needs another 300 years. Vietnam needs another 300 years in order to clean up the country from unexploded ordnance remains from the war.
Vietnam todavía necesitaría unos 300 años más para poder limpiar al país.
Pido disculpas porque ya se me sale de las manos, es cuestión de la energía eléctrica. Tuvimos que hacer una conexión lejos y hoy tenemos los problemas. No puedo hacer nada, estar quieto. Cuestiones de energía eléctrica.
Sorry for technical problems. After the war, we badly needed a peaceful environment in order to heal the country from the pain of the war.
Después de la guerra necesitábamos un ambiente de paz para poder sanar todas las heridas de la guerra.
We were in the big need of the resources in order to develop our economy, in order to improve the life of the people.
Necesitábamos de todos los recursos para poder mejorar las condiciones de vida de las personas.
But unfortunately, that did not happen.
So this is the Uhuru House, and the rally here is in response to the fact that the People's Democratic Uhuru Movement has been charged as being Russian agents. The trial begins Tuesday, September 3rd, and it is alleged that their activism in the black community is somehow acting as a foreign agent of Russia. It's a very dangerous case with very extreme implications for freedom of speech, freedom to protest, freedom to be anti-war here in the United States. It was a beautiful rally that was held. Here are some of the highlights of that demonstration.
Come on, put your hands together and stomp your feet. Come on and praise the Lord.
Yeah, we've been messing with each other for a very long time. Yeah, this is CPI. This is Caleb Hoffman and John. This is our guy, John.
Thank you so much.
CPI and his Spring Party. These people were out.
He's Green Party.
This is just a sort of a research lab and open up some.
Well, I'm with you. This is where I'm going.
This is ways, this system ways to Secretary Jones.
As was stated, my name is Jesse Neville. I am also a member of the African People's Solidarity Committee and the chair of our mass organization. And I am also one of the Uhuru Three, along with Chairwoman Penny Hess and our leader, Chairman Omali Yeshitela. And many of you have probably seen the video footage of what this very parking lot and area and staging ground where we are right now looked like on July 29th of 2022. It was filled with FBI agents, dozens, and if not over 100 FBI agents with vans, with armored vehicles, with battering rams, with flashbang grenades. At this location, here in St. Petersburg, at the home of Director Akile Anai, who also want to salute, at the home of Chairman Omali Yeshitela and Deputy Chair, as well as at their home in St. Louis, to have that many FBI agents and that many assault rifles, when they could have sent one guy with a briefcase and a little badge and a warrant to say, I'm here to execute a search warrant. They did that because they wanted to intimidate Chairman Omali Yeshitela. And think about that.
On Tuesday, you have this trial coming up. You know, what sparked this, and what is the message you really want to get across?
The message is that black people have agency, that we don't require anybody to tell us that we are oppressed. We are not employees of Russia. And I think the big problem is that the U.S. government has is that we won't be employees of the U.S. government. We are free people. We are fighting for the freedom of African people.
There's only one interest for imperialism and colonialism, and it's seated right in Washington, D.C., whoever is sitting in the White House. So we got to understand that. So we just came to be here with y'all, and to be here with Comrade Omali, and the party, and the movement, and the supporters, because this is where we needed to be.
This morning you clap your hands. Come on, put your hands together and stomp your feet.
So we got to find out what's happening. So they made me read Marx. They forced me to read Lenin. They forced me to look at Trotsky and all the others who represented what was characterized as scientific revolution. And it was helpful. I read Marx. And having read Marx, I came to damn different conclusions about so much using the science that Marx provided. Because Marx told us, he said, you have to have an understanding of how capitalism came into existence. He said, in order for there to be capitalist production, there must be accumulation of capital. He said, but how do you get an accumulation of capital if there's no capitalist production? He said, the only way we can get out of this is to presuppose that there was an accumulation of capital that preceded the production, capitalist production. He said that accumulation of capital came about as a consequence of turning Africa into a warren for the commercial hunting of black skins. He said it came and turning the indigenous people in this land into the mines, bringing up gold and silver and what have you for the Europeans. He said it had to do with the attack that was going on at what they call East India at the time. We're talking about the India in that particular area of South Asia. Hell, he just described the mode of production. That is a mode of production for the first time in history with the enslavement of African people, with the attack on Africa, the Portuguese. 600 years we've been fighting this struggle. 600 years ago, 1415.
I have a question. If Jesse and Penny and the chairman are foreign agents, then who are the elected officials who are receiving money from AIPAC? Are they not foreign agents also? Why aren't they going after them? The hypocrisy of this government is absolutely, it makes you want to toss your cookies, to coin a phrase, okay?
People understand what this means in terms of the threat to free speech of everybody. So that's why people are here, and that's why we are here. So we expect many, many more people to arrive here, and people like Charles Barron, who you may know for years and years was on the City Council in New York and the State Assembly in New York.
Turning 50 plus years old, I can't keep singing outside on the street corners. And then someone told me there was a new radio station called Black Power. I said, they called my name. Black Power. They called my name. I'm black and I got power. So I wanted to go out, and I came and I said, I want to be a DJ. And I never forget the person that was here, manager at the time, say, you want to be a DJ? And I said, yeah. He said, aren't you blind? I said, yes, I am. He said, well, I don't know if you can do it. I said, well, give me a chance, man. Give me a chance. And he said, okay, I guess I'll give you a chance. And Deputy Chair, she urged me on. And next thing you know, I was playing music and I was DJing and I was finding love for my community. And they was finding love for me, most importantly.
Okay, CPI is honored to be here because we understand how important this case is. What's at stake is not just a life sentence for Chairman O'Malley. What's at stake is a death sentence for humanity. Because imperialism has pushed us to the brink of a world-ending nuclear war between the United States and Russia. And what these demons are saying with this prosecution is that it's illegal to organize to try to stop that war, and it's illegal to even talk about it. That's right. Go ahead. And we got to talk about it. We got to organize against it because it's a threat to everybody. We're not here defending Chairman O'Malley. He's defending us, our children, everyone we've ever met, and anyone we ever will meet from a world-ending war, from imperialism to colonialism, and the final war that they're leading us to. So we have to do everything we can to help him win that fight. We got to do it like our life depends on it, because it does.
This is a case that's using law in pursuit of political objectives, that this is a political trial. These are political charges that they're making against us, and they're using the law. So we have incredibly good lawyers who will represent us in the court.
There's not really much that I can add, but I just want to turn around and say, look what Chairman O'Malley built. Look what Chairman O'Malley built. Look what Chairman O'Malley built. Chairman O'Malley is not a hashtag revolutionary. He's a cement and bricks revolutionary. He is a builder, and he constructs and he lifts people up. And we look on him with absolute admiration for what he has done and what he has accomplished and why they are targeting him.
Yeah, that's right.
And I must say, if you look at what they're doing, this is a test case. They have already raided the home of Scott Ritter. They just recently targeted Danny Shaw, the journalist, at the airport when he was coming back to the United States. And they have gone as far as to prosecute Sue Mi Terry, the top Korea scholar, a longtime shill, just because South Korea won't go along with the provocations against North Korea that the United States is demanding. There is all kinds of abuse and efforts to impose and utilize the Foreign Agents Registration Act in the works. There have been calls to prosecute organizations that march for Palestine under the Foreign Agents Registration Act. And this is a test case. And that is why standing up and taking this to trial and saying that you will not surrender is so important. It's really important. And we should all look in absolute admiration to Chairman O'Malley, to the Uhuru Three, and all that they are doing. And I must say that Chairman O'Malley is a builder. And that's why he has been targeted, is because he has built and he has constructed. And if you look at what their system is doing, monopolistic capitalism is in a wrecking, destructive period. But we are builders. We are people of the land. We are fighting back. We are resisting. We resist their global system based on fake wealth and usury and global domination of world markets. And we stand for building and construction and popular power. Thank you very much.
What Karl Marx wrote. I'm going to read you from the Communist Manifesto. In these crises, there breaks out an epidemic that in all earlier epochs would have seemed an absurdity, the epidemic of overproduction. Society suddenly finds itself put back into a state of momentary barbarism. And why? Because there's too much civilization, too much means of subsistence, too much industry, and too much commerce. And how does the bourgeoisie get over these crises? On the one hand, by enforced destruction of the mass of productive forces, and on the other, by the conquest of new markets, and by the thorough and more thorough exploitation of the old ones. That is to say, by paving the way for more extensive and more destructive crises, and diminishing the means whereby the crises are prevented. Now, that particular passage is very important. When you have a crisis of overproduction, when the worker cannot buy back what they produce, when the role of the worker in production is being reduced, when people are hungry and starving because there's too much food, when people are homeless because there are too many houses, when people are hungry because too much food is being produced, what do? Well, first, you engage in destruction of the productive forces. And on top of that, you conquer new markets. And you engage in more thorough exploitation. So what is he talking about? The enforced destruction of productive forces. That's called degrowth. That's what that's called. And what is the conquest of new markets? That's called war. And what is more thorough exploitation of the old ones? Driving down our living standards, reducing consumption, grinding people into poverty, austerity. And that is what we are living in this time. We are living in a capitalist crisis. And the only way out under capitalism is to move toward fascism and war and impoverishment to save their system. This is Marxism, what I'm preaching here. What I'm explaining right here is just basic Marxism. If you go read R. Palm Dutt, you go read William Z. Foster, this was pretty basic stuff. Pretty basic stuff. However, while the capitalist system doesn't offer a solution to the crisis, Marxists have a solution. And what does the Communist Manifesto say the solution is? We have seen above that the first step in the revolution by the working class is to raise the proletariat to the position of the ruling class and win the battle for democracy. The proletariat will use its supremacy to wrest by degree all capital from the bourgeoisie and centralize all elements of production into the hands of the state, and to increase the total productive forces as rapidly as possible, meaning that the banks and the factories and the major industries and the centers of economic power become the property of the people, and we then organize them to raise everyone up out of poverty. We get rid of the irrationality of profits in command. We organize the economy so that we can all become wealthier. Frederick Engels. The proletariat seizes the public power, and by means of this transforms the socialized means of production, slipping from the hands of the bourgeoisie into public property. And by this act, the proletariat frees the means of production from the character of capital they have thus far borne, and gives their socialized character freedom to work itself out. Socialized production upon a predetermined plan becomes henceforth forth possible. And that's what socialism is, socialized production upon a predetermined plan. We abolish the anarchy of production, the chaos of the market. We put human reason and rational planning in control of the centers of economic power, and that then results in society becoming a lot wealthier. This is Marxism. It's not the Marxism you get on YouTube, but that's Marxism. And what is the ultimate goal of Marxism? The ultimate goal is to build a world with so much wealth and so much abundance that the need for a government itself can fade away. We can have prosperity, and this is how Marx describes that ultimate stage. This is from the Critique of the Goethe Program. He writes, "Right can never be higher than the economic structure of society and its cultural development conditioned thereby. In a higher phase of communist society, after the enslaving subordination of the individual to the division of labor..." I'm forced to think of a historical analogy. You know, at the time that Jesus was building his movement, he noticed that there were some pretty key differences between himself and the Hebrew prophets. When Jesus was healing people on the Sabbath, the local Jewish leaders confronted Jesus about it, and they said, "How dare you heal people on the Sabbath? One of the most important rules of Judaism is to observe the Sabbath and never work on the Sabbath. So healing people on the Sabbath is unacceptable." And Jesus told the Hebrew scholars, he said, the Sabbath was created for man. Man was not created for the Sabbath. In addition to that, at one point, Jesus was confronted by the local Jewish leaders, and they asked him which of the 10 commandments was the most important. And he said to them, the most important commandments are to love your God with all your heart and soul, and love your neighbor as yourself. And that is the essence of what the prophets of Judaism were saying. And it seems like the solid difference between the movement that was started by Jesus and the traditional religion of Judaism that existed in his day was that one was concerned about details. One was concerned about, observing the Sabbath, circumcision, which of the letters of the law you followed, the law of Leviticus, the law of the Old Testament. Whereas the message of Jesus was to love one's neighbor as oneself and to honor and obey God, and that he was focused on the primary message, the essence of the teaching of the Hebrew prophets, while the Pharisees and the others of his time, they were focused on the details, and they had forgotten the actual principles. They did not love their neighbors as themselves. They were not honoring God and following God's way and loving God with all their heart, soul, and mind. Instead, they were focused on the details, but they had lost the essence. Well, that's the Marxist movement of today. They have lost the essence of Marxism. They stand with the U.S. government against Russia and China. They don't believe in economic growth. They don't believe in a planned economy. But they claim that because they quote Marx, because they march around with red flags or whatever, that they are the real communists. And we, who are doing what is in the revolutionary essence of Marxism, opposing imperialism, trying to unleash human creative power and create abundance, they claim that we are not the real communists. Well, after a while, the followers of Jesus Christ eventually decided to stop fighting to say that they were the true Jews and to just call themselves a new movement. They called themselves Christians. In order to preserve what the Hebrew prophets had stood for, they had to break with this legalistic, phony movement that spoke in their name. And that's where we're at, right? In order to oppose imperialism and build the movement that is desperately needed to oppose imperialism here in the United States, and in order to unleash human creative power and raise living standards so we can reach that ultimate goal of a stateless, classless world, we have to stop associating with communists. Because communists no longer believe in that, and if you do believe in that, they will persecute you. Just like Jesus, who said that, he believed in loving God with all your heart and soul and mind, and loving your neighbor as yourself,
He said that it was more important to heal people and care for your neighbor than it was to honor the Sabbath, so he was persecuted by the Jewish leaders. Well, if you believe in opposing imperialism, and if you believe in economic growth, the so-called communists of this world that are propped up by the old order, just like the Jewish leaders that persecuted Jesus were propped up by the Roman Empire, they will persecute you, right? There's a reason that the Communist Party USA has been set up, and that's to persecute people who believe in the genuine revolutionary essence of communism. There is a reason that certain people have come to dominate social media, and that is to persecute people who believe in the revolutionary essence of communism. And they're propped up by this system for a reason. So in order to build the movement that this country needs, to really oppose imperialism and to really unleash human growth and creativity, we must break with communism. Because what we believe, which is the revolutionary essence of Marxism, they no longer believe, and they control and dominate the aesthetics of Marxism. They control all the communist spaces. They control and fight to own the communist aesthetic. We have no interest in owning spaces or aesthetics. We want to build a movement to do what needs to be done. So we're not communists anymore. We're innovationists, and we're holding on to the revolutionary essence of Marxism.
But why do we have the Second Amendment in the United States? Why do we have the right to bear arms? We have the right to bear arms because our country was started by English religious dissenters. In England in 1649, there was a war between the Parliament and the King. And the King aligned himself with the Church of England. And so the Parliament, which represented the emerging capitalist system overthrowing feudalism, aligned itself with the Puritans and the Roundheads and the Muggletonians and the Ranters and the Quakers and all kinds of radical street preachers who didn't go along with the Church of England. And they rallied and they protested and they built an army and they defeated the King of England and they cut his head off in 1649. They cut the head of the King of England off. Oliver Cromwell led the English Civil War in which the King of England was beheaded. The English Civil War was quite wild. There was one of these religious dissenters was the Diggers. And they seized control of St. George's Hill. And they created an agricultural socialist commune in England. Very temporarily. And it was just a radical uprising. And at the time, information technology had really changed because this thing called the printing press. And there were thousands of pamphlets being distributed all over England as people were reading the Bible for themselves and reading pamphlets about politics and arguing about who should have the right to vote. It was an upsurge of democracy that these radical preachers, these English religious dissenters were part of. So after all of that was over, and after Oliver Cromwell died, they wanted to kind of cool things down in England. So what did they do? They brought the son of the king who had been beheaded, they brought him back, Charles II. He was fled to France. They brought him back and they put him on the throne. One of the first laws that Charles II made was that no religious dissenter could own a gun. No religious dissenter may own a gun. Why? He didn't want to get his head cut off, just like his father. Well, at that point, a lot of the English dissenters said, now they're taking away our guns. And that's because they don't want us to be able to defend ourselves when what comes next. And they started packing up and fleeing to the New World, to the United States. And when the American Revolution happened, we had the Constitution. But you'll notice that the first time the Constitution was proposed, the 13 colonies didn't accept it. They wouldn't ratify the Constitution unless it had 10 amendments to it, changes. And the First Amendment was, Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion, meaning there will not be a church imposed on you, no church in England imposed on you. You have the right to be religious in your own way, and you will never have a state religion imposed on you. Or restricting free exercise thereof, meaning we will never repress your right to practice your religion as you choose. And then the Second Amendment was, you'll never take our guns away, and you'll never render us defenseless. We fast forward to the time we're living in now. And we think about the moment that we're in now, where it seems like the question of the American Revolution, and a question that has hung over U.S. society, is once again back. Are we going to be an imperialist country, or are we going to be a country where working families come first? Are we going to embrace the English system, or are we going to embrace the American system? Or are we going to be a civilization of the sea, or a civilization of the...
And about a year ago, they were arrested for a pamphlet that they distributed, for a pamphlet that they wrote, which they, criticized Israel, which they said was anti-Semitic. And they arrested Ranjit Brar, the brother of Jyoti Brar, who's spoken at many of our conferences, who's a leader of their organization. Ranjit Brar, who is a British neurosurgeon at the National Healthcare Service, he was arrested for distributing this pamphlet, and the police investigated him, and ultimately the charges for terrorism or whatever it was for supporting the pamphlet have been dropped. But now we actually have the video of the police interrogation that they gave him when they were trying to determine whether or not to charge him with a crime for handing out a pamphlet that was critical of Israel. Now, I'm going to show the video on here of the British police interrogating a doctor, a neurosurgeon, a respected, highly educated British man who is opposed to Israel and its crimes. And this is them interrogating him about this pamphlet he distributed, determining whether or not they should try to put him in jail for it. So I'm going to show you some of the outrageous interview. This is the video they released of the interview that they did with Ranjit Brar after they arrested him for distributing a pamphlet criticizing Israel.
So the date today is 26th of November 2023 and the time is 13:46. My name is Justin O'Sullivan. I'm a detective constable. I usually work out of Bromley, but I'm at Sutton Police Station today. The other officer present is?
Detective Constable Rachel Hamper.
Lovely. And I'm interviewing, can you just say your full name please?
Ranjit Brar.
Thank you. And your solicitor is also present?
My name is Rao, his legal representative from Morgan Haas Solicitors.
Thank you. Just before we go any further, Ranjit, just in relation to your rights, you have the right to speak to a solicitor. Obviously, you're very aware of that right because you have a solicitor present with you. I just need to check that prior to this interview, have you had enough time to speak to your solicitor?
Yes, thank you.
You have. It's an ongoing right, so if at any point during this interview you would like us to pause it, step out so you could have another chat, you just let us know and we can do that.
Thanks, sir.
Okay. So, Ranjit, you were arrested yesterday at Whitehall for a Section 5 racially aggravated public order offence and a Section 18 Public Order Act offence for displaying written materials which could be are abusive or insulting with the intention to stir up racial hatred. That's what you were arrested.
So that's what they arrested him for. Let's just keep that. The offense was displaying written materials that could be racial, insulting or offensive, and inciting racial hatred. So he had a pamphlet on his literature table. There was an anti-Israel protest going on. He had a pamphlet sitting on his literature table, and the pamphlet, they said, was displaying materials that could be insulting or offensive and inciting racial hatred. Now, do you really believe that there's anybody in this entire world who is walking, just having a normal day in London, they're walking down the street and they said, by golly, I'm going to look at some of these pamphlets. And then they picked up a pamphlet and they read the writings of Harpal Brar and Ranjit Brar about the origins of Israel and Israel's crimes. And they said, why, gee golly, I am going to have myself some racial hatred against the Jews. Oh boy, I was just a nice, gee golly, great citizen. But then I saw this pamphlet and now I'm full of racial hatred. I just want to go and commit some hate crimes because I'm incited by this pamphlet. It's like, have they even read the pamphlet? I mean, my goodness. I mean, this is just the stupidest. I mean, first of all, newsflash, free speech means you can offend people. Newsflash means you can incite people to feel things. You can argue. It's not a crime to make someone feel something. It's not a crime to insult someone. It is a crime to threaten somebody. It's a crime to advocate violence or threaten somebody or menace somebody. But the idea that you had a pamphlet on your table and somebody might have looked at this pamphlet, why, gee golly, I was a good law-abiding citizen, but then, oh my golly, I saw this pamphlet and I decided to become a racist and go commit crimes against Jewish people. That's what I'm going to do. I was a good
good, wholesome boy, but now I'm gonna be a racist because I read a Harple Brar Ranjit Brar pamphlet. Gee golly, oh boy. Anyway, let's continue.
On suspicion of.
Right, that's the allegation, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's the allegation.
Because I don't agree with it.
Yes, absolutely.
Is that
yeah,
right to say that.
Yeah. So that's why. So you're here on suspicion of committing that offence. We're not saying you definitely have. It's suspicion.
An offense that's not an offense. Let's keep in mind.
So just in relation to that, you would have been cautioned at the time, but I'm going to caution you again. Just make sure that you understand it. So you do not have to say anything, but it may harm your defence if you do not mention when questioned something which you later rely on in court. Anything you do say may be given in evidence. Just to break that down, you don't have to answer my questions today if you don't want to. It's your choice. Okay, if you don't answer my questions and this were to end up in criminal proceedings and a trial, and you give an account there that you haven't given today, there is a chance that the courts may be less likely to believe what you say.
Sure.
Okay. And lastly, as we've already discussed,
I'm sorry. It's like this is like this is like the disclaimer. Like they're reading him the British version of his Miranda rights, and like what is they saying? So they're saying if you say something today and then what you say later in court doesn't match what you said, they may be less likely to believe. Well, no shit, Sherlock, right? You know, it's like the dumb thing, you know, I don't know.
It's being recorded. So if this were to go to trial, it could be used in evidence.
Is that an audio? Is it a video recording?
What have you
Audio and video.
Audio and video, both. Okay. So if it were to go to trial, it could either just be played out, or sometimes what they do is they transcribe it and it just gets read out. Do you understand all of that, Randy?
I do, thank you.
Lovely.
Just
so just in relation to what you have been arrested for, can you just tell me what happened yesterday?
Oh, sure. So there's a demonstration in support of Palestine. Essentially, those demonstrations are happening because we feel there's a genocide happening. A civilian population are being targeted as part of like a 7,500-year history. But it's a big episode. So I'm a doctor. I've got many friends in the medical community, including people who have been and served, and operated on these trauma victims. And it's very distressing to see that there are like 15,000 people have died, civilians, 5,500 children. So there are these very big demonstrations. I think people feel rightly very strongly about it. So I went down to the demonstration and I took some friends and we set up a small stall with some literature to meet people and discuss with them and support the demonstration. Nothing new in our literature. It's kind of widely available literature. All of them have ISBN numbers. They've been registered in the normal way publications have been. So our party is also a publication house. So we operate as a publisher. Our party is also it's a registered political party. And so we have the ability to stand elections should we want to do so. So we're part of that democratic process, if you like. And when we publish our books, we have an ISBN number. Copy goes to the Bodleian Library, I think the Cambridge Library, to the National Library. So there's nothing new or untoward about our literature. The historical works, and with political analysis as well. Anyway, I had the books out, and very uneventful, speaking to some people. Had lots of conversations with the police around. There are lots of police, but they're honestly very friendly. John Duggan was an officer who was PC, who was very near us, and I was just having chats with him about things during the demonstration. And then there was an officer, I think McIntyre, Inspector McIntyre, who I'd seen a couple of weeks ago, or 4 weeks ago, demonstration. We were saying hello. Very friendly, very cordial, nothing untoward. Standard. I was only planning to go down for a few hours because we've got lots of family things going on, so I was just going to go home again. Then we had this chat. I saw McIntyre again, I think it was Inspector McIntyre, went off. And he came back a little later, said, "Oh, no, I have been told I have to confiscate your books." But he didn't take any books, he just took that group of books that he got over.
I have to confiscate your books, right? Because it's dangerous, right? Somebody might drop one of those books and break somebody's toe, or somebody could use the book to like poke someone's eye out. I got to confiscate your book, sir. That could be a very dangerous weapon. It might cause someone to think, and we cannot have thinking. We cannot have thinking here. I'm sorry, this is Britain.
Sir, good sir, we are going to need to confiscate your books. Your book could cause someone to think. Yes, sir, it could cause someone to think, and we do not allow thinking here in the United Kingdom. So, sir, if you could please hand me your book so you can be arrested. Your book is a danger to public health. We shall return it in 1,000 years. Anyway, sorry.
Which is a pamphlet which is written on Zionism. I'm not absolutely sure, but I think it's written in 2015. So it's been around for a long time. Yeah, there's nothing new.
Wow, it's a good thing the police finally found it, right? It's 2024 when this is happening, and it took them 9 years to discover this dangerous, dangerous pamphlet that's going to incite racial hatred. It took them 9 years to discover it. I mean, wow, all this time, for 9 years, people were opening this pamphlet and becoming vile racists, and it was just such a threat to public health. But after 9 years, they finally discovered this pamphlet. My good, where is Sherlock Holmes? Who is the Sherlock Holmes on the board of the of Scotland Yard, who finally, after 9 years, he tracked down a pamphlet that's been for sale on the internet since 2015, that's been distributed at protests for 9 years. Good night, right? This is some groundbreaking police work here. This is some detective movie stuff here. They found this dangerous pamphlet after 9 years.
But it's a pamphlet that relates to the specific history of the ideology of the founders and the current rulers of the state of Israel. So it's like a historical exposure.
You notice he's like having to explain everything like kindergarten. Well, see, there's a crime going on in Israel, and my group is a political party, and he's having to explain this like you would explain it to like a 4-year-old or something, right? He's having to like explain there was a protest and I went down there because I disagree with what Israel's doing. Furthermore, the Bolsheviks, Lenin's political group in Russia, they developed a new form of organization. Instead of just being a regular political party, they were a vanguard party that was only for people who gave the whole of their lives. The other political parties, the parties of social democracy, anyone, as long as you agreed with certain principles, you could sign up and you could be a member. Well, Lenin said, no, we want a vanguard party. A party only for those who give the whole of their lives. And this party will practice democratic centralism. And democratic centralism was the notion that the whole party marches as one. And after a decision is made, every member is obligated to carry out that decision or leave the party. And that the party engages in what's called agitation propaganda, agitprop, meaning that it stirs up the masses with agitation and it seeks out the best activists and the best organizers among the masses, and it teaches them Marxism. It propagates to them. It propagates to the advance. It agitates the masses. And that the Bolshevik form of political party, a vanguard party only for those who give the whole of their lives, that practices democratic centralism, that agitates and propagates. This was all Lenin's new development. And it's worth noting that the Marxist movement largely thought the Bolsheviks were a weird cult. They considered Bolshevism to be similar to a monastic political order or a religion. They said that it wasn't open and democratic. And that they did not approve of the way the Bolshevik organization was formed. It was very different than the way the social democratic parties were formed. And then all of this culminated in the Marxist parties of Europe, the Social Democrats, becoming more and more reformist, and then ultimately supporting World War I. And they supported World War I. And when World War I broke out, all these parties supported it. And the German Marxists, they signed up and they supported it, and they sent the Germans out to kill the French Marxists, and the Marxists in France supported it, and they sent the French workers out to kill the Germans, and the British Labour Party, they supported it. And it became very, very clear that the social democratic movement was not revolutionary. Not only was it watering down what the movement really stood for, but on top of that, it sent workers out to die in a war. And so when Lenin returned to Russia in 1917, right, there was a big uprising. The Tsar of Russia was brought down, and then there was a provisional government. And so Lenin, who'd been in exile in Switzerland, he returned to Russia with the help of German
intelligence, mind you. The Germans gave him a lot of money. And he came back to Russia and he wrote something called the April Thesis, which was how the Bolsheviks should change their practice and so they could take power. And one of the things that is from the April Thesis, it said, instead of social democracy, whose official leaders throughout the world have betrayed socialism and deserted to the bourgeoisie, we must call ourselves the Communist Party. So they were so different in what they were doing from social democracy that they had to have a new name. What Lenin was doing and what the British Labour Party was doing and what the German Social Democrats were doing was so different that by the time Lenin got to Russia in 1917, he said, we just have to give ourselves a completely new name because we're doing something different. We have different beliefs. We believe capitalism is in its imperialist stage. We have a different kind of organization. We have a vanguard party. And the Social Democrats have become so vile that the masses hate them because they supported the war and they sold out and they supported the war. We just have to make clear to the world we're something different. We have to have a whole new name. And that made sense because there was a fundamental difference. What Lenin was doing was very, very different than what the Social Democrats were doing. And I want to note that essential in what Lenin preached and in the Marxist-Leninist ideology is opposition to imperialism. You always oppose imperialism. That's what it's about. So much so, this is what Stalin said in his lecture about Leninism. He said, the struggle that the Emir of Afghanistan is waging for the independence of Afghanistan is an objectively revolutionary struggle, despite the monarchist views of the Emir and his associates, for it weakens and disintegrates imperialism. So there was this guy in Afghanistan, the Emir of Afghanistan, the king of Afghanistan, who was a conservative, who was a monarchist, not a communist, not a socialist, not a leftist, not a progressive, but he was fighting the British Empire, so that was good enough for them. And then Stalin goes on to say, the struggle that the Egyptian merchants and bourgeois intellectuals are waging for the independence of Egypt is an objectively revolutionary struggle, despite its bourgeois origin and bourgeois title of the Egyptian national movement, and despite the fact that they are opposed to socialism, meaning that these merchants in Egypt, they were fighting the British Empire. And so it didn't matter that they were advocating capitalism, didn't matter that they denounced socialism, they were fighting the British Empire. That a fundamental point of Leninism is that it's about opposing imperialism. Imperialism, this global system of imperialism, is the main enemy, and you stand with anybody who opposes the imperialists. Doesn't matter if they're Egyptian merchants, doesn't matter if they're the Emir of Afghanistan, doesn't matter if they're a Buddhist or a nudist or whatever, right? You support anyone who opposes the imperialists. That is a fundamental point. That I mean, Lenin's entire thesis, imperialism, the highest stage of capitalism, it's essential. You always stand against imperialism.
The
Islamic Revolution of Iran was a very pivotal event, led to the creation of the Islamic Republic, a country that is now at the center of opposing Israel throughout the Middle East region, one of the main opponents of American imperialism around the world. Now, why is it that at the time of the 1979 revolution in Iran, when many different factions were organizing, why is it that Khomeini and his followers were the ones that ended up taking power and leading the country? Well, that's because the main issue in the Islamic Revolution was anti-imperialism, was the fact that Iran had a huge amount of oil, and that oil was under the control of British and American oil companies, while the Iranian people were impoverished. Now, in the 1979 revolution, there were many different communist factions, but none of them were able to take power. Only Khomeini and the Islamic Republic was able to take power. Why? Well, that was because the communists had not been consistent in their anti-imperialism. During World War II, the Tudeh Party, or the Communist Party of Iran, had collaborated with the British when the Soviet Union and the British Empire invaded Iran to overthrow the Shah, who was aligned with the Nazis. And the Maoist communists of Iran, organized into the People's Fedayeen guerrillas, they were aligned with China. And China was a huge supporter of the Shah. They saw the Shah's regime, the US-backed dictator, as an ally against what they called Soviet social imperialism. China welcomed the Shah's wife and family members and gave them heroes' welcomes. So because of the fact that the main Communist Party had collaborated with the British, and because of the fact that China was backing the brutal dictator in the name of opposing the Soviet Union, Khomeini and the Islamic revolutionaries, the Ayatollahs, they took power because they were the ones that were trusted, because they had been consistently anti-imperialist for decade after decade after decade. With their conservative Shia Muslim views, they had always consistently opposed the imperialists. And that's why they were trusted by the Iranian people. And that's why they lead the Islamic Republic today.
Labor, and therewith the antithesis between mental and physical labor has vanished, after labor has become not only a means of life, but life's prime want. After the productive forces have increased the all-around development of the individual and all the springs of cooperative wealth flow more abundantly, only then can the narrow horizon of bourgeois right be crossed in its entirety and society inscribe on its banners, from each according to his own ability, to each according to his needs. Meaning the goal is we want to create a world where labor becomes life's prime want, not a means of subsistence, meaning people only have to work because they feel like it, because they don't want to be bored. They don't have to. We want to create a society where the springs of cooperative wealth have flowed so abundantly that people can just kind of take what they need and do what they feel like doing, from each according to his own ability, to each according to his needs. And the road to doing that is abolishing the chaos of the market, getting rid of a system where profits are in command and people get poorer, and getting rid of all of that. Engels writes, it is the compelling force of anarchy and production of society at large that more and more completely turns the great majority into proletarians. And it is the masses of the proletarian who again will finally put an end to the anarchy of production. That is Marxism. Now, you all heard what I just said, and this was common sense Marxism back in the 30s, and this is common sense Marxism in Venezuela, and this is common sense Marxism in China. But if you listen to the people in the United States who currently call themselves left, they are preaching something completely different. Something that is so different from what I just espoused there, I don't even need to get into detail about what it is. But we should talk about where it came from, because there's a reason that Marxists don't talk this way. There's a reason that the forces that call themselves left in the United States are putting out a very different message. And we have done a lot of groundbreaking work in CPI for talking about why that is, documenting why that is, and explaining why they put out something different. We want to raise the level of productivity as high as possible. They want to degrow and grind everyone into poverty. We want to empower the proletariat and weaken the power of the bourgeois state. They support the FBI, and they support the tech monopolies and censoring people. They want things that are very different than what we want. Why is this? Well, when we talk about the synthetic left, we're talking about a process. There are two different types of people who become revolutionaries. Anywhere you go in the world, you're going to find what they call a revolutionary intelligentsia. You're going to find middle-class people, usually students, younger folks. Some people do it their whole life. But anywhere you go in the world, socialist countries, capitalist countries, developing world, first world, you're going to find intellectuals who are mad at the world, who are aware of the injustices that exist and are looking to live an important life and, do dramatic things and feel heroic. And that's not inherently bad. That's a good thing to want to change the world. That's a good thing to be outraged about injustice. But that section of society, that revolutionary intelligentsia, is always a small minority. It's never more than 10% of the population. Rarely is it even 5% of the population. It exists, right? We've all seen the Broadway musical Les Miserables. Do you hear the people sing? Those kids in the pubs talking about how they're going to storm the barricades. That always exists. Revolutions are not made by those folks. Revolutions are made by the broad masses of people. And what the broad masses of people want in a revolutionary situation is very different from the fantasies and ideals that that revolutionary intelligentsia wants. What the broad masses of people want is stability. When a revolutionary crisis comes, it's because capitalism and the system has made their life unlivable. And they want order to come out of the chaos. They want to be able to feed their kids. Look at the slogans. What was the slogan of the Russian Revolution? Peace, land, and bread. Not tear it down, burn it down, but it was going to end this war. We're going to feed you. We're going to redistribute the land. You look at the slogans that the Communist Party used back in the 1930s. William Z. Foster, the slogan of his 1932 campaign was the revolutionary way out of the crisis. The message was, you're hungry, you're starving, they're setting up a fascist state, and we offer the way out. And if you look at the Soviet Union, they're industrializing rapidly and raising millions of people out of poverty. We could have a Soviet America and do the same thing. That's what the Communist Party said. And in 1940, when they ran their campaign with Earl Browder for president, they made it shorter. They made it 3 words, the way out. The way out, because they were understanding that, yeah, they had the revolutionary intelligentsia, they had the middle class elements there, but their goal was to organize the broad masses of people who were suffering, and their goal is for stability, not chaos. And that is the understanding. And the brilliance of Bolshevism was that Lenin got a group of revolutionary intellectuals to operate in a way that they could harness the energy of the broad masses of people. He got them out of isolation and into a situation where they could harness the broad energy that was there in order to take power. And you could argue that there were almost 2 layers of the Bolshevik Party. You had the middle class intellectuals, and then you had the labor unions, and then the mass organizations of peasants, of workers. Some people argue that Stalin kind of represented the linchpin between the 2 of them. He was from Georgia, from a rural background. We'll talk more about him later. But he was also educated. He'd been to seminary school. He was a very good writer and speaker, and so he was kind of the linchpin between the broad mass organizations. He was involved in strikes, but he was also able to communicate and compete in the intellectual circles. He was like the linchpin at the center of that. But after the Bolshevik Revolution, we know that Lenin died, and there was a split between Stalin and Trotsky. Trotsky very much wanted to hold on to the revolutionary intelligentsia and their mindset. He put forward the theory of permanent revolution. And the theory of permanent revolution was that the only good the Soviet Union had was that it could eventually march communism into where it actually matters, which is the West. He basically said the West is the best. That's what he said, and that the Soviet Union should just be kind of a military state, a holdout, so we can march communism to where it matters. The New York City, he said, was the foundry where the fate of mankind will be forged, and many people look at Trotsky and say this was very much a self-hating Russian. This is a guy who spent most of his life in exile. He was in awe of London and Paris and the United States, and he didn't much care for the Russian folks. He was probably treated very badly, a victim of anti-Semitic persecution and such. And Trotsky held on to this desire for chaos and death and destruction, the theory of permanent revolution. However, if you read Stalin's writings and his critique of Trotsky, he's saying this isn't going to work. We got to have socialism in one country. You read Stalin's critique of Trotsky on the military question. Trotsky's saying, oh, we're going to draft all the workers into the military and their military service will be working in the factory. That's what Trotsky's saying. And Stalin says, you can't do that. You can't do that. That's not going to work. The population is tired of this military stuff. We need to focus on raising the living standards. And if that means we have to sign a business deal with an American corporation to come and help us set up our car industry or our oil industry, we'll do it because it's about raising the people up. We came to power offering stability and development, and that's what we're going to do. And they did it. And the whole world marveled at what the Soviet Union was achieving during the 5-year economic plans because they were raising people out of poverty. And the Koch brothers, their grandfather, Fred Koch, he was a chemist in the United States who'd invented a new method of turning petroleum into gasoline for your car, and he went to the Soviet Union and he made a lot of money helping set up the Soviet oil industry. And this was a necessary thing to do. And it industrialized the Soviet Union very rapidly and enabled them to win the Second World War, enabled them to invent space travel, enabled them to build some of the largest hydroelectrical power plants, the biggest steel industry in the world. That was going on. Trotskyism was the movement of those who rejected that and held on to the permanent revolution. However, there's another layer to this. 1939, the Soviet Union had gone and tried to form an anti-fascist alliance with every major capitalist country. For a while, France was willing to do it, and then France dropped out of it. The rest of the major capitalist countries wouldn't even consider it. And so as an act of desperation, seeing World War II was on the horizon, 1939, the Soviet Union signed the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact. And immediately, a huge amount of condemnation was piled on the Soviet Union, because how dare they make a treaty with the Nazis? It was done out of desperation. It was not an alliance. It was simply a non-aggression pact. But there was a whole public relations campaign because the communists had been leaders of anti-fascist fronts. They were immediately accused of being hypocrites. Time magazine here in the United States started calling the Communist Party USA the communazis. That was the term they used for them. Earl Browder, the leader of the Communist Party, was thrown in prison. There was a whole public relations campaign against the Soviet Union and against the Communist Party for that. And in that atmosphere, there were some Trotskyites who declared that there was nothing revolutionary about the Soviet Union. That most Trotskyites said the Soviet Union was what they called a deformed workers' state, or a degenerated workers' state, that they didn't like Stalin, they didn't like the Soviet government, but the economic foundations were still socialist. But in 1939, there was a clique of Trotskyites in New York City called the New York Intellectuals, who cut ties with Trotsky over any defense of the Soviet Union. As far as they were concerned, the Soviet Union was absolutely no good. And Trotsky, before his death, had a big fight with these folks. And James Cannon, the leader of the American Trotskyists, also had a fight with these folks. And in that fight, some revealing things were said by the leaders of American Trotskyism. This is what James Cannon, the leader of American Trotskyism, wrote about the New York Intellectuals. He wrote, "Trotskyism became more popular in petty bourgeois, intellectual, and half-intellectual circles. And for a time, it even became a fashion. However, with the approach of the war, Trotskyism as a doctrine and as a movement lost its respectability, and many of the intellectuals, sniffing danger, arranged a somewhat hasty and undignified departure." He also wrote, "They mistake their own emotions, their own uncertainties, their fears, and their own egotistical concerns about their personal fate for the sentiments and movements of the great masses. And they measure the world's agony by their own inconsequential aches and pains." He wrote, "Marxists always begin with a program. They rally their supporters around the program and educate them in the process of struggling for the program. But petty bourgeois politics is always a hodgepodge, and it never attains a fully developed, consistent program." And in 1939, the New York intellectuals found their way out of Trotskyism. And then something happened called World War II. And after World War II, the New York intellectuals found their way into something called the Central Intelligence Agency. And this is a well-documented fact. Irving Kristol, who was one of these New York intellectuals, became the founder of the CIA's Congress for Cultural Freedom program. And they began, with CIA money and money from the Ford Foundation and the Rockefeller think tanks, publishing leftist, socialist, Trotskyist magazines, putting out a new interpretation of what Marxism and socialism was all about. Of course, it was very anti-Soviet, but it went further than that. It went a lot further than that. If you read Susan Sontag, you read Hannah Arendt, you read Mary McCarthy, this writing that they were putting out was much more than just a Trotskyist deviation from what the Soviet Union was putting out. It was anti-populism. If you read what they wrote, the people are the enemy. That is the point that they are making. Fascism in their mind is not capitalism in decay. It's not the result of the capitalist system in crisis. Fascism in their mind is whenever ordinary people are getting together and demanding things and threatening the individualism and the sacredness of the great intellectuals. Hannah Arendt's book, Eichmann in Jerusalem. I read that when I was in college. I thought it was a great book. I thought it was about, we need to be nonconformist, don't go along with the crowd. But if you really read what it's saying, the essence of what it's saying that deep down the broad masses of people are a bunch of bloodthirsty Nazis. It's saying that the Soviet Union is just the same as Nazi Germany and that we need to control the working class because if they get together and start to fight for their rights, it'll lead to some horrendous event. Equating the Soviet Union with Nazi Germany, which is now a big part of American war propaganda, and equating both the Soviet Union and Nazi Germany with popular mass movements and people organizing and trying to advance their economic condition. That is the synthetic left. That is the essence of what they are pushing. And if you read Leo Strauss, the founder of neoconservatism, what he was advocating, you read the work of Irving Howe, who is the intellectual father of Democratic Socialists of America, who was one of these New York intellectuals, that's their message. And it comes out of the split in Trotskyism, it comes out of CIA interventions. And at first, it was a way to manipulate the revolutionary intelligentsia. At first, it was about making sure there was distance between these revolutionary intellectuals and the Soviet Union. It was about expanding the gap between the Soviet Union and the revolutionary intelligentsia. However, in the 1970s and 80s, it started turning into something more sinister. We know who George Soros was. We know who Zbigniew Brzezinski was. And the color revolutions that brought down the Soviet Union and the Eastern Bloc were largely carried out with this kind of politics. It was about manipulating intellectuals, tapping into the desire of really the most privileged people in these countries. These were the children of the party elite largely, the academics, the people at the universities. The broad masses of people in the Soviet Union and the Eastern Bloc voted to keep socialism. They supported the communist parties, but it was the university students, it was the filmmakers, and those folks, their grievances, some of which were justified against the Soviet Union, were intentionally manipulated in the name of this kind of fake leftist politics. And it was enabled to create chaos and bring down the socialist countries. And you'll recall, if you read the history, that in the Prague Spring of 1968 and the events of 1989, most of the people that were manipulated into setting the stage for Wall Street to sink its fangs into these countries, they didn't think that they were marching for capitalism. They thought they were marching for socialism with a human face, democratic socialism, more freedom. They thought they were going to keep their guaranteed job, keep their guaranteed health care, but also be able to wear blue jeans and listen to Beatles music and shop at Walmart. It was a con, and it was a manipulation, and it was very effective. And it was a continuation of this manipulation of leftist politics. And now, as we enter a long-term capitalist crisis rooted in the problem of overproduction, this movement that they first developed to manipulate leftism and then utilized against the socialist countries is now being weaponized as the new form of fascism. And it's what is really the ruling ideology of the United States at this very moment. This is what we are living under. Wokeism is a result of this manipulation. They have brought the color revolution machine home to the United States in an effort to try and save capitalism.
Hey folks, I wanted to make another video here because, when you talk to Russians about the history of their country, we Americans, we think we know everything about communism, we think we know everything about Russia, and it's interesting because what a lot of Russians think about the history of their country would come as a surprise. For example, there are a lot of Americans, and the way Americans kind of understand the history of the Soviet Union, a lot of Americans will say, well, Lenin was a good guy, he had good intentions, he was trying to create socialism, trying to, carry out the Bolshevik Revolution, he was a good guy. But that's Stalin was an evil mass murderer. Stalin was a tyrant and a killer, and Lenin may have been a good guy, but Stalin he was abominable. That's how most Americans understand the history of the Soviet Union. But it's interesting because if you go to Russia today, Lenin is not very popular. I mean, he's buried in that mausoleum, and there is, there's a communist party here that does support Lenin. He's buried in that mausoleum right behind me. There's a communist party that supports him. There's certainly many Russians who are communists who do admire Lenin, but for the majority of Russians, they don't really admire Lenin that much. But there is great admiration in Russia for Stalin. Now, this is the opposite of what Americans understand, right? A lot of Americans say, well, Lenin might have been good, but that Stalin was awful. Well, the time in which Lenin was running the Soviet Union was a very, very awful time. I mean, at that point, you just had the overthrow of the Tsar. They were invaded by many different countries. Millions of people were dying. It was a civil war. The Red Army and the White Army were killing people. The economy had been wrecked. So much of the country had been destroyed. And the time in which Lenin was running the Soviet Union was a very, very dark time. And he died in 1924. And the time of Stalin, though, is remembered as a much more glorious time in the history of the Soviet Union. During the time of Stalin, you had the 5-year plans, and Russia went from being a deeply, deeply impoverished country to being a world industrial powerhouse. It had a steel industry. It had, was producing more tractors than any other country in the world. They built an efficient agricultural system, the collective farms. They created modern housing with running water and electricity. And then they were invaded during the Second World War, and the Soviet people fought heroically. 26 million Soviet people died, and they drove out the Nazi invaders. So, Stalin is remembered with Russia and the Soviet Union becoming a great power, with the standard of living drastically rising, with the defeat of the Nazi invaders, and the Soviet people being loved and considered heroes all around the world for their efforts to defeat fascism. And then at the end of the Second World War, the world communist movement being, so powerful because they'd been so key in defeating fascism. That's what Stalin is associated with. Lenin is associated with a particularly dark time in which the country was very divided by civil war, in which there was a lot of poverty. And that's the exact opposite. And it's very interesting because a lot of American leftists, in particular, like people that admire Trotsky, will say that the time in which Lenin was in power in Russia was good, and that things got bad under Stalin. And you almost have to notice there's like this weird intellectual disconnect there, because the time when Lenin was in, people were starving to death in their millions. There was all kinds of misery and poverty. There was a war going on. But to American leftists, that's preferable to Stalin being in there. And you have to ask, what's that about? The book, maybe the people were miserable under Lenin and suffering, but the books that they were writing, those books were good books. They had the correct political line. So who cares? Meanwhile, when Stalin was in and all these people are rising up out of poverty and they're defeating the fascist invaders, but he was a tyrant and this wasn't, pure Bolshevism or something. It kind of shows that the intellectuals who become Marxists are a little bit out of touch with things, because the time in which Lenin was in power was a very, very dark time. A lot of suffering was going on, and the time in which Stalin was in power is associated with many of the great achievements of Russia as a country. So yeah, a lot of Russians admire Stalin. Some Russians admire Lenin. I mean, his picture is up places, and there's a communist party here, but Stalin is much more popular in modern Russia than Lenin is. And if you look into the reasons for that, you'll realize that what Americans and especially Western intellectuals think they know about Soviet history is a little bit off.
And I had a pamphlet. I mean, can you imagine why should he have to even explain himself? Like, this is in itself a crime. Like, to make someone have to explain this to these folks. I mean, this is outrageous.
That's enough for now. But essentially, they took that, and I said, surely not. I've asked them for a seat. There were lots of people filming what was going on at the time because it was just the middle of a demonstration. It generated a lot of interest, actually. People were trying to grab the book and take it was like if I wanted to sell the book, I should do this in the future. But everyone suddenly wanted the book. But he took it anyway, and he basically allowed me to write down his name and a few other names which I've got somewhere. It might be in the things that were taken from custody. And they went away. Basically, no hard feelings, carried on. And it was carrying on with, meeting people, talking, totally peaceful. And about half an hour later, he came back, and just he'd come back the first time when he said, someone had instructed him. Obviously, it wasn't initiated by him. It was like there was some political unit or someone who was telling him, you've got to do something about this. And then he was instructed to come back and say, no, I've been told now I have to arrest you. And I said, surely not. But then there were a lot of officers, and they were just doing their job then, so they went through the process of arrest. They did cuff me, which I thought was totally unnecessary because I've been speaking to them for about an hour.
Well, I mean, he was clearly endangering public health with his pamphlet. They had to put the handcuffs on him because if not, he might throw pamphlets at people, right? I mean, he's clearly a dangerous criminal with his handing out of pamphlets, right? That, you got to put the cuffs on his hands so that he just stops handing out this dangerous pamphlet that's such a danger to public health that, you got to hold him in. You got to cage the beast, right? I mean, with his pamphlet handing outing, right? I mean, you got to throw the cuffs on him, right?
Very peaceful. And I did ask them not to cuff me, and they're a bit forceful with the cuffs. They're very tight and uncomfortable. So that generated inevitably a little bit of gentle friction, there's nothing physical. There was no resisting arrest. That was like verbally, I was very upset that I was basically being imprisoned. Obviously,
upset for being
handcuffed and dragged to jail for handing out a pamphlet? Oh my goodness, how can you be upset about that? It's not like we're living in a democracy or anything like that. It's not like we're told from the time that we're babies that the reason that we're so lucky to live in the so-called West is because of our freedom. It's not like every time they demonize a government, they say, well, they don't have free speech, but that's what we have in Britain and America is freedom of speech. Why would he be mad about that? Why would he possibly be upset about the fact that they're throwing handcuffs on him because he had a pamphlet on his literature table? They're treating a neurosurgeon, a professional doctor who is doing his duty when he sees crimes against humanity happening in Gaza and Palestinians being killed. He's upset about the fact that they arrested him. I can understand why he might be upset. I think the fact that he even has to explain himself, like, you know, they arrested me because I had a pamphlet on my literature table. That in and of itself is worthy of somebody getting upset. Like, why does he have to explain why he was upset? Why does he have to explain this? I don't know how much more of this I want to go through, because this is just like, are you serious? Like, everything he's having to explain, like next he's going to explain. It's like, why does he have to explain himself? He did not do anything wrong except exercise his free speech and call out genocidal crimes against the Palestinians. And he's having to explain himself like he's accused of murder or something. This is outrageous.
Officers were doing their job and someone's told them I'm committing a crime. But as far as I'm concerned, no crime was being committed. And it's deeply, you know, I've got very limited.
The calm that he's displaying here, Ranjit is a saint here. He has the patience of a saint. He's like, as far as I'm concerned, no crime was committed. Well, no shit, no crime was being committed. They're committing a crime against you by making you go through this entire degrading process. That's what's going on. My goodness. I am blown away by Ranjit's cool demure. My hat off to him. I can't imagine that I would be so calm under such circumstances.
Limited time. I know we all have, but it's just been deeply disruptive to my life and weekend, and it just feels like harassment. And to be honest, these officers didn't want to do it. It wasn't initiated by them. I do feel that they're under tremendous political pressure to make arrests and to produce this, and so the whole thing was a bit of a, to me, a storm in a teacup and unnecessary. But that's, you know, in terms of the events, that's what happened.
Okay, just sorry, you mentioned about 4 weeks ago, you mentioned that you were at another one of these sort of rallies engaging with people, police and so on. Did you have those books then?
Yeah, in fact, so the first time we ever took this, or one of the first times we took this on the street, which was ages ago, so the time when, you know, Jeremy Corbyn was being very much accused of anti-Semitism. This was a back and forth thing. And for that reason, at that time, this had just been published, and someone, actually there were a group of Zionist activists who were outside one of Jeremy Corbyn's meeting, and they made a big fuss about it.
Okay.
And they gave it to the police, and the police took it at that time, and I gave my details to the police. That was like, I'm thinking 2015.
Okay.
So this has been in the possession of the police for 8 years.
But keep in mind, this pamphlet that was so dangerous, they had to arrest him for it. The police confiscated one 8 years ago, and they've had it for 8 years in their own files, and they didn't arrest him. Now, you're telling me this pamphlet is so dangerous, they had to throw handcuffs on him. But 8 years ago, they picked one up and took a look at it and decided to do nothing. Like, I mean, can anyone believe that putting Ranjit Brar in handcuffs for handing out a pamphlet, can anyone honestly tell you that this was about protecting public safety?
And nothing came of that.
Okay.
You know.
Did they ever call you or speak to you about that, the police?
Never. And someone also took, I think, 2 copies. They didn't take all of them, took a couple of copies. I forget the date, because I don't think it was the 11th. It was maybe a couple of weeks before the 11th. So towards the end of October, one of those demonstrations, which is where it was the Marble Arch. It was the first Marble Arch, the 300,000. First weekend there was something at the BBC. Second weekend there was a Marble Arch to Hyde Park or something. Marble Arch to Downing Street. It was this demonstration. So they took a couple more then recently, and again nothing came of it. But I know there's been a lot of political pressure. If you look in the media, I mean, I don't feel it personally, but you can see it in the media.
Absolutely. So just in relation to, you were there, you said you were there with some friends. As you're fully aware, there's 3 other people that were also arrested with you. Was there anyone else with you, or was it just those three people?
No, just those three.
Just those three.
I mean, I do feel really sorry for little Ethan. I mean, he's a lovely little boy. He's a GCSE student, basically. Yeah. He's the kind of student that would be sent to me for work experience, to look around the hospital. But he's very switched on. He's very intelligent. He's just done his GCSEs. He's got all 9 in his GCSEs. He's a lovely boy. He's never done a thing on his life. I don't know even if he's read the book or is aware of the book.
Okay.
He's just standing with us at the stall. Yeah. I think it was very unfair to arrest him. If I'm honest with you, I don't think it's right to even question him. I don't think he'd know the contents of the book particularly. He's someone who's learning. He could become anything and do anything, and he's not really he's just come to us and is interested. So we speak to him about politics. Like I speak.
Wow. He's saying that one of these people who was arrested, they didn't just arrest Ranjit, who's an experienced activist, who's a writer, speaker, and also a doctor. They arrested a university-age student who's very new, who doesn't even know the content. So some college kid who was just kind of hanging out, and a friend of Ranjit's or whatever, and he was hanging out at the booth, and the police arrested him also. Can you talk about something that is an outrageous act? So this university kid who's not a member of their group, who just is like their friend, right? And he happens to be walking by the literature table. He's talking with them, and they drag him to jail also for the pamphlet that's on the literature table. This is absolutely outrageous, right? So not only is it a crime to have a pamphlet on your literature table, it's a crime to have a friend who had a pamphlet on their literature table. This kid Ethan, who's not a member of their organization, who's a young university student, who's very new to everything, they dragged him to jail just for standing next to the literature table. Are you seeing how outrageous this absolutely is? Yes, this is particularly crazy.
Anyone about history, but he's a lovely boy. So really, I think the other two are adults. They can speak for themselves. They're members of the party. They will be able to answer for themselves. Yeah, and I was always asking Ethan, because he's 16, he's technically, he's in medicine, what I would call Gillick competent.
About what is happening here?
Yeah, this is in the sport. The name is Sohukai. It's a martial art typical from Ecuador. They have the move, the particular from the Ecuador Andinal dance and the folklore typical from Ecuador. You can practice in the Sohukai self-defense against the weapon like the knife with another weapon. So like I don't know, like the Krav Maga and food, like the Jiu-Jitsu. You have the hits with I can say it in English. The food.
Your shirt says Ministro del.
Minister of the Sport is a partner from the Sohukai in Ecuador in the tournament, in the other activities. But Sohukai do many activities around the country in the year. The activity. I don't know what is the other question that you have, sir.
President Correa is supportive of these kind of programs?
Yes, President Correa is a big support for this activity. We can do this activity like sport, Ecuadorian, just for the help of the President of Ecuador.
Wow, that's great.
Yes, but the first person in Ecuador, he have everything to support this activity. It's a very good for the son of the president practice this activity.
Wow, that's great. It's part of the process, the Bolivarian process, or
yes, it's a part of this process, but In this moment, the son of president not practice this activity because he have the other activities important than the school. I don't know.
Wow, it's great. All right. And there's another historical precedence. Christianity broke from Judaism. Now, we're not talking about the Marxist movement here. We're talking about religion. But, you know, when Christianity began, when Jesus Christ was going around starting his mission on the earth, he considered himself to be a Jew, and he considered himself to be the true inheritor of the Hebrew prophets. However, Judaism is really, really focused on, at that time at least, was really, really focused on following the rules. And one of their rules was the Sabbath, that there was a list of things you couldn't do on the Sabbath. Well, Jesus went around healing people on the Sabbath. And when they asked Jesus about why he was healing people on the Sabbath, he said, the Sabbath was made for man, not man for the Sabbath, saying that this rule that was central to Judaism, that you have to observe the Sabbath, well, the rule was actually, it was there to help people, and people don't have to follow, and basically said you don't have to observe the Sabbath. In addition to that, they, one point, cornered Jesus, and they asked him which of the 10 commandments was the most important, because in Judaism, they had the 10 commandments that were central. And they asked Jesus which of the 10 commandments was the most important. And he said, love the Lord your God with all your heart, and with all your soul, and all your mind. This is the greatest commandment. And the second is love your neighbor as yourself. And all the law and the prophets hang on these commandments. So he basically said, love your neighbor as yourself and love God with all your heart and mind. And that's more important than the 10 commandments. And all the law and the prophets beforehand all rest on that, saying that the essence is you love God and you love your neighbor as yourself. And that's way more important than the 10 commandments. That's big. At one point, Jews don't recruit, right? Judaism is a religion that you're born into, right? In Judaism, you're born into it. It's very much an ethnic, tribal religion. However, Jesus commanded his followers to go and recruit people. He said, all the authority in heaven and on earth has been given to me. Therefore, go and make disciples of all nations, baptizing them in the name of the Father and the Son and the Holy Spirit, and teaching them to obey everything I have commanded you. And surely I am always with you to the very end of the age. So Judaism doesn't recruit. To become a Jew, you have to ask 3 times. You have to go through they deny you the first 2 times, and you have to go through a whole process. Judaism does not seek to recruit and doesn't proselytize. But Jesus commanded his followers, go and make disciples of all nations. That's a fundamental difference. And at one point, Jesus got into a very heated argument with Jewish leaders. And he said to them, your father Abraham rejoiced at the thought of seeing my day. He saw it and was glad. And they said, you are not 50 years old yet, they said to him, and you have seen Abraham? He said, very truly, I tell you, before Abraham was born, I am. And so basically, even though Jesus considered the Jewish leaders of his time to be complete traitors, and even though he considered himself to be the true inheritor of the Jewish teaching and the prophets, he was preaching something different. He didn't believe in the 10 commandments. He didn't believe in the Sabbath. He believed in proselytizing and recruiting. And after Jesus' death, the Apostle Paul said you didn't have to get circumcised anymore, because to become a Jew, you have to get circumcised. Circumcision is a central thing. And the Apostle Paul said circumcision is circumcision of the heart, by the Spirit, not by the written code. Such a person's praise is not from the other people, but from God. So the Apostle Paul said, yeah, we don't even get circumcised anymore. So after a while, it became very clear that, within 100 years of the death of Jesus Christ, the Christians were no longer calling themselves Jews, because what Jews were doing and what they were doing was so fundamentally different that even though the Christians considered Abraham and Moses and Jeremiah and all of them to be from their tradition, they had taken it in such a different direction. They were a totally new religion. And now everyone understands that Christianity and Judaism are 2 distinct religions. So why are these two things important? Well, first, Lenin considered himself to be the true inheritor of Marxism's revolutionary essence, right? Lenin did not denounce Marx. Lenin did not say he wasn't a Marxist. He considered himself to be the true inheritor of Marx, and he considered the social democratic leaders to be traitors. However, at the same time, he pioneered his own theories and organizational methods. And by 1917, it was clear that Bolshevism was distinctly different than social democracy. So while he held on to what was good in Marxism, he also developed his own new thoughts, and he realized that what they were doing was so fundamentally different, it had to take on and become a new thing. Jesus considered himself to be the true inheritor of the Hebrew prophets, right? He was the true inheritor of Abraham and Moses. He considered the Pharisees and the Sanhedrin to be sellouts and hypocrites. However, his teachings dramatically diverged from Judaism as it was practiced in his day. And in the 100 years following his death, it became clear that Judaism and Christianity were distinctly different movements. At some point, if what you are doing is so fundamentally different than what other people from the same movement or religion or ideology are doing, you just have to acknowledge that it's different. And even if you consider the others to be sellouts, right? Jesus considered the other Jews and the Pharisees to be sellouts. Lenin considered the other Marxists to be sellouts, but he still understood, it got to the point that what he was doing was so fundamentally different, it took on a different name.
Bring it up a little bit more.
Continue with all the lands that I love. All you One Heart Camp people, you should know this song. Let me hear you sing.
That's what's happened. And to those of us who've been to the socialist countries, and those of us who know what Marxism is actually about, it is nothing but the most outrageous and infuriating thing. And that is why we are screaming about it from the heavens. You know, I went to West Virginia after Trump got elected, and I interviewed a steel worker. And he had been a lifelong Democrat, but he voted for Trump, he said, because the Democrats don't care about the working class anymore. Now they're just a bunch of socialists. It's a tragic statement. You know, and you listen to people, you know, if I thought Joe Biden was a socialist, if I thought Joe Biden was a communist, I would probably hate communism and socialism too. And this vile anti-working class movement that is about controlling the broad masses of people, grinding them into poverty, setting about chaos in the country so that the ultra-rich can secure their grip on society as we degrow and melt down amid a capitalist crisis. It's very frightening, and many working people want to get together and protect their communities and their families from this insanity. And those of us who understand what Marxism really is should understand we're on their side. We're not with the woke synthetic left. If you really gets down to it, what the woke stuff is, when you talk about the identity politics or the oppression theory, it's very similar to anti-Semitism. Anti-Semitism is an interesting thing. If you look at anti-Semitism from a Marxist perspective, the phenomenon of hating Jewish people in Europe, often what it really was the ruling class racializing and weaponizing the resentment of the working class against the middle class, right? The stereotype of Jews is that they are middle class, and the working class generally does not see the bourgeoisie. Rockefeller doesn't walk through our neighborhoods. The Carnegies and the DuPont don't walk through our neighborhoods. But if you're a factory worker, the lawyer who lives down the street, or the shopkeeper who owns a store in your neighborhood, you see them. And working class people and middle class people often have a different perspective on things. For example, what's one of the anti-Semitic stereotypes about Jews is that they're cheap with money. That's one of the stereotypes that's perpetuated. Well, one thing that is a difference between working class life and middle class life is that a working class person, they probably have less money than a middle class person, but they get a wage. They get a paycheck every 2 weeks. So when they have money, they can spend it. Whereas a middle class person might have more money, but it all goes back into their business. So even though they have more money, they're going to be tighter with it because they own their own business. And so a working class person might look at a middle class person and say, what a cheap bastard. I get paid every 2 weeks. What is going on here? He's got way more than me, but he's so tight with his money. That's how the anti-Semitic stereotypes were promoted. Working class people tend to be more socially conservative. Middle class folks tend to be a little bit more open-minded. And if one looks at, in Asia, in the Pacific Islands, the stereotypes about middle class folks of ethnic Chinese heritage is very similar to the anti-Semitic stereotypes that proliferated throughout Europe. And it's a similar kind of thing. It is weaponizing working class resentment against the middle class, which is easy to do because you can see the middle class and you can't see those who really have the power. And what wokeism is very similar. Because wokeism is telling you don't hate the ruling class, don't hate the billionaires, don't hate the monopolies, hate the person who's got it slightly better than you. Hate the person who's got 5% more than you, or 10% more than you. And not only that, it's not really offering any solutions. Wokeism isn't about offering solutions. It's just about giving you permission to be angry. Aren't you upset about it? Aren't you angry? And it's about stoking up that rage and that hate and just stoking it up and not offering any real solutions. Just stoking up anger and resentment. And that's what wokeism is. It is an attempt to set the stage for some kind of degrowth fascism by weaponizing people's resentment against people who might have it slightly better and taking the onus off the system itself, and also through spiraling into a cycle of rage and not bringing people together to offer real solutions. That's what the ruling class is doing. Now, that said, recognizing that wokeism is the main danger, that doesn't mean that I'm going to unite with the right on everything or anything, really. If someone comes to me and they say that the Chinese Communist Party and Joe Biden are involved in a secret plot against our precious bodily fluids, I'm going to tell them they're wrong. And if someone comes to me and says, well, the solution to the crisis of mass migration is to terrorize immigrant communities with raids, I'm going to tell them they're wrong. If somebody comes to me and says police brutality is made up, it's a conspiracy against white cops, I'm going to tell them they're wrong. However, if someone says that socialism is just an employee stock ownership program, I'm also going to tell them that they're wrong. And if someone says that anyone who dares oppose the war drive against Russia and China should be equated with the Nazis, I'm going to tell them they're wrong. And if someone tells me that anyone who questions that 5-year-olds should be put on gender hormone therapy, if someone tells me that anyone who questions that is an evil, unforgivable bigot, I'm going to tell them they're wrong. I have no loyalty to the synthetic left. I have no duty to help them protect their system and impose their degrowth on working families. I have no reason to do that. No reason to protect them. They don't want us, we don't want them. Out of the movement to the masses. Yeah. Been there, done that. There's a precedent for what we're seeing now, and that's the lead up to the First World War. The angriest writing one can ever read is Vladimir Lenin's critiques of the Second International and how all the socialist parties sold out, and in the face of World War I, they abandoned the working class and sent the working class off to die. And the Bolsheviks stood alone against World War I. Rosa Luxemburg was with them. Eugene Debs bravely went to prison. But the overwhelming majority of the socialist movement went along with World War I. And I've quoted this to you all many times. But the reason I quote it so much is because it's the basis of what we're doing with CPI. This quote is so important. Lenin wrote, "Neither we nor anyone else can calculate precisely what portion of the proletariat will follow the social chauvinists and opportunists. This will be revealed only by the struggle and decided only by socialist revolution. But we know that the defenders of the fatherland in imperialist war represent only a minority. And it is therefore our duty, if we wish to remain socialists, to go where? Lower and deeper to the real masses. This is the whole meaning of our purport of the struggle against opportunism. By exposing the fact that the opportunists and the social chauvinists are in reality betraying and selling out the interests of the masses, that they are defending the temporary privileges of a minority of workers, that sounds familiar, doesn't it? That they are vehicles of bourgeois ideas and influences, and they're really allies and agents of the bourgeoisie. We teach the masses to appreciate their true political interests and to fight for socialism through all the painful vicissitudes of imperialist wars and imperialist armistices. The only Marxist line in the labor movement is teaching the masses the inevitability and necessity of breaking with opportunism and to educate them for revolution by waging a relentless struggle against opportunism and to utilize the experience of war to expose, not conceal, the utter vileness of national labor politics. When a situation like this arises, it is our duty to point out who is supporting the imperialists in their drive for war and who is opposing it. That is our job, and it is to go to the masses with that understanding. Now, the front of our room here, I guess I'll pull this one up here, we have the pictures of two great revolutionaries from American history. We have John Brown, the great abolitionist who led the raid on Harper's Ferry, was the first person executed for treason in U.S. history for his heroic anti-slavery uprising. And we have Fred Hampton, the leader of the Black Panthers, who built a coalition and started their free breakfast program, defended People's Korea, and was murdered. But we also tonight have two pictures of two other great revolutionaries with us that I think now it's probably safe to bring up to the front of the room. So can we bring up these other two photos? Thank you, Noah. Thank you, Gav. I thought these might offend some of our earlier guests, but I think it's safe to have them up here now. So there you go. You're looking at Country Joe and the Fish. Little known fact, there was a band that played at Woodstock called Country Joe and the Fish Band. And the reason they have that name, according to every source that I can check, is because their parents were members of the Communist Party USA, and they picked the name for some pretty interesting reasons. Now, this guy was Country Joe because he was from Georgia, from the countryside. He grew up in a small village. He was the son of a bootmaker. And this guy was the Fish because one of his most well-known quotations is he said that the masses are the water and the revolutionaries are the fish. Country Joe and the Fish. And I like that because it points to the nature of who these two men were. I'm going to read you what's been written about Stalin. the mass organizer, the leader of strikes, the seminary school dropout who became the man of steel, who turned Russia into an industrial superpower and defeated the Nazis, left it with space travel. This is what was written in a book about Stalin called Young Stalin that describes his life during the pre-revolutionary period. Stalin was hostile to the bumptious intellectuals, but he was less with the educated worker revolutionaries. He played the teacher, the priest, and the workers listened reverently to this young preacher. And it was no coincidence that many of the revolutionists were seminarists or workers, often pious ex-peasants. And Trotsky, agitating in another city, remembered that many of the workers thought the movement resembled the early Christians, and that they had to then be taught they should be atheists. And a biography of Mao Zedong written by Han Suyin called The Morning Deluge describes how before Mao became a revolutionary, before he launched his New People's Study Group, which was the society he formed that eventually merged into the Chinese Communist Party, he thought before he could even do that, he had to take a long walk through the countryside of China. It said, as he walked, Mao inquired on the conditions of crops and rain, of rent and landlords, a peasant talking to other peasants, but also a budding social scientist and researcher. Mao kept notes of what he was told, and he remembered the peasants' names, and he walked over 300 miles on the trip. So before he even started his organization, he just walked 300 miles through the countryside, talking to every person he could meet, asking them about the conditions of their life, engaging with them. And Mao also, in his little red book, he says, how should we judge whether or not a youth is a revolutionary? How can we tell? Well, there can only be one criteria, namely, whether or not he's willing to integrate himself with the broad masses of the workers and the peasants, and he does so in practice. If he's willing to do so and actually does so, he's a revolutionary. But otherwise, he's a non-revolutionary and a counter-revolutionary. Country Joe and the fish. You can put him down. No, leave him up here. Leave him up here. You can put him. We have.
Good morning, guys. This is Penny up in Minnesota. It was nice to meet you all in Chicago. Just giving you some little sneak peeks into the Putin press conference at BRICS. It's so fascinating to listen to Putin handle the different country leaders and the just arrogance from the Western countries. So some countries were asking questions about investment and the logistics of how BRICS is going to work and how different countries can get along, like Venezuela and Brazil. And BBC had to butt in and start trying to bully Putin over his invasion of Ukraine, saying that there was no drone strikes or invasions of Kursk until Putin invaded Ukraine. So Putin fired back at him and said it's really the NATO that's creating the chaos, gave him a little history lesson of the Maidan coup and the Minsk Accords and Germany's lying about trying to maintain peace. And then he brought up an interesting point when he was asked about trying to sow chaos in the streets of London. And he said, of course, that's nonsense. The economy in the UK is floundering because of their policies towards the Ukraine war. They've cut themselves off from accepting energy from Russia, and they've stopped manufacturing because of their green policies, and people just know it. And he also said if the global South countries have to rely on these expensive technologies and nobody's investing in these countries, they're just giving them high interest loans, are you prepared to deal with that chaos? He just let the man have it, but very politely. So it was just fascinating to watch the different attitudes from BBC, Sky News, and NBC compared to the rest of the world. And I just hope that it will just be a wonderful new page in history.
And that brings us to here we are. We in CPI, we are preserving the revolutionary essence of Marxism-Leninism. There are 4 points in the Marxist-Leninist ideology that no communist organization in America holds on to. And these points are fundamental. And, you know, all the people in America claiming to be Marxist-Leninists, none of them believe in these 4 points. Number 1, Marxism-Leninism is anti-imperialist and says that the Western imperialist system is the main impediment to growth and human progress, and that all anti-imperialists must be supported. That is an essential part of Marxism-Leninism. If you don't support Russia and Ukraine, well, you're not doing what Marxism-Leninism said, because they supported even the Emir of Afghanistan, right? If you don't support the People's Republic of China on Taiwan, you're not doing Marxism-Leninism, because Marxism-Leninism said the Western imperialist system is always the enemy. If you don't support the Islamic Republic of Iran, if you don't support the Venezuelans, if you don't support anybody who's fighting imperialism, anyone who's fighting the Western imperialist system, then you're not doing Marxism-Leninism. That is an essential thing. I just read to you how Stalin said they supported even the Emir of Afghanistan, even the Egyptian merchants. But yet, communist groups in America, almost barely any of them support Russia and Ukraine. They're neutral in Ukraine. They condemn Russia. They protest against Russia. It's nuts. It's absolutely nuts. And they've claimed, well, that Russia is somehow an imperialist country or China is an imperialist country. Well, first of all, that's not true, because that's not the economic definition of imperialism. But even if it was, you would still support them against U.S. imperialism because of revolutionary defeatism. You always welcome the defeat of your own imperialist bourgeoisie. So, the German communists wanted Germany to be defeated in World War I and in World War II. The British communists wanted Britain to be defeated in World War I. And they wanted Britain to be defeated by people around the world that were struggling against colonialism. You always want to see imperialism defeated, right? And so even if Russia and China were imperialist, you would still want them to win, because that's called revolutionary defeatism. But yet, very few communists in the United States, like a very, 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 very small number, will actually support the forces around the world that are battling imperialism, even though that is a fundamental point of Marxism-Leninism. You always stand in opposition to imperialism. You always side with the people that are opposing your own imperialist bourgeoisie. None of the communists in America do that. They condemn Russia. They speak with hatred for Russia. They speak with hatred for Iran. They speak with hatred for China. They speak with hatred for Vietnam, for the Houthis. It's unbelievable. None of them hold on to this fundamental point. Second, Marxism-Leninism believes in economic growth and the increasing of productive forces. The whole point is that capitalism is a system where economic growth is restrained by the irrationality of the market, poverty created by abundance, poverty amid plenty, right? And that imperialism is when the big multinational corporations keep countries in poverty. And the whole point of socialist planned economy, the whole point of socialism is to have economic growth. And what did the communist governments do when they took power in the Soviet Union? Stalin had 5-year economic plans, and he mobilized the country to lift it up out of poverty. And what did the Chinese Communist Party do? They built up the country and lifted people out of poverty, and they've built the second largest economy in the world. Any country that has a socialist revolution, their focus is creating economic growth and eradicating poverty. However, communists in America overwhelmingly believe that growth is bad. They believe that economic growth is somehow bad. And they repeat the idea, oh, it's finite resources, limited planet, and that they think the problem with capitalism is that it creates economic growth. Well, no, actually, the problem with capitalism is it holds back economic growth. And in fact, the higher stage of communism, the ultimate goal of a stateless, classless world, is only possible with vast material abundance. And the whole point of having a socialist revolution is to rationally control the means of production so that you can have economic growth. So when the communist movement overwhelmingly doesn't believe in economic growth, and the whole point is economic growth, that's a pretty big difference. But yet, the overwhelming majority of communists in America, or so-called communists, whatever you want to call them, think economic growth is bad. They think capitalism is having money. They think capitalism is having wealth, and they think that's bad. And they think communism is about like just being happy with what you have or having less because money isn't everything. Or it's bizarre. It has nothing to do with what communist governments do. It has nothing to do with what Marx wrote. It has nothing to do with what Lenin wrote. But not only do the overwhelming majority of communists in America not stand with anyone who struggles against imperialism, but secondly, they don't believe in economic growth. Third, Marxism-Leninism has no loyalty to the left of imperialism, right? At some points, it might be important to align with the left of imperialism. At other times, it might be important to align with the right. At other times, you might not align with anyone. During the early 1930s, Stalin organized the communists of the world to focus on opposing social democrats and protesting against the left, right? They said the social democrats were the main enemy. They called them social fascists. And the focus of the communist parties was to oppose leftists, to oppose social democrats. And then, after the rise of fascism, which was considered a right-wing ideology, then the communists aligned with the social democrats and focused on opposing the right wing, the fascists. At some points, you might align with the right. At other points, you might align with the left. Other times, you might align with nobody. But there's nothing magical about the left that says that just because somebody's on the left, you align with them. And Stalin had absolutely no problem mobilizing his followers to target the left. And Stalin also had no problem making friends with right-wing business owners. Henry Ford, who later became a Nazi sympathizer with Hitler. Henry Ford did business in the Soviet Union. Stalin had no problem aligning with Henry Ford. And I believe Stalin even said that that he thought that Bolshevism was I think it was rooted in American efficiency or something like that. And that Stalin brought all kinds of right-wing businessmen to the Soviet Union. The Koch brothers, their father, Fred Koch, he got his start running the oil industry. And so Stalin had no problem making friends with right-wing business owners. And Stalin had no problem mobilizing his forces to oppose the left. And there were also lots of times where he had his followers mobilize them to fight the right and to, align with the left. It just depended on the situation. This idea that there's the left, which is good, and then there's the right, which is bad, has nothing to do with Marxism-Leninism. Absolutely nothing to do with it. But yet, this is what communists in America believe, that there's this big, scary, evil thing called the right wing, that it is our duty to protect imperialism from. And the right wing is always bad, is always the main danger, and the left is always better than the right. And that might be true sometimes, but at other times it might not be true. And that there's no magical loyalty. And in fact, social democracy, Lenin very clearly pointed out, is part of imperialism. It's not the better part of imperialism. It's just part of the imperialist system. World War I could never have happened without the left, the social democrats who supported it. So that's a fundamental point. But the overwhelming majority of communists in America, they believe that we should build the left, that we need to support the left. We need to oppose the right. We have to, and that's not Marxism-Leninism. Fourth, Marxism-Leninism seeks to create a planned economy. Now, this is very basic. This is very, very basic. Read the Communist Manifesto. What is it? The working class seizes control of the government and then operates the means of production according to, it centralizes the instruments of production to raise productive forces, 5-year economic plans. I mean, we want a planned economy. However, the overwhelming majority of communists in America don't want a planned economy. Some of them want more of a welfare state. They just want the government to tax people more and give them free health care. A lot of them think they want independent worker cooperatives that are part of the capitalist market and operate on a market basis. Some of them want to, remove all the white people from North America and redistribute the land to Native Americans. Some of them want to create a government that's focused on feminism and LGBT. They all want something. But very few of them agree on this basic fundamental point of we want a rationally planned economy, right? I mean, it's bad enough they don't believe in economic growth, but there's a number of them that have even told me that wanting a centrally planned economy is fascist. That's Nazi, right? And they want worker cooperatives, and they want to make white people ashamed of their white privilege, and they want to show men not to be sexist and awful, and they want 14 different genders, and they want environmentalism, and they want all kinds of crap. And it's interesting, all the different crap that they've come up with that they want, but none of them, very, very few of them, actually want a planned economy where society controls and plans the means of production. So when these fundamental 4 points can't be agreed upon, when all of the forces in America that call themselves communists can't agree on these 4 fundamental points, how can we say that we're in the same movement? There's not a single communist organization that believes in anti-imperialism. There's not a single communist organization that is in favor of economic growth. There's not a single communist organization that is not loyal to the left. There's not a single communist organization that even wants a centrally planned economy. They all are doing something different. They're all doing something different. And so at this point, with no communist organization in America that stands for these principles, we preserve those 4 points. So we preserve the revolutionary essence of Marxism, Leninism.
Got to the border, we began to walk under 2 flags flying over the bridge we were to cross. One was the bloody British rag of imperialism, casting its shadow over poverty, starvation, vicious exploitation in Hong Kong. The other was the flaming red flag of revolution and socialism, telling us all, the people of the world, the time has come to come along. This ain't just any old border that we are standing on. It stands between 2 systems, one diet, one young and strong. And then we crossed that bridge into China, saw a great banner up ahead. Its meaning set my heart a pounding, and this is what that banner is. Long live the great unity of the peoples of the world. Long live the great unity of the peoples of the world. Went to a steel mill, saw people working hard, but there were no bosses. The workers ran the job. They worked 10 hours, 6 days a week, on great machines built by their own hand. They labored not for some rich man's profits, but to meet the needs of people of the land. And they are building with such a spirit of revolution and socialism, for they are masters of their own future. The working class is in command. Talked with an older worker. He said many worries are gone. If one is sick or injured, they are provided for. We have no fear of rising prices. No unemployment will you find. There's always more to be done to build China, not just for us, but to free mankind. Long live the People's Republic. Long live working class rule. Long live the People's Republic. Long live working class rule. We arrived in Shanghai, where before it was free. Dope and prostitution and starving people filled the streets. And now these people stand up united, providing for the needs of all. Decent housing, healthcare, education, they decide now they are the law. And man, I felt so damn proud of China, of revolution and socialism. Just look at what our class has accomplished. Just look at what the struggle has won. We talked with men and women, now working side by side, about our many struggles for freedom so long denied. They said, comrades, China is with you. This is your country as well as ours. The struggles of the people united will be triumphant. We have the power. Long live the great unity, yeah, of the peoples of the world. Long live the great unity of the peoples of the world. No, I missed my family, wish they were there with me. I knew they're back home struggling to change society. And I admit I hated to leave China. You know that freedom kinda grows on you. But now I feel such deep determination to do the job we all have to do. Remember, people, our day is coming. Make revolution, build socialism, to do away with class exploitation, to end oppression once and for all. And I had learned a lesson that I will always heed. The fight to end oppression, the working class must lead. But we will build us up a great movement to sweep away the system we're in. And nothing gonna stop us from doing it. We will fight and we will win. Long live the People's Republic. Long live working class rule. Long live the People's Republic. Long live working class rule.
Truth on our side. We have a very difficult task that needs to be carried out. A lot of people in this country are suffering right now, and the capitalists don't have an answer, and they're scrambling. It's like they have a box of solutions, you know, and they're pulling out different solutions. Like, what can we do, right? I remember after Obama took office, they thought, oh, we'll have the left do something, and they pulled, you know, they pulled out, we're going to have leftist protests, and they tried Occupy Wall Street, and that didn't work. And then you know, they scrambled around. They said, all right, we got Donald Trump, that didn't work. And they've got this box of solutions they're trying to resolve the crisis with, and none of them are working. And I've been paying a lot of attention to what's going on in Asbury, Kentucky right now. February 4th, there was a Christian revival service that went on for days and days and days. I think it's still going on. And it's mainly 19, 20-year-olds there praying 24 hours a day at this Christian revival service that's been going on. And it got a lot of coverage in right-wing media. And honestly, I think that this was a trial balloon. The DeSantis wing of the Republican Party is trying to retake control of conservatism. They don't like Trump because they couldn't control him. And so they're planning, as the weather gets better and as the summer gets going, a lot of Christian revival services all around the country. Why? Because they can't control Trumpism. And we remember January 6th and what have they can't control Trumpism. But they can control these Pentecostal pastors who go to free, all expenses paid trips to Israel every year. They can control them. The neocons and the religious right have quite a relationship. And if they can foment a movement of religious revivalism, they'll say that it's not political. But it will be political. It'll be about trying to reset the tone of conservatism and set the stage for Ron DeSantis to come in and basically bring an anti-woke message that has no substance to it. Aren't you tired of liberalism? Shouldn't we all get back to Jesus, et cetera? That's what they're probably planning to do. We'll see. I mean, they put up many trial balloons that don't work, but we'll see. But there's also real pain and suffering behind what these 19, 20-year-olds, 22-year-olds are doing when they're there praying 24 hours a day. They're there and they're crying and they're praying and they're thinking about their relatives who died from opioids, and they're thinking about a life of student debt and what that's going to mean for them. And they're thinking about how their neighborhoods are crumbling. They're thinking about their family members who've committed suicide, and they're in pain, and they're crying. And they're suffering, and they're saying, God, do you hear me? God, do you hear me? Well, God does hear them, but CPI also hear them. So we hear you. We hear you. We hear you at the Center for Political Innovation. Some of the happiest people I've ever met in my life were communists. I got to tell you that much. I remember years ago, I was selling newspapers on the street, and there was an older communist next to me, and he says, "Life doesn't get much better than this, Caleb. Being a communist, this is it. This is the best." And you know, I've told the story many times, but it bears repeating. When I was 15 years old, I went to a communist bookstore, and I lived in a really small town, but we were driving up to Cleveland. My mom and my brother had some business to take care of in Cleveland, so my mom dropped me off. The communist group was having a discussion about the war in Iraq, and 15-year-old me walks into the communist bookstore, and they were having a scheduled discussion, and beforehand, my mom says to me, "Don't leave the store. Whatever you do, don't leave the store." So I'm in this store, and there's like 4 or 5 people in a circle, and we had a discussion, read some newspaper articles about the war in Iraq. And then the conversation was over, and you know, my mom and brother weren't going to come pick me up for a few hours, and cell phones were not a thing yet. And so then they turned to me, and they handed me a stack of newspapers, shoved a stack of newspapers into my hand. And I said, "All right, we're going to go sell the paper." And I was like, "What?" Like, "We're going to go sell the paper." And I said, "What does that mean?" And they said, "We're going to go sell the newspaper." And I was like, "Oh no, this must be a joke, right? You want me to walk up to people I do not know and try to get them to pay me actual money for a newspaper about communism? You got to be out of your mind. That's the craziest thing I've ever heard. That is dangerous. That someone's going to punch me in the face and tell me to go to hell, you commie. Oh my God, I can't do that. My mom told me not to leave the store. I can't do that. I can't do that." But you know what? They said, "No, we do that all the time. That's what we're doing." So I went out, nervous me. I went out onto the street, and I could barely get the words out. I was very shy at that time in my life, believe it or not. You know, "Do you want a newspaper and some information about socialism?" I was very nervous. It was not a fun thing to try and do at first, but I got better at it. Never forget, I've told this story before, the first newspaper I ever sold. First newspaper I ever sold, there was a couple walking by that day. I was wearing my athletic letterman's jacket because I was from a small town called Orville, Ohio, and it had a big O on the chest for Orville, which was the town I grew up in. And it was a man and his girlfriend or wife or whatever, and they listened to me. I could finally manage to get the words out or whatever, and the guy said, "Well, I don't agree with you, son, about communism, but I see you go to Oberlin College. That's a neat college, so I'll buy your newspaper." He saw the O, and he assumed it was for Oberlin College. That's the first communist newspaper I ever sold. I haven't stopped. And that story is important, I believe. It's more important than when I first started telling it. I first started telling it because it was a fun anecdote. But I think about that story now, right? And in light of a lot of things that have happened, I've reflected on that story. I've realized, you know, I was 15 years old. I was underage. It was probably illegal. That was probably illegal. You know, you have an underage person go out and sell newspapers on the street. I did not get to keep the money, I'll tell you that much. And I think, you know, I could have the attitude about it. And I could say, my God, I was labor trafficked. You know, I was in a cult and they labor trafficked me and they made me sell their newspaper out on the street. They brainwashed me. I could say that, but I don't feel that way. And obviously, you know, I don't condone anything involving younger minors or anything like that. CPI has always been an 18-plus organization. That's just how you got to do things. But I look back on what happened. It was one of the best things that ever happened to me. I'm so thankful for that day. And I think about what my life might be like if that hadn't happened. If someone hadn't pushed me to get out of my shell and pushed me to do something I didn't believe I was capable of doing, and told me that you can go do this, you can go talk to people, you can go engage in outreach, you have a contribution to make. I believe that you are capable of doing something. Thank God they did that. Thank God they did that. It was an amazing thing. It was an amazing thing, and that sometimes in life you need a push. Sometimes people have to come along and get you out of your comfort zone. Sometimes they have to shake you awake. It's something that has to happen sometimes. Now, you can argue about different ways it might happen, but sometimes you have to get people out of their comfort zone to get them to do what needs to be done. Those two guys certainly knew that. I want to take time in this presentation to point out something that perhaps isn't the most scientific Marxist thing ever to say, but women are better than men, okay? And we don't believe in biological determinism. We don't believe in the inherent superiority of any genders and sexes, but women are better than men. Women are better organizers than men, okay? Let's be real. We men, we like to get up here and give speeches, and we're always competing with the other guys, but women know how to hold groups together. They know how to get stuff done. You know, we love our president, Elizabeth Young, who's done so much to hold this organization together this year. And we also love Jetta, and nobody messes with Jetta. Let me just put it that way. Jetta's awesome, and she's also done so much to hold this organization together. And we're also very proud to have the top communist woman in Britain joining us today. So we'll be hearing from her tomorrow. I'm very excited for her presentation about the fight in the global communist movement. But women are so much better than men, men have problems. We do, okay? And especially now, it's a very hard time to be a young man. We talk, I mean, obviously the oppression of women, you know, sexual assault and battery and all the things that women go through, I mean, doesn't compare, but this is a hard time to be a young man also. And, you know, I see so many young men out there, and it's like every day they feel like they're on trial, right? And they're desperate to prove themselves because there's so much judgment poured on young men right now. Why don't you have a good paying job, you know, that pays for everything? Why aren't you married? Why don't you have a house? You know, so many young men, they've been told all their life that they have all this obligation. And then the society around them is crumbling and they don't find a place in it. And I meet so many young men, and we are an overwhelmingly male organization. You know, we are. I mean, there's no way to deny that. Look at this room, you know? We are an overwhelmingly male organization, and I love all the men here. And I want all the men here to know that you're not on trial in CPI. No one's judging you. No one is judging you here in this organization. We're happy to have you here, and we love you. We love you, and we support you, and we want you to make the best contribution you can ever make, and we want to empower you to make that contribution. That's what we want to do. And I say that because I want you to let your guard down. I want you to just let your guard down and give yourself to this, because it's hard. In a world where everyone seems to be attacking you, where no one seems to ever give you a break, where everyone seems to be judging you and rating you, I want you to take a deep breath and say, this is the group I'm in, I'm committed to it. I want you to go all in, and I want you to let your guard down, and I want you to do your best. And it's hard. It's hard to trust in these kinds of times. Social media is so good at making everyone terrified of everyone else. Everyone's afraid. Everyone feels like they're being judged and put on trial every single minute. I want CPI to be a place where people don't feel like that's the case. I want CPI to be a place where people feel like they are free to be who they are and they can let their guard down, because it's hard. It is so hard in these times. So absolutely hard. And I'll say this. I know why Maduro is still in power. You know, it was this country. Maduro was the leader of Venezuela, and the United States, especially right after Chavez died, they did everything to take Maduro out of power. I know why Maduro is still in power. I know why the United Socialist Party hasn't been defeated. Because when I went to Venezuela in 2015, when the opposition in Venezuela had a sweep and won the elections, after that election, they took us to a commune in central Caracas. And in central Caracas, we sat down with a woman, 21 years old, who was wearing army pants, and I can guarantee you she knew her way around an AK-47. I can guarantee you that. And she said to us, they will never come back. And she told us her life story. She'd been a homeless young woman on the streets of Caracas, didn't even speak Spanish, only spoke indigenous languages. She'd been an orphan, and there was a priest who was a socialist, a liberation theology priest, who took her in. And she grew up in an orphanage run by this liberation theology priest. And Hugo Chavez was the president, and they watched him on TV, and he taught them about Marxism, and he read them what is to be done on television. And she learned about socialism and revolution. And she told me, she said, I'm a communist, but I'm also a Christian. And she said, I believe God put me on this earth to die for communism. And that is what I intend to do. They will never come back. That's what she told me. And I also know why the Islamic Republic of Iran is not going to fail. Because I've been there, and I had the opportunity of being one of the only Americans, or not one of the only, but one of the few Americans to ever be in the presence of Iran's supreme leader, which is quite an experience. It was the supreme leader of Iran. He speaks every year on the anniversary of the death of Imam Khomeini, the founder of the Islamic Republic. And I was in this auditorium with 20,000 people, and he walks out, and he can only use one of his arms because of a bombing, and he puts his arm up, and that room just goes crazy. They just go crazy, crying and screaming, and the men extend their hands, and they say, the blood in my vessels belongs to the supreme leader. The blood in my vessels belongs to the supreme leader. And, when I was in downtown Tehran and going to these conferences, I was talking to people who work in media in Iran. I was talking to wealthier folks who support the revolution. But when I was in that auditorium, in that mausoleum of Khomeini with 20,000 other people, I was talking to the working class of Iran. I was talking to people who wouldn't have running water and electricity if it weren't for the Islamic Revolution. That's who I was talking about. And there's a reason they were screaming in adoration for Khamenei, the supreme leader, because he was the one who could stand for them against the rich and powerful. He was their champion, to stand with the oppressed. That's what they talk about. It's part of the Shia revolutionary tradition. And that was real politics. That wasn't leftism. That wasn't LARPing. That wasn't internet debating. That was real politics, that auditorium of 20,000 people. And in that speech, I was standing there. I was wearing my suit, no ties, because in Iran you don't wear a tie, but I was wearing a suit, and I'm standing there with a lot of Chinese diplomats and diplomats from African countries. And we're standing there, and he's making different remarks about different things. And at the time that I was there, in Iran, there was a controversy about whether or not to call America the Great Satan. And some people were saying, well, maybe we should stop calling America the Great Satan. I was standing there as the only American in an auditorium of 20,000 people where the supreme leader stated his position on the issue. And he said, even though we signed a nuclear deal with the United States, we do consider America to be the Great Satan. But we don't consider the American people to be the Great Satan. We mean the system of imperialism, the system of war and death and destruction. That's what we consider to be the Great Satan. And we will never compromise on that. And though we may negotiate, we will never surrender to the Great Satan. And then I was the only American in an auditorium of 20,000 people who began chanting, "Death to America," and pumping their fists like this, "Death to America, death to America." And tears rolled down my face. And it is an experience I will never forget for the rest of my life. To stand there. And I said death to America, burned American flags as a leftist before. But in that moment, everything meant something different to me because I was with those people. I was with them against the US imperialists. But I also knew that so many of the American people would have something to gain from destroying not America as we know it, but the America of the bankers and the billionaires and the war hawks and the monopolists. And there's millions of Americans who would be in that room with me if they knew the truth. If they knew the truth, they'd be in that room with me. And that we have a responsibility to take this seriously. We have a responsibility to try and communicate this in a way that'll win people over. We have a responsibility to not burn the American flag, but to wave the American flag. We have a responsibility to not advocate death, destruction, and chaos, but a 4-point economic plan that would improve people's lives. This isn't a game. This isn't a joke. This is serious. And it is our job to do the best that we can do here in the center of the empire, to get working people to understand who their real enemy is and why imperialism is the enemy of all humanity. That is what our responsibility is. It's not a joke. And I couldn't unsee what I saw in that room. And that was the beginning of my trip out of the Workers' World Party. The day I walked out of that room was the day I was beginning to leave the Workers' World Party, because I couldn't unlearn it. And then when I went back to the United States and went to leftist protests, something was off. I felt sick to my stomach. I was frustrated. I was like, guys, people are losing their homes and jobs in Ohio. This is not a joke. Can we mature? Can we take this seriously? It's not about doing what's trendy and hip. It's about actually trying to win. And I saw that something was off. And then Donald Trump ran for president. And I saw Donald Trump saying a lot of things that I agreed with about the wars and about the elite. And I saw a left that didn't want to engage with these people. They're all racist. They're all, and just dismissed. Basket of deplorables, like Hillary Clinton said. And I said, we got to do something about this. CPI is a result. CPI is a result of my revelations internationally and my understanding and my frustration and my desire to take this seriously. And that's why CPI is still here. And that's why I will continue to do this. I will say, I won't say who, but I got multiple messages that really all traced back to one particular leftist personality who said to me, Caleb, you should stop organizing. You should stop organizing. Just be a social media commentator. And I heard that and I said, I don't know what that means. And I said to the person, honestly, I don't know what that means. For me, being a communist is about building an organization. It is about building a group. It is about getting things done. If I was just a writer or just a speaker or just a commentator on the internet, maybe I'd comment on science fiction novels. Maybe I'd comment on basketball or football. But if I'm talking about communism, I'm doing it because I want to change the world. I'm doing it because I want to build an organization. I read the literature I read communist literature, William Z. Foster, Gus Hall. It's all about building an organization. It's not about, getting points on social media. It's not about having the best edgy take that everyone retweets. It's about actually building an organization. That is the point. Karl Marx said that philosophers have long sought to analyze the world. The point, however, is to change it.
Soon I am overcome. sin began. searching for me, climbing the rocky peaks. You persevere, faithful to me, longing for this day. How you become lovely to see through all your suffering and pain. How you become lovely to see through all your suffering and pain. Last verse. Come, oh come together, we'll sing songs of eternal praise. Taste now, my Lord, treasures of pure heaven's gift for you. All of my heart waited for you, yearning for this day. All of my heart waited for you. Now I can give you my love. All of my heart waited for you. Now I can give you my all of my heart. All of my heart waiting for you. Now I can give you my
However, we do stray from Marxism. At the same time that we preserve Marxism's revolutionary essence, we stray from Marxism, Leninism in some pretty key areas. For example, the foundational principle, the foundational philosophy of Marxism, Leninism is dialectical materialism. And I reject dialectical materialism. I believe in God. I believe in the power of the human will and intention. I don't believe that conflict is the way that history always moves forward. Conflict certainly happens, but it's not the only way. And the dialectical materialist philosophy rejects all spirituality, says all that exists is matter, and that matter is constantly changing, and through struggle, contradiction, history moves forward. Well, I think history can move forward with forgiveness, with reconciliation, with common interest, with people working together and having a similar goal, with mentors and mentees, object-subject relationships. I think that there are other ways history can move forward, not only with contradiction and struggle. And I also think that spirituality is very important. I think God exists. I think that mind over matter, and believing in yourself and expecting good from the world. I believe you get what you expect, and that so the idea that your mind doesn't create reality, your mind just reflects the material world around you, the idea that there is no God, the idea that change only comes through conflict and all of that, I don't accept that philosophically. I think it made sense why Karl Marx believed that, because he emerged in the era in which feudalism was being defeated. And feudalism was a society where they said spirituality was all that mattered. The church ran everything. Everyone's total existence was justified in the name of spirituality. And there was supposed to be no struggle in feudalism. Everyone was just supposed to know their place and accept it. And a lot of people, peasants, didn't like that. Different people rose up. And so Marx was celebrating the burst of struggle to overthrow feudalism. He was celebrating science and rational thinking, which was the overturning of the strict religious feudalism that was very dogmatic. And so it makes sense that Karl Marx would believe in this dialectical materialist philosophy. It seemed like the ultra-revolutionary view, the ultra break with the old society view, but it was an overcorrection. It was an overcorrection. He replaced the rigidity of feudalism that rejects all struggle and the insane religious dogmatism of feudalism with materialism and the dialectical philosophy. And I think that was a mistake. I do not promote dialectical materialism. And I believe that dialectical materialism is damaging psychologically. If you live your life believing that there is no God, if you live your life believing that all change comes through conflict and struggle, and that I believe that you will burn out. It will destroy you psychologically. You need to learn to forgive. You need to learn to love. You need to learn to find common ground. You need to learn to accept. You need to learn to have give and take action. You need to learn to follow and look up and admire, right? You can't just live a life of struggle, and you need to find God, and you need to wrangle with your own spiritual being and what you're asking of the universe and what you're putting out there. So I just do not accept the dialectical materialist philosophy. Second, we recognize non-Marxist Leninist socialism. There are a number of governments around the world that are not Marxist Leninist, but are socialist governments that have broken out of imperialism, that have built a centrally planned economy where the banks and the factories and the major industries are controlled by the state, and the state is overseeing economic growth. There's no fundamental economic difference between Iran's economy and China. In China, they believe in Marxism, Leninism, and Mao Zedong thought. In Iran, they believe in Shia Islam. But what's the difference? Iran actually has a higher rate of state ownership than China does. I mean, in Iran, they have Basij councils that carry out the will of the revolution on a local level. In Iran, they have state-run industries. They have the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. I mean, there's a different ideology in Iran. In Iran, they're Muslims. And in China, they're communists. But the economic system that they have, which is a government that has come out of an anti-colonial, anti-imperialist revolution, controlling the economy and planning it out to have economic growth, it's the same system. Gaddafi's Libya. They didn't believe in Marxism, Leninism, but they had a centrally planned economy where housing and healthcare and education was guaranteed to all, and the state planned out the major industries, and they were aligned with the Soviet Union. Ba'athist Arab socialism in Iraq and in Syria, Bolivarian socialism in Venezuela, Nicaragua, all over the world. There are socialist countries where countries have broken out of imperialism and established a centrally planned economy where Marxism-Leninism is not their ideology. However, communist groups, and I guess the communist ideology to some degree or other, insists that only the Marxist-Leninist ideology can create socialism. And this is something that even some of our closest friends hold on to. This belief that Vietnam, because it's a Marxist-Leninist party, is socialist, but Iran is a bourgeois nationalist state. I don't accept that. That Venezuela might eventually become a socialist country, but they're not there yet because they don't believe in Marxism-Leninism. But the Lao People's Republic, well, that's a full socialist society. That doesn't make any sense, right? There's nothing, if we're talking about the economic system, right? There's absolutely no reason that a country cannot have a socialist society unless they say, we believe in Marxism-Leninism. And that is a ridiculous form of dogmatism. And it's worth noting that that is something that the Soviet Union didn't believe. The Soviet Union considered Iraq to be what they called a socialism-oriented government. And they considered Gaddafi's Libya to be what they called a socialism-oriented government, right? The Soviet Union understood that there were other socialist countries that weren't Marxist-Leninist. On top of that, the Marxist-Leninist governments that do exist have become ideologically eclectic. For example, the Chinese Communist Party now claims Confucius as part of its ideological heritage. Bet you didn't know that. But yes, in China, it is commonly taught that Confucius, the founder of Chinese civilization, the advocate of a feudal hierarchy, that he was the founder of communism because he taught his followers about how there would be the last day, which would be a world without inequality and without oppression. And he told his followers about how there would eventually be communism. And they erect statues of Confucius in China. Was Confucius a Marxist? Is his worldview Marxist? No, but the Chinese Communist Party, despite having a Marxist-Leninist foundation, has included Confucianism in their belief. Right? In North Korea, they claim that their ideology, called Juche, which means self-reliance, they say that is a fundamentally higher stage of Marxism-Leninism. They used to say Juche applied to the Korean Peninsula. That's what they used to teach. They used to teach that Juche was just Marxism-Leninism applied to Korea. Now they no longer say that. Now they say we have developed a new ideology that is uniquely Korean. It's called the Juche ideology that is a fundamental stage above Marxism-Leninism. So, even the Marxist-Leninist governments are not strictly Marxist-Leninist anymore. And if you go to Vietnam, the way they talk, yes, Marxism-Leninism is part of it, but so is traditional Vietnamese culture. So, you go to Cuba today. The communist governments around the world, even the ones that are Marxist-Leninist, have not stuck dogmatically to the ideology and have mixed in their own traditions and other ideological views, etc. The founder of the Russian Communist Party, the leader of the Russian Communist Party, Gennady Zyuganov, is a Russian Orthodox Christian. He's a Marxist-Leninist and a Russian Orthodox Christian. He's mixed Russian Orthodox Christianity in with his ideology. So even the Marxist-Leninist governments are not pure Marxist-Leninists anymore. So the idea that you have to believe in Marxism-Leninism to be a socialist society is absurd. In addition to that, all the Marxist-Leninist governments around the world, except, for the most part, with some exceptions that are really, maybe North Korea might be an exception to this, but even they want to change. They'd like to get more foreign investment. All the Marxist-Leninist governments of the world have a market sector. And it is pretty much understood that in a socialist society, while the industries can be run by the state, while the banks can be run by the state plans the economy, the state provides health care, the state oversees economic growth and all of that. It's understood that you need a market sector for the hotels, for the restaurants, for the clothing, for the children's toys, for consumer goods, for things that make life fun. People have to be able to vote with their dollars, and people have to be able to have a new idea and start a company. And that one of the weaknesses of the Soviet model was this idea that state central planners and state bureaucracy should determine what type of shoes get manufactured and what type of restaurants exist. That's not a good way of doing things. The central planning is good for the commanding heights of the economy, but using the market and letting people vote with their dollars on things that make life enjoyable and fun, consumer goods, that is necessary. The Soviet Union had great economic successes, but it wasn't as good when it came to consumer goods. They were just really behind the West when it came to, soda to drink, like Coca-Cola, when it came to etc. And that as long as you have an economy where people spend money and etc., you're going to have a market for the things that make life fun. And that's not contrary to having an overall socialist planned economy. The market is not in command. Profits are not in command. The banks are in the hands of the state. The major natural resources are in the hands of the state, etc. But, having the market for fun things, having the market for consumer goods, there's nothing wrong with that. Fourth, we don't practice democratic centralism. Democratic centralism was very effective for the Bolsheviks, and it's been very effective around the developing world when people are fighting a civil war to build a socialist society. But in America, in Western countries, it has been an absolute disaster. Marxism-Leninism says that if you disagree, you either submit and obey what the party decides or you leave. And what that leads to in America is people leave, right? If you're not in, if you're in a war, you can understand why it's important to have rigid discipline, right? If you're in a situation where you're building an actual movement that's making a revolution, it makes sense to have, people can see the benefit of remaining in an organization. But largely, right now we're in a period of a strategic defensive. We're in a period where revolutionary movements are, marginal. Democratic centralism creates a situation where if you actually, strongly believe in what you believe, and if you take this seriously, you have to quit. There can only be one smart person in a group. And that's why you look at all the old communist groups. They're all centered around one smart person. There's one or two smart people that are the bosses, and everyone listens to them, right? And they never get overruled, and no one's allowed to disagree with them, because disagreeing with them, means that you're going against democratic centralism. And you basically, if the party decides to do the opposite of what you want, you have to go along with it. and you don't see a benefit to going along with it. What do you get out of it, right? I mean, you might as well just start your own group. You're going to be just as successful. No one's benefiting from unity, and so you have to just start your own group. And it's been a disaster. And the Democratic centralist parties, there's a million little tiny irrelevant Democratic centralist parties in America, and none of them have really accomplished very much. And the idea of having a party where people give the whole of their lives, where they must submit and obey democratic centralism, it's an absolute disaster. And in the age of social media, etc., it just doesn't make sense, right? And the final point, we do not claim Comintern lineage. Folks, I don't care if Karl Marx were brought back from the dead and brought back, and then they asked him, would you join CPI? And he said, no, I don't give a shit. If Lenin were brought back from the dead and brought to America and they asked him to join CPI and said, no, I wouldn't care. We do not claim to be the true inheritors of the Communist International. And this is not what serious political parties do. All right? Right? I mean, this is what religions do, right? It makes absolutely perfect sense for the Catholic Church to insist that if Jesus were alive today, he would join their church. That makes perfect sense. Makes perfect sense for the Baptists to say that no, if Jesus were alive today, he would join their church. But a serious political party, a serious political movement doesn't claim lineage. All right? If some group out there that's politically wrong did something right and was effective in the way they organized and pointed to a fundamental truth, we should learn from it, whether or not that fits our lineage, right? And that, I'm not interested in giving people this spiel about how I'm the one true descendant of the Communist International. I'm the one true descendant of Marx and Lenin and all of that. That's just silliness. It's just absolute silliness, right? No serious political movement does that. And if you look around the world, the places that are having anti-colonial revolutions, Hugo Chavez did not claim Comintern lineage, and he created socialism in Venezuela. There are many revolutionary anti-imperialist movements around the world, and none of them are communism TM or communism trademark, right? Communism TM is a dead brand. And if you haven't figured that out, your head is in the sand, right? Communism TM is not going to be taking power in any country anytime soon because it's largely a dead brand, right? It's just, people who claim they are the true inheritors of Marx and Lenin, they're his direct descendants, they're not taking power, right? It's dead. It's stagnant as a movement, okay? Now in China, the Chinese Communist Party that is constantly evolving and new, they're doing great things. In Vietnam, they're doing great things. But I went to Venezuela and I met all kinds of amazing anti-imperialist young people who admire Lenin, who admire Stalin, who, were anti-imperialist, and they were all in the United Socialist Party. And then I went to the offices of the Communist Party of Venezuela, and I found a lot of bitter old people that were mad that the Soviet Union fell. And, and that's how it is, right? Communism TM, Marxism, Leninism is largely a dead brand. And the people that are still going around saying, well, we're the true inheritors of Karl Marx. I mean, it's almost like adopting an obscure religion, right? It's like, saying that you're a Zoroastrian, right? I mean, it's saying that you're the true Taoist and all the other Taoists have sold out, right? It's not productive. If you want to build a serious movement that can seriously change things in our time, you got to get past the idea to claim that you're the true inheritor. We don't claim Comintern lineage. We don't claim that we're the true inheritors of any of this, right? So there we go.
Ole arma
Hi, everybody. My name is Zach, and I am a new member of the Center for Political Innovation as of earlier November 2024. I was inspired to record a little video explaining why I joined this organization by another fellow named Noah, who's been a longtime member. Now, my reasoning here might be a little bit strange to some people. I don't know. But stepping back a little bit, I first became acquainted with Center for Political Innovation in, I think it was September 2022, something like that. A friend of mine who's just been a lot more aware of the independent media sphere than I, like really quite a bit more well-versed in it than I am, he told me, hey, you should check out this fellow named Caleb. He's really good. You know, I think that you just enjoy what he has to say. Now, it just so happened that this recommendation was given to me around the time that Caleb was being canceled again for just ridiculous reasons. I mean, it's just a pattern, it seems to me. But regardless, that actually won me over. When I see people being, marginalized or any other adjective, it's just hits me the wrong way. So started following it, et cetera. And I was putting off joining CPI for, I guess, as long as I could, just because I'm very stingy. Who knows? But earlier this month, I finally pulled the trigger because I saw on Twitter, it's just on Twitter, I don't know if this is a policy or anything, but another organization that I actually agree with quite a bit that has done a lot of good community building recently, for example, specifically in North Carolina because of the recent hurricane, trying to distribute aid to the needy and so on, things that are obviously good. And I'm sure that they've done a lot of good things elsewhere too, as far as I've seen, yes. They have a ban on dual membership, according again to this tweet. And that just hit me the wrong way. So on an impulse that I think probably comes from something to do with Americans, we like to think of ourselves as always taking the side of the underdog. History doesn't always bear that out, but that's one of our cultural myths that we tell ourselves. So for that reason, I was like, well, I'm going to go with the group that does not have a ban on dual membership. And that was a really good decision, I think. That I can't speculate on what the reasons might have been for the other group for banning dual membership, but it's just wrong-headed, like clearly wrong-headed. It's bad strategy. It's, again, just more of the left-wing cancels culture, but now this time coming from a group that seems to want to present itself more as, we'll say, traditionalist. Whatever direction it's coming from, it's stupid. My reasoning for calling it stupid actually stems from a book called The Muqaddimah by this Islamic scholar named Ibn Khaldun, I think like the 1300s. And he had this theory of asabia, or social cohesion is probably the best English translation. That's basically nomadic societies have really high in-group loyalty and just love for their local culture. And I'm not sure that this is Ibn Khaldun's way of putting it, but it seems clear to me that that's because they suffer together. There's no way to escape the horrible things that can happen if then when they do happen, when you're a semi-nomadic society. And that makes them really strong cultures that then succeed in overcoming their more regional empire structures that were bossing them around until such time as these nomadic groups just said, no, we're not putting up with that anymore. So the nomadic society takes over. And of course, there's just the tendency for the ruling houses to establish themselves and to participate or suffer less and less in comparison to the masses. And that is going to be the fall of American society too, if it hasn't been already, like quite obviously. Now, I'm not saying this to say that we need to redistribute the suffering and make the ruling classes suffer just as much as the masses. No, we need to reduce the suffering across the board. And there's no way that I can see cancel culture from the left or the right helping to accomplish that in any way. Meanwhile, throughout my entire lifetime, I've simply watched helplessly or almost helplessly as my countrymen simply become more desperate and miserable. And it sickens me. I hate watching it. And so that's why I became a CPI member. It seems like the best way I can make any kind of contribution towards rebuilding social cohesion in the United States of America. Thanks. Take care. Bye.
These groups are going to do it. Our communist rivals and detractors do not notice what we have done, and they do not even understand the importance of the work. They are in a completely different category than us. They do not even aspire to do what we do. We must be clear with our words that we represent something completely different, with different goals, different beliefs, and a different orientation. We are not doing our own version of what the various communist groups are doing. We are doing something completely new so we can win in a completely new time and new conditions. The low-wage police state and the danger of a new world war have not vanished simply because Trump won the election. The next 4 years will be an uphill battle full of setbacks, victories, and stalemates. New opportunities now exist for us to push anti-imperialism forward and build the needed anti-monopoly coalition with the aim of breaking America free from imperialism and bringing into being a government of action that fights for working families. To remain communists is to keep fooling around and not doing what we have set out to do. Innovationism is a new stage, and we are ready to swing into action. No looking back. Goodbye, communists. You want us to be your enemy, and at this point, we welcome your hatred. We have far too much important work to do, and we are far too aware of our deep responsibility in these crucial times to keep worrying about you or existing within your paradigm. We must move on to something higher. Long live innovationism, right? And yeah, that's what we're doing. Yeah, I mean, you can be in any party and be in CPI. And we're doing it. We're building the actual movement, and other people are either defending U.S. imperialism for Donald Trump or dicking around on the internet and being assholes and not caring about Uhuru and not spreading anti-imperialism. And so we have to exist. We have to build our own movement, right? And these other people don't even understand that would be an important thing to do, and it doesn't even occur to them. So we just have to just do our own thing. We're a separate entity, right? And the people getting angry about this in the chat, right? If this is making you angry, that's probably because this applies to you, right? I'm sorry, but it's like we're doing something real. We really did stand outside of Madison Square Garden and engage with thousands of Trump supporters and get mentioned in New Yorker magazine. We really did stand with the Uhuru movement. We really did have one of our members confront Ilhan Omar. I'll put that on, right? No more money for rich men's wars. It was great. That really happened, right? We really did publish a book about the Houthi movement that's going to be distributed in mass. We really do stuff, right? And we're really doing and building a real anti-imperialist movement. And these people on the internet that are just fun to listen to, they're not doing that. They're just building an internet fandom. And they have gone out of their way to be our enemies. And they've been very hostile to us, even though they claim to believe roughly the same thing we believe. And the reason they're very hostile to us is because we're showing them up, because they're not serious. They're con artists. They're scammers, right? They just want you to subscribe to their social media. They want to be internet famous. That's all they want, right? We're building a real movement. And there's a reason that the government boosts them. And there's a reason that we get suppressed. And, the fact that these people didn't even think it was necessary to stand with the Uhuru movement, right? And, if that doesn't tell you right there That doesn't tell you right there that these people are frauds, right? You know, there was not a single Workers' World Party person in front of the Uhuru, in front of the federal courthouse in Tampa, not a single person from the Communist Party USA, not a single person from the Party for Socialism and Liberation, not a single person from the Party of Communists, not a single person from the ACP. These people who claim that, oh, we're building an anti-imperialist movement, and then a group of black revolutionaries get dragged to jail and almost go to prison for 15 years for doing it, and it doesn't occur to them, like, maybe we ought to do something about it. And they actually attacked CPI for doing something about it and said, oh, that's just being part of the protest cage. They don't care. They're not serious. They're just fooling around. We don't want to be associated with those people. We're doing something fundamentally different, right? Just like Bolshevism was fundamentally different than social democracy, just like Christianity was fundamentally different than Judaism, we are doing something completely different than what the communists are doing. And I don't want anyone to think I'm a communist. I don't, because I'm not. I'm not a communist, right? I'm an innovationist. Communists hate the Uhuru 3. Communists are trying to defend U.S. imperialism and the FBI and the CIA from Donald Trump. Communists don't believe in economic growth and believe in degrowth. Communists don't stand with Russia, right? And innovationists do. And that's just when it gets down to it. And, you know, go and roll back and watch the last hour of this program if you want to, you know, hear what else I've said, because I see people in the chat, you know, saying things that I've said before, but we are in a new paradigm where communists are the enemy. Communists are basically the enemy in America at this point, right? U.S. imperialism thinks Donald Trump is a threat because he wants to make peace on the Korean Peninsula, because he wants to possibly make peace in Ukraine, because he's breaking apart the FBI and he's breaking apart the CIA. Communists are working with U.S. imperialism against Donald Trump. So are they on the right side? Do you want people to think you're a communist and support the FBI and support U.S. imperialism? Right? I mean, I can go down the line. Communists are on the wrong side. They're on the wrong side. I mean, there's just no way around it. They're either on the wrong side or they're dicking around on the internet, right? One or the other. They're either on the wrong side or they're dicking around on the internet. You know, the masses of people in America want economic growth. They want more higher wages, better schools, jobs. The communists go around saying growth is bad. And the problem with capitalism is that it's creating economic growth. They're on the wrong side. The American people are tired of their rights being taken away and the FBI suppressing them. Well, communists are defending the FBI and saying, oh, Donald Trump is bad. We got to drive out Trump. They're on the same side as the FBI, right? And so it's like, at this point, I don't want to be a communist because communists are on the wrong side. I support People's Korea, and I want Donald Trump to go back to North Korea and shake Kim Jong-un's hand. Communists don't. I support ending the war in Ukraine, and I want my taxpayer dollars to stop going to Ukraine, and I want this war to end. Communists don't. Communists think Russia's an imperialist, a fascist, racist country. Putin's a Nazi, and they support Ukraine, right? I could go down the line. Communists are on the wrong side. I don't want the masses of people to think I'm a communist because the communists didn't stand with the Uhuru 3. The communists don't oppose imperialism. The communists don't defend the American people from the low-wage police state. So we can't be communists anymore. We're doing something new, right? We take the good and we leave the bad, right? American communists take the bad and they leave the good. And that's really what it comes down to. I mean, you said it perfectly, Gavin. That's the situation we're in, right? And so this is why we need to just understand we're building a new movement, and that what we're doing is fundamentally different. What we're doing is fundamentally different. So, yeah. Now I had a couple other things I wanted to comment on before, and I don't see, and no one's sending any super chats. So if you have any questions you want me to answer in the second half of the show, you ought to send them in now. You ought to send them in now. Yeah. I'll just say this. What if, hypothetically speaking, we forced CPUSA and PSL and Socialist Alternative and all of them to say, you know what? You, CPI, you're the real communists, and we're phonies. You guys are right. What if we won the argument? And they said, you know what? You guys are the real communists, and we're phonies. What would that accomplish? Nothing. Why are we having an argument about who's the real communists? What is to be gained? So, okay, so all the fake communist groups, they all would admit we won the argument, which this will never happen. But even if it could happen, what would be the point? What would we gain from having them go, you know what? You guys are the real communists. We're phony. Nothing would change, right? I'm done having the argument. I don't want a place in American communism. I want to build the anti-imperialist movement my country needs. I want to save humanity from the danger of a new world war. I want to defeat imperialism. I am not interested in arguing with a collection of doofuses who couldn't even get their asses to Florida to support the Uhuru movement. I am not interested in arguing with them about who's the real communist. It's a waste of my time. It is not productive. And even if I won the argument, I would gain nothing. These are serious times. We have got to save our country from the danger of a new world war and the low-wage police state. And if we spend our time trying to win the argument and be the real communists, it's not worth it. It's just not helpful. And there are some things about communism that are wrong, like dialectical materialism, like the aesthetic of rebellion. There are spiritual problems with communism as a movement, and the global communist movement, as I said, has largely gone away from classical ML. So at this point, we need to build the movement this country needs and fight for a government of action. We need a government of action that fights for working families, and we need to defeat imperialism. We need to oppose the danger of a new world war. We need to stand against the emerging low-wage police state. And if you want to call yourself the real communist or whatever, that's your business. We're not interested in having that argument anymore. We've got way too much work to do. That's the point. Now, there's another issue that I did want to comment on, which is this issue. So this is just kind of a passing comment. Oh, I guess I'll just say this. If you're interested in everything I just said, it's in a book form. I wrote a book saying this, right? And that PowerPoint was largely drawn from a book that I wrote. So, To the Marxists, it's available on Amazon. You can read a whole book on this point. So I guess just to conclude, communism has so long been an epithet and an enemy within American society that its aesthetics have become a magnet for deviant individuals. Angry teenagers rebelling against their parents, misfits who hate the society they live in, young men with Oedipal dictator fantasies, etc. None of this is the basis for a genuine revolutionary movement. And let me emphasize that, right? Communist groups in America, because communism is equated with Satan in the American discourse, communist groups in America largely attract people that want to be Satan, people that are at odds with the society they live in, people that are deviant, people that are angry, people that kind of want to be something like what the negative stereotypes about communism are. And that's a big problem, right? That's a really, really big problem. Maybe it wasn't a problem in the 1930s, but after generations, it's a problem, right? That unfortunately, communism is seen as being against the country you live in, against the society you live in. And because of that, here we go. On top of that, the red flag, the guillotine, the desire to unleash suppressed impulses, this was all the psychology that was used by the bourgeoisie to foment and destroy the feudal order. Communism attached itself to these aesthetics. The imperialists have now found them to be useful in spreading instability across the planet. The aesthetics of rebellion, depression, and vengeance belong to the imperialists at this point. They have become part of the color revolution apparatus. Meanwhile, anti-imperialist states often present a much more conservative message, offering protection from the chaos of the market, and presenting the nation as a kind of family where all have a place and are cared for. And that's true, right? The tear it down, burn it down, rebel, red flags, build the barricades. That aesthetic belongs to George Soros right now. Communist and anti-imperialist governments don't talk that way. And the people who do talk that way are pro-imperialist woke people who talk that way. The aesthetic that communism attaches itself to, the red flag, the guillotine, this idea of letting your rage out, this is what communism historically was attached to. But at this point, that is the imperialist aesthetic, right? That is what the imperialists have mainly utilized to spread the instability that keeps them at the top. And communist governments and anti-imperialist governments no longer embrace those kind of aesthetics. So that's important, right?
So just to add to that, from what I understand, because my parents ran away from the Soviet Union back in the day, and we're talking about socialism being the means of government control of production. So there is something being produced, which is kind of like an industry-based economy rather than a service-based economy. So in compare and contrast with the United States, we're not really producing things anymore. That's being done overseas by different governments that aren't capitalist, but we're just becoming a service-based economy. And just America and Soviet Union have a lot of differences because we're more service-based in manufacturing groups.
Wow, well, I would like to say something about that, because that's actually one thing that was pointed out by a writer that I've learned a lot from named Nelson Peary. He wrote a book called The Future Is Up to Us, which is a very good book. I encourage people to read it. And he talks about the fact that, as you talk about these revolutions in stages, every new revolution began with that economic revolution, the new mode of production, right? But the Russian Revolution did not have a new mode of production. It was simply capitalist industrial production organized according to a state central plan. The steel mills in the Soviet Union functioned in the same way the steel mills in the United States operated. There was not a new economic system. And Nelson Peary argues that the reason that ultimately the Soviet Union didn't last is because it did not represent a higher stage of production, right? And that if you look throughout the time of feudalism, there were plenty of times where people did what the Narodniks did. And they rose up, they seized control of their land, and they reorganized feudalism in a more egalitarian and fair way. But eventually, the old feudal system would come and take them over because they didn't have a new mode of production, right? And that ultimately, it's the computer revolution that has created this service economy. That's the reason that we don't have industrial workers at this point, is because those jobs have been eliminated by machines with 3D printing and all of that. And basically the industrial worker is fading away. And Jack Ma, one of the brilliant, he's a billionaire in China, but he's also a brilliant intellectual and a member of the Communist Party. He talks about the fact that basically everything that could be done by a machine is going to be done by a machine eventually. And all that we're going to have left as humans is going to be things that only human beings can do. It's very fascinating, and that ultimately, that lays the basis for a new social order, with the elimination of the industrial worker. And I think that kind of thing is fascinating, as you're pointing out. But that is one reality, is that the Soviet economic system, it was capitalist industrial production, but not capitalist. It was operated according to a state central plan, not for profits. But the steel mills function in the same way. And I think that's a point that ultimately needs to be made, absolutely. And I think that's interesting. And I think that points toward the fact that we're living in an era where capitalism, because it's gotten rid of industrial workers, right? There's no room for millions of people at the assembly line, right? Their ability to be hired to work has been eliminated. As a result, they're not spending, right? Their spending power has decreased. So the capitalists are producing so much stuff more efficiently than ever before. They're churning out iPhones and iPads like never before. But the people of the world, their standard of living is dropping because there's no place for them to get hired and have enough to actually buy it, right? And that this is what Karl Marx wrote about in his book Capital, the problem of overproduction, that the capitalist is constantly driving to make the means of production more efficient, but at the same time, in order to do that, he's lowering the standard of living and reducing the spending power of the worker. And the worker cannot buy back the products that he's being driven so hard to produce. Under previous systems, people were homeless because there wasn't enough housing. Now people are homeless because there's too much housing. Under previous systems, people were hungry because there was food shortages. But now people are becoming hungry because there's too much food. And that's the problem of capitalism, is that we produce not for use and for human need, but for profits, right? I mean, the classic example is that, like, at the end of the night in a lot of restaurants, right, they'll take the food that's left over and they'll throw it in the garbage. But instead of just walking away and leaving it there in the garbage, they'll take motor oil and pour it all over it. Why? Because if some homeless person eats it out of the garbage, then they're not going to go spend at the restaurant, right? They didn't produce that food for people to eat it. They produced that food to make money off of it, right? That's the irrationality of capitalism, and it can only be resolved with the means of production being controlled by the state in order to stop that irrationality. And the fact that we have a service economy and that the industrial worker is becoming a thing of the past lays the basis for a higher social system to come into being. Absolutely, that's my response to that.
Yeah, in 1991, Donald Trump introduced the term fair trade instead of free trade. And as a Donald Trump supporter, I agree with a lot of fair trade.
I think that's been around before, though. I mean, the anti-globalization protests in the 1990s were talking about fair trade, not free trade, and I mean that's a long-standing critique of globalization. You know, is this understanding that it's a global race to the bottom, right? It's the playing countries in the world against each other, lowest wages, lowest living. You know what I'm saying? That's globalization, what capitalism has become in the 1990s and later, this global economy where a single item might be produced in 25 different countries, right? Where all the workers are competing for who will work for the cheapest. You know what I mean? That global system, which I think people on the right call it globalism, right? But Lenin wrote a whole book about it called imperialism, where the world is ruled by a small group of bankers based in the Western countries. That is ultimately what socialism is trying to resolve and change, by having society and countries take control of their economies and rationally operate them.
Yeah, because fair trade introduces the idea of you actually help the poor countries. If they have something that we could get from them, we give them something that they might eat in return. It's a lot different than, instead of purely being for profit, you're doing what's best to develop other countries at the same time. But it's not a matter of just giving away wealth or wealth redistribution. It's doing it in a smarter way where you could focus on smaller economies to grow themselves.
Sounds kind of like what China's doing with the One Belt, One Road initiative.
A little bit.
Yeah, where China's going to developing countries and building infrastructure and raising up the standard of living and stimulating the domestic economy. And then there's more of a domestic economy for them to trade with, so they make more money, and that country has more of a domestic economy, and their businesses grow, and both countries kind of grow together. They call it win-win cooperation.
Yeah, they're doing that in Ethiopia. They're building highways, hotels, gas stations, and they're just building an economy, and they might even trap those countries by making them owe debt to China. But at the same time, Ethiopia is really going to evolve.
Well, but that's the crazy thing is, you hear them, that's the allegation leveled against China, is that, they're going to, trap all these countries in debt. But, the IMF and the World Bank have been doing that for years. You know what I mean? They've done it to this country, they've done it to Mexico, they've done it to all of South America. I mean, so then it's like, well, China, there's this allegation that maybe hypothetically China might be doing it, when the United States has been blatantly doing it for years, but very interesting, yeah. And this is why I think people should revisit Lenin's book Imperialism, the Highest Stage of Capitalism, where he talks about this and how these international conglomerates, these global corporations get formed that kind of dominate the world. Exciting stuff.
Yeah.
Anything else?
I just thought it was interesting that you mentioned his imperialism, because I'm personally a lot of my study is fascinated by the creation of the global South, particularly in the Caribbean, and as you know, for most of my academic career, my case study has been Haiti, and that's why I find a lot of the talk about this trade to be very interesting, because Haiti in particular has been a victim of a lot of this economic imperialism, particularly from the West, but also of France and Germany at different points in Haiti's history. So I find, part of the reason that I admire China's initiative is because it doesn't have that vampiric level to it, where it's not, necessarily sucking the resources out of the country, and when providing resources, giving it to the select few, which has been traditionally the issue with global imperialism.
A 16-year-old kid, a minor, who happened to be by the table when they arrested him, right? They're using him as a scare tactic, right? Unbelievable, right? To make people scared to associate with people that criticize Israel, because they might just randomly arrest you when they arrest them for handing out a pamphlet. This is absolutely criminal what they did. This boy's parents should
should sue the police. I don't know how the British legal system and civil lawsuit system works, but what the boy's parents should file some kind of lawsuit, because this is outrageous. The kid's not a member of the group. The kid is just hanging out there. He's a 16-year-old kid, and he's in the medical, the medical education program at his high school. And so he's kind of, hanging out with a guy he works with in the medical education system. And they dragged him to jail because the doctor that he's studying with had a pamphlet on his literature table that might offend Israelis. This is outrageous.
He came to me and needed an operation. I wouldn't have to speak to his parents if he wanted something. I've always asked him, do you need me to speak to your parents? Do you want me to speak to your parents to let them know where you are? But I'm a doctor. My wife's a doctor. He wants to become a doctor. He's a bright kid. He hangs out with my kids. So he comes and he'll hang out sometimes with the family and my son, even when I'm not there. So he's kind of become like a family friend. But I don't actually know his parents. So I feel terrible for him that he's having to drag his parents to the police station. And I haven't even met them. I can only imagine what the poor parents are thinking. So I feel very sad about that. But definitely, I don't think he should really be involved in the investigation. The others, we're members of the party. I'm pretty sure they would have read the book. And
what party is that you mentioned?
It's the Communist Party.
Okay. And sorry, you've mentioned that Ethan's friends with your children.
My eldest son's 14.
Okay. So how is it that you know Ethan or your children know Ethan?
Purely by his interest in politics, because he's interested. He's done GCSE history. He's widely interested. He's read it incredibly widely. He's a very intelligent young man, and he's an independent adult.
Yeah.
But he's entitled to go to demonstrations, and he's entitled to go where he wants, and that's fine.
Yeah.
So I've never forced him to let me speak to his parents. But I haven't known him super long. I've only known him 3 months. I think.
Okay. How did you first come to meet him, though, that sort of?
Yeah, he contacted me. I'm not sure if it was at a demonstration or somewhere else, but he contacted us.
So just in relation to the book itself, I appreciate you've sort of mentioned it already. I think the reason this was happening in the officers that were concerned at the scene, as I'm sure it's explained to you, so you said there was a lot of chat, is that obviously on the front what's displayed there, I mean, for me just to look at as a sort of a third-party outsider, I see sort of like a Star of David with what could be considered sort of a swastika symbol. Am I right in saying that, or...?
Are they judging a book by its cover? It sounds to me like the police are judging a book by its cover.
Am I wrong?
Well, I mean, the symbol is just like it's a meme, isn't it? So it's a way of reflecting what's within the cover of the book. I mean, the book speaks for itself, and it's a history book.
Yes.
And it's a history book of Zionism as an ideology, which is like the founding ideology, if you like, of the people who founded the State of Israel, with collaboration of the British, after the British assumed the mandate of Palestine. So it's that history of that ideology. How did this state come to be there? How did this conflict happen? Because always the problem with the press is, they show you this one incident and no one can make sense of it. It just looks like a violent mess. But to understand anything like a story, like you're taking a story from me today, you have to understand the context and what's happening. So this is a historical context of what the Zionists who founded Israel believed and what they did. And actually it's written mainly by Jewish scholars, Jewish authors, and a lot of it is actually Israeli court documents, because these things have been subjects of controversy within Israel itself. And it's by no means the case that all Jews are Zionists and all Zionists are not Jews. And we have rabbis who have taken this book from me and love it and give it to their congregation and their religious order. Though we would be very different, because I'm atheistic, but I have been a lifelong campaigner against racism and for equality. That's where I'm coming from. And if you look at someone like Norman Finkelstein, I don't know if you've ever heard of him, but he's an American Jewish scholar and author who has always stood out against Israel. His parents were in the Holocaust. They were in Auschwitz, one of them, I think Maisonden concentration camp, the other one, and he speaks very eloquently, saying his parents would never support Israel because they would never justify what was done to them and the crime that was committed against them being used for similar crimes to be committed against others. And that's a very moral stand. So this is nothing to do with a race or a religion. It's about the physical acts and crimes that are perpetrated by a state against the defenseless and historically victimized people. So it's about justice, really. It's a strange thing. I understand people, I was born and raised in England. My mum's English. It's a kind of a middle-of-the-road English society just tends to switch off from these things. But I just through reading and education, I do have a sense of wanting to help. I do that through my work, but I do that through my social life, and I do it through my politics as well. And this is an issue that I've campaigned around for a long time.
So just to confirm, you've touched on it there, that, your intention while you were there, displaying these books or selling these books, what was that? What was it?
Education.
Yeah. And there was no intention there, as you've already mentioned, to incite any racial hatred or religious hatred.
Just the reverse.
I don't even know what to say to that. There was no intention of inciting racial hatred or religious hatred. Wow.
Believe passionately in equality. That is my personal belief of race, religion, gender, sex, ethnicity. These things are my core beliefs.
Yeah, absolutely. So just to move away from that now, and it's just in relation to some items that were seized. So police searched your address, and they
searched his home. Did you hear this? They searched his home. They used a pamphlet on the table to violate his privacy. They searched his address. They searched his home. And now they're going to ask him about a bunch of items in his home. Can you believe this? Why is he answering questions about items in his home? Because he had a pamphlet on a table?
I was told that. I found that a little bit intrusive, I have to say.
I found that a little bit intrusive. A little bit intrusive? They didn't like a pamphlet you had on a literature table at a protest, so they searched your home. Oh my God.
Yeah. And they've seized some items. So there was a Dell laptop, a couple of hard drives. One's a Hitachi hard drive and one's a Seagate. There was also a Samsung mobile. Just in relation to all of those devices, if we were to look at those devices, would we find anything on those devices that could be considered criminal or extremist or anything like that?
Not, no. The laptop and the phone, it's a bit frustrating. I hope you're not going to have to hold on to them because they're my work laptop and phone.
Okay.
So I'm a surgeon. I have to do a lot of remote clinics and remote working. So I've got, and I was told a dictaphone as well, but maybe I was told that wrong.
Sorry, there is a dictaphone as well. Sorry, I was looking purely at the devices that would hold.
Because the dictaphone's got kind of active patient.
That's not in question. Just the 4 he's talking about.
Okay, yeah. But they've just as my method of checking letters and doing work, and so the patient's pathway and care will suffer. There'll be details of their care that are not recorded elsewhere and need to be acted on urgently. So I'm a bit.
Now his patients are going to suffer as a result of this, right? Details about the care that he has to give his patients as a neurosurgeon are going to be lost now because of this. So all of those patients should sue the police, the London police, for this, right? Can you believe this? So as a neurosurgeon, information about the medical procedures he does and his patients is lost because the British police were so offended by a pamphlet that he had on his literature table criticizing Israel. They seized all of his electronics. This is absolutely crazy.
Concerned that they'll, their care will suffer because of the situation.
I understand. Just quickly, who is it? Is this private or is it?
It's NHS.
It's NHS laptop.
Also ask you one thing, please. All the material that you have on your NHS laptop. Do you have a duty of confidentiality around that as well?
Yes, absolutely. Which is why I would never, for example, take it out.
No.
I do take between work and home.
So now not only is his privacy being violated, but the privacy of all of his patients as a doctor is being violated. They have confidentiality. Your medical information is private, right? So as a doctor, they took a doctor's laptop. So all of his patients' private medical records and business is now in the hands of the British police. Now, if this is not a crime against free speech, I don't know what is.
For example, anybody else to look at it, you are covered under that duty of confidentiality, right? You would not want to share that with anybody else. Of course, client details and stuff like that. That's it.
Just in relation to those, just so we could confirm that is what those laptops or that phone is for, would you be willing to give us the part? I'm assuming there would be a passcode to
I'll explain that to you after the interview. Can I advise him after the interview on that?
Absolutely.
And we can come back to you on that.
Of course, no dramas.
Great, thanks.
In relation to the other two, there's 2 hard drives that were seized.
Yeah, that's all just like, you get to a point where you've got so many computers that have stopped working, and I tended to back up old computers onto them. Yeah. I don't even look at them first. I don't know what's on them, but it's nothing. It's just it's just a backup of old computers that I used to use. And, you never know when you're going to need a data or a photo or something, or emails.
No, absolutely.
I don't actually know if they still work and if I can access them. I've not plugged them in for a long time, but there's nothing criminal or interesting.
Same thing. I'll let you have a chat with your solicitor after about providing passcodes, etc. for those if you decide to do so. Rachel, sorry, is there anything you wanted to ask?
You've spoken about how you know Ethan, but can you just quickly go through how you sort of know Eleanor Moore and Sylvester?
Mr. Brar, can I advise you?
Of course,
let them speak for themselves and,
sure,
and just say no comment or question for this one, please.
No problem.
So you don't want to tell us about your relationship to them or how you've met him?
I'll take my solicitor's advice, thank you.
Anything else you want to ask?
No.
Fine. Is there anything else at all that you wanted to say before we look at concluding the interview?
No, I'd love to conclude the interview, but they're just really about kind of whether it's possible to have a copy of the custody record.
Yes.
And kind of if I can get some indication of where we're going with this, what the next steps are.
Yes.
I can get back to my family and my normal life. That would be nice.
There's already I've been having some chats with supervisors already, but we'll speak about that more after interview.
Yeah, we'll explain this to you after the interview. Now,
so we'll conclude the interview there. Then the time is 14:06.
All right. So we just showed what happened to Richard Medhurst, and then we showed what happened to Ranjit Brar for his pamphlet. And it's very clear that in Britain, your right to criticize foreign policy, specifically to criticize Israel, is down the tubes. If Richard Medhurst is subject to this huge terrorism investigation, if Ranjit Brar is dragged to jail and has to go through all of that, I mean, a number of journalists and homes have had their homes raided and devices confiscated, all opposed to the Zionist entity. This is particularly outrageous.
An argument against Trotskyism is that it seems like it's particularly susceptible to pro-imperialist psyops.
Yes.
But now I kind of have to walk that back because I've always been very anti-Trotskyist, but I can't always exactly say that now because lots of groups calling themselves communist and Marxist-Leninists and all these things are just as useful to the imperialists as anybody else. So it's kind of like people have said on the stream before about the left-right thing. It's definitely a confusing time to be alive because I think you and I, Caleb, both can remember a time in our lives when we kind of thought that Stalin-style ML communism was the way, the truth, and the life. And now it's just not. It's not that simple. And we also see the problems and.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. I mean, at this point, we're moving away from using the communist label because it doesn't, at this point, to people that become communists, it means something that we're not. And to people that oppose communism, who are very good and anti-imperialist, it means something that it's not. And it's like we're innovationists now because, it's just such a mess, right? And that, it's like, it's like you almost can view the world as like, if you want to frame it in theological terms, it's like God and Satan are battling for control of this world. And that like God will have an idea and then Satan will be like, oh, well, I'm going to do my version of it. Right. And then Satan will have an idea and God will be like, oh, okay, well, I'm going to do my version of it. You know what I mean? And that then there's a copy of the copy. Right. And then there's a response to the response. And it's like
almost like everything that happens, and this is how there's like a weird duality in politics where it's like everything that happens, there's a version of it on the other side. I've noticed.
Yeah,
like,
it's a hall of mirrors. There has to be a decoy of everything.
Right, and that really, I'm at the point where are people pro-growth? Are they anti-growth? That is big. Are they critical of the censorship? And do they want the human race to expand? They want the life expectancy to go up. They want the population to expand, or do they want the population to go down? Are they just demonizing the countries that are under attack by imperialism, or are they pushing back against the war rhetoric? Like, those are certain things to look for. And that how people explain it ideologically almost doesn't, it matters. It's like something I'll talk to them over coffee with, but it's not going to help me get anything done. If someone says, oh, Caleb, I agree with you about Trotsky, or I agree with you about Stalin, it's like, okay, well, when Donald Trump gets elected and he's under attack by, the bulk of his own class, and he appoints Tulsi Gabbard, who is more friendly to Russia and has met with Bashar Assad to be the director of intelligence to like try to stick it to the CIA. Are you going to help me be in the streets to kind of mobilize some intervention there or not, right? And what you think about Stalin really, it doesn't really answer that question.
I love what John McCarthy said, one of our CPI members, for anybody new watching, that, I don't know if I should pull it up because I don't want to misquote it, but I think he said, saying that both wings in this division in the ruling class are equally bad is just as foolish as saying trust the plan, and it's like I think that we need to try to influence Trump's cabinet and not just give up on go to this ultra leftist thing of like both sides are capitalist Zionists. That's like a kindergarten level analysis of what's going on.
Right, it is, and it's like we have the opportunity, and it's like it's about the balance of forces, right? If a lot of the people supporting Tulsi Gabbard were anti-Israel, there's a good chance that Tulsi Gabbard would be much more open to that perspective. You know what I mean?
Yeah, as I've said, the fact that Tulsi Gabbard was persuaded on Korea and on Syria, it's like, why not Palestine? It might be harder, but I don't think it's impossible. What choice do we have but to try to convince people that we don't need a nuclear war and so forth?
Right. And the point is, we're struggling. We see divisions in the ruling class. We see divisions. How can we make ourselves relevant and push our agenda of anti-imperialism and ultimately put forward what we view as the solution? And that's the question, right? And if the question is just to kind of like feel right on the internet, which is so much of what the culture is, right? It's just, how can I prove that I am right on the internet? It's just like, what do you get from that? It's like, it's like, I've never been to a funeral where they're like, Bob died, but folks, there was that time that Bob was right on the internet, and we'll never forget that. Everyone remembers that day Bob was right on the internet, and that's what he'll always go down in history for, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just like,
and that's another reason of moving away from the communist label is because for so many people, being a communist is about having the moral high ground in internet debates. That's not an exaggeration. That's what being a communist is in America.
And to build, that's what they remember about communism. In Cuba, people don't remember Fidel Castro coming to power and executing lots of people from the old regime and stadiums full of people cheering as the old regime is executed. People don't remember those as good years. The people who love Fidel Castro love him for building a healthcare system. They love him for paving the roads and teaching literacy. And they love him for the good things he did to bring people together. They love Fidel Castro for the Christian aspect of what he did, not for the libidinal release, the destructive aspect of what he did. And the strength of socialism around the world is its ability to construct and to build community and to bring people together. And the left, the libidinal release, that energy that comes out of the French Revolution that says, burn it down, tear it down, that gives people permission to be angry. You angry? You angry? You angry? You can be angry. Go tear something down. Go destroy. That wrecker energy, it's no longer in the hands of communists. That's in the hands of the imperialists. That's in the hands of George Soros. That's in the hands of Facebook and Twitter. They're the ones that have that wrecker energy. The left aesthetic is now the property of the imperialists. And the socialist countries of the world in a way, you could argue that they're conservative because they offer stability to their population. They offer protection from the chaos and the turbulence of the market, from unemployment. The socialist countries of the world offer people a world where human beings matter, where people are not simply a mere financial calculation. And they offer a society where people feel an obligation to each other. They are standing up against the philosophical irrationalism that comes out of the West, which is really the logical conclusion of what called itself left. But communism has matured beyond that. Left was a stage communism had to go through. Because there was so much corruption that was there first, communism had to be left. It had to be destructive. It had to mobilize the peasantry against the landlords. That was necessary. But now the idols have been swept away. And now we can connect with the higher truth that was there. And now we can bring truth and justice back into the world. And socialism has matured beyond the left, while the dying, decaying old system does its best to hold on to what's left and use it to try and fend off the brave new world that's emerging. And those are my thoughts on the topic of faith and socialism, and I hope to hear a lot of interesting discussion after this.
We're running a little over, and that's fine, because we came all the way from around the country, and we have to go a little late tonight. You know, I'm not heading back to New York. My Airbnb, I don't have to check out till 10 tomorrow morning, so, you know, hey. Next, we're going to hear an activist report, because Noah was holding this banner for many hours in the freezing cold this morning. And Noah is a very hard-working guy. He's a bodybuilder, so he's strong enough, he can do it. And he's a postal worker, so he's had many arguments, so he knows how to do it. So, Noah, why you still let it behind? After, I think Penny's going to read us a poem, right?
No.
Sorry. Yeah.
So, anytime we go to like one of these events where we're talking to Trump supporters, and I guess it's because like I live in like a pretty liberal like northeast city, I'm like always shocked at the response we get. Like it's really, really surprising to me because we're all told like, oh, Trump supporters are all like evil racist monsters who have never had independent thought in their life, and we had like such support. Like everybody was buying what we were selling. It felt like. We had a guy come up to us, and this was like, I don't know why it was shocking to me, but it was. He came up to us and he said, I really like what you're saying, and what makes me so happy about the fact that we elected Trump is that we just got a ceasefire in Gaza. I never expected to hear that because, we've been told that like Trump is the Israel president or whatever. We were getting like retweeted by huge conservative accounts on Twitter. They were filming us, they were cheering us. So many people were paying attention to us that even like mainstream media was coming up to interview us, take pictures of us. I think even the Washington Post took a picture, and hopefully they posted it. It got to the point where like there was a NATO official was giving like an interview to like one of the MSM outlets like nearby. And some of the passers-by, they were like egging us on. They were like, yo, there's a NATO official over there. Start yelling into the megaphone about how NATO's a standing. So, I guess I was shocked by it, but I really shouldn't have been. And I was thinking about, why it is that we got all the support it is, and beyond all the things you guys were saying about how, the economy's shit, and people are tired of the wars, et cetera, et cetera. And, to understand, like, why it is that so many of these people are so supportive of what we're selling, I gotta tell a little story, I'm sorry. That story is about Horace Greeley and Abraham Lincoln and their relationship. Right, so why was it that Abraham Lincoln was able to act like a Bonapartist, and why was he able to defeat slavery? That's very simple. It's because there was a class of people, they were called the Free Soilers. And the Free Soilers were opposed to slavery. Why were they opposed to slavery? It was because everybody just woke up one morning and decided that slavery is wrong. That would have been nice, but that's not what happened, right? The Free Soilers were opposed to slavery because they owned their own farms. And they had to compete with, farms that had free labor, and that really fostered a lot of resentment in them. And Horace Greeley, he ran the Republican Party newspaper in New York City. It was called the New York Tribune, and Karl Marx wrote for it. And he was really the voice of the free soiler in America. He spoke to the free soiler in America. And he had a phrase that he would use. It was like his catchphrase. And it was, go west, young man, and grow up with the country. And the more I thought about it, the more I thought, you know, Trump is a lot like Lincoln, and what we're saying is a lot like what Horace Greeley was saying. Because what Horace Greeley was really saying was like, right now, the reason that the slaveholders have such disproportionate power in this country is because they're holding back development. And by going out to the West and doing settlements, by holding these settlements, what you can do is you can gradually diminish their power over the country. And when you do that, they won't have power anymore. And a big reason why Trump is so popular, especially among young men, is because of sort of hustle culture and the gig economy. So you have a whole class of young men in this country who they don't have traditional jobs. You know, they work for Uber, or they DoorDash, or they're a middleman for Amazon, and they have to spend all their lives thinking about how they're going to make a buck, how they're going to sell this or sell that, how they can scrape by. And they have a lot of resentment about the fact that they're being held back. And we're saying, go west, young man. We're going to go so far west, we're going to go past Alaska. We're going to go past Alaska, and we're going to join the west. We're going to go west, young man. We're going to go west, young man, and we're going to grow up with the world, with the BRICS economy. And that speaks to them, because that's how you diminish their power. So before I get done, I know I've been rambling, but so we had a lot of speakers talk about how hard it was to do this. And, you know, that's important to say because there are a lot of people that think that this stuff happens magically. And it does. Yes. It takes a lot of hard work from a lot of dedicated people. But what really makes me angry, I guess, when I do sort of this stuff is how easy it is. Like, we had 10 people, we walked down the street with a sign, and we have like mainstream media covering us, everybody supporting us, and what is the so-called anti-imperialists in this country doing? What? Way more money, who have way more funding, they're joining in with the anti-Trump hysteria. Like, think about what we could do, and we are so small, we do so much. Peter mentioned like Caleb's end of the year report. If you watch it, it's just thing after thing after thing. CCI did this, we did that, and it's a lot. We do so much, and we're able to enact change. We went to Madison Square Garden. The New Yorker was covering us. If we're so small, and we can do that much. That should make you feel really, really powerful.
Yeah. Amen.
So, people at home who are watching this, you know, I really hope that you can join CPI because it's not cheap to do stuff like this, and obviously that's helpful, but also it's an amazing way to empower yourself, to feel a sense of community, and to really feel like you're changing the world, and we are changing the world.
Yes.
That was tremendous.
We are the workers of Ontario, the workers of Ontario. We hail from the north and from the south. In the north we mine the ore, in the south we manufacture. We are a part of the Canadian proletariat. We are workers of Ontario. We work for the rich of the United States. We work for the rich of Canada. We work under the yoke of wage slavery, hauling the riches out of the earth, manufacturing commodities for the rich to sell. We are the workers of Ontario, a mighty section of the Canadian working class. We are the workers of Ontario, the workers of Ontario. We hail from the north and from the south. In the north we mine the ore, in the south we manufacture. We are a part of the Canadian the auto workers stealing out the union. Every one of them wants our blood to be sucked. We are the workers of Ontario, the workers of Ontario. We hail from the north and from the south. In the north we mine the ore, in the south we manufacture. We are a part of the Canadian proletariat. In the 40s we fought against exploitation, and in the 50s we never stopped. Many were the struggles which the rich cannot forget, yet still they say we're for the capitalist system. Yet our ideology is Marxist-Leninism. We are workers and like workers everywhere. Our aspiration is for socialism, ushered in by violent revolution. We are the workers of Ontario, the workers of Ontario. We hail from the north and from the south. In the north we mine the ore, in the south we manufacture. We are a part of the Canadian proletariat.
You know, every single day, $18 million of our tax money goes to fund the criminals in that building over there and in occupied Palestine, the Israeli regime. Every single day, $18 million. And I have a copy of today's issue of the Wall Street Journal, and it says here that 1 in 4 bridges in the United States are not secure. It says here that urban highway congestion costs over $100 billion annually. The United States is crumbling. People are unemployed. They are closing hospitals and they are closing schools, but yet they have more and more money for the murderers in Tel Aviv. That's unacceptable. As the U.S. becomes more and more of a police state, and the civil liberties the U.S. government is always bragging about get stripped and stripped away, you can't help but admit that the U.S. is starting to look more and more like Israel. The cops who choked Eric Garner to death, the New York City Police Department is trained in Israel. The same corporation that manufactured the rubber bullets that were fired against protesters in Ferguson, Missouri, manufactures the bullets that were fired on protesters in Palestine. The struggle against Zionism, the struggle against the Israeli criminals is not just a struggle in one part of the world, it's a global struggle. It's a struggle against the bankers in London and the bankers on Wall Street who are destroying the world, and it's a struggle against global capitalism. Thank you very much. From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free.
But I also want to say this. And this is really important, especially in light of that message that Nick Brana got. You know, when we talk about a peaceful transition to socialism, that's called common sense. And it's because the masses of people don't want violence. It's the capitalists that are making their communities and their neighborhoods violent and making them unstable. And it is us who's offering the way out. And it's not like some legal thing. It's not like a disclaimer. I get up here, oh, just so everyone knows, we advocated a peaceful transition. Now, don't tell them where the guns are. It's not like that, okay? It's not like that at all. It's because we're rational. We're rational. And we understand that serious revolutionaries have always advocated a peaceful transition to socialism. Now, violent revolutions happen, but they happen because the bourgeoisie will not allow a peaceful transition to socialism. Mao Zedong wanted to form a coalition government with Chiang Kai-shek after the Second World War, and Chiang Kai-shek wouldn't do it. And then Chiang Kai-shek started trying to forcibly disarm the Red Army, and all the areas they'd liberated from Japan, they were trying to forcibly retake them and unredistribute the land. And so Mao said, look, we got to defend ourselves. And that Socialists, responsible revolutionaries, don't advocate what they call left adventurism or terrorism. They don't advocate Blanquism or any of these deviations. They put forward a program of how to improve the country, and they mobilize people around that program. That's what we're doing. We have a 4-point economic plan. We oppose the imperialists, we oppose their state, and we raise awareness. And yes, we recognize that socialism in the United States will mean a new government. That's no, I mean, there's no way we're going to build socialism with the FBI and the CIA and the Pentagon as they work. Obviously there'd have to be a new intelligence agency based on socialist principles. There'd have to be a new military based on socialist principles. That's understandable. We would have to have a new state, but we would definitely prefer that it be a peaceful transition. And if we were to go around advocating anything other than that, we would be foolish to do so. But I want to also add this, which is that we also understand that the capitalists are generally pretty violent in response to democratic people's movements. And we also know there's nothing more American than the right to self-defense. And there might come a time where our Second Amendment population feels they have no choice but to defend themselves. And if they go all out with their woke fascism and they come at the American people, there's going to be a lot of American people who are going to defend themselves. And they're going to say, "You shall not pass." And they are going to protect their homes and their jobs and their communities. And when that happens, it won't be us who makes it happen. It won't be us making it happen. In fact, I would encourage you to go read the history of the Bolshevik Revolution, because before the Bolsheviks took power in October of 1917, you had the July days. And there were many cases where the Bolsheviks were trying to hold back the masses. They're saying, "It's not time yet, guys. Will you stop?" They were trying to hold back the masses. Why? Because of another quote from another great revolutionary I'll read you. Mao Zedong said, "The masses are the real heroes, while we ourselves are often childish and ignorant. Without this understanding, it is impossible to acquire even the most rudimentary knowledge." When we speak to the broad masses of people, we should not see them as ignorant sheep who don't understand the answer. We should understand that when the time is right, these are going to be the people who do amazing, miraculous things. We're going to look like cowards compared to what these people will do. And we're probably going to be holding them back and saying, "Guy, calm down. Now, don't do it that way. We're going to be holding back the masses of people in such a circumstance." Lenin said that revolutions are festivals of the oppressed, and they're times where the masses are capable of performing miracles. There's a boulder coming. There's a boulder rolling down a mountain. And the only thing we can hope for is that as that boulder is coming down the mountain, we can nudge it in the right direction. It is a delusion to think that it's going to be our ideas or our activities that are going to cause the crisis that leads America to socialism. No, the crisis will come from the system. It is our intervention that will push the crisis in the right direction and intervene. And we will use our knowledge and our scientific understanding to try and push the explosion that comes in the right direction. But that's all we can do. The masses are the real heroes, and they will assert themselves. It's our job to try and guide them to do it in a way that it leads to something better. And that's where I disagree with so much of the left pessimism. There's so much writing out there that just says, "Oh, there's no hope. There's no hope. It's all going to fall apart." Well, I'm sorry, but when the Roman Empire fell, it wasn't replaced with something better than the Roman Empire. And if we just sit back and say, "Oh, it's all falling apart. Burn it down, tear it down," they could burn it down and tear it down. And we could get something a lot worse. I don't like the way things are in the United States, but I really like water coming out of the faucet when I turn it on. I really like the light switch, turning on. And if you're in a society that's collapsing, that doesn't happen, okay? So as much as you have this cathartic, woke, "I hate this racist America," it's like you also like the water turning on, right? You also like the light switch coming on, and that could not happen if we entered a collapse. So maybe we shouldn't be telling working people that's what we want. Instead, we should be putting forward real solutions. It seems like common sense, doesn't it? So much of what we say, right? The left has lost their minds in so many ways, but we have something very, very special to offer. I want to say this, January 6th, right? We now know what happened and how there was FBI manipulation. And obviously, we don't condone what folks did on January 6th, but we also know that policing agencies helped them to do it, encouraged them to do it, enabled them to do it. We also know that we were lied to about the events of January 6th. And so in good conscience, we should call for a blanket amnesty of the January 6th prisoners. Not as an endorsement of what they did, not saying they're innocent, but just on the grounds that the capitalist state doesn't have the right to frame people up and entrap them. It's pretty basic. And I will tell you that the calling for that blanket amnesty leads me to remember what was really one of the most interesting nights of my life, which is when I was invited to speak at the hall where Malcolm X was assassinated in Harlem. There was a political prisoners benefit. There were supporters of people from the Move 9 who were still locked up at that point. There were supporters of Mumia Abu-Jamal and Jamil Al-Amin. And I walked into this auditorium, and they had like a light where at the spot where Malcolm X had died, and I was on a panel, and I was like the one white guy there. People were joking about the flyer, and they're like, one of these speakers is a little bit different than all the other ones. But, you know, I was the only white guy there, and I looked out on that audience. I spoke for like 3 minutes. It was a very short presentation. But when I looked out on that crowd of several hundred people in there, I thought, I am speaking to a group of veterans. I looked out on that crowd because these were black liberation fighters. These were Black Panthers. These were Black Liberation Army former members. These were black nationalists and others, and in walkers. And when people were speaking, they were shaking and having flashbacks, and there were a lot of tears in their eyes. And I thought, this is like a veterans gathering. This is like speaking at the VFW, right? And I mean, there's rooms like this in Ireland, in Northern Ireland. There's rooms like this in South Africa. There's rooms like this in People's Korea, you know? And this is a group of people who have made great sacrifices, and they're there to support their comrades who are still locked up. And they're in this for real, and they've seen it. And I looked out on that crowd, and I thought, again, these are people who understand how serious it is, and this is how important all of this can be. And, you know, obviously our call for a blanket amnesty for January 6th is not limited to just them. We call for Leonard Peltier to be released. We call for Mumia Abu-Jamal to be released. We call for all political prisoners to be released, all black liberation fighters, blanket amnesty. If you want to heal a society, if you really want society to heal from the pain of the trauma of these kinds of things, where we know the FBI and COINTELPRO did all kinds of illegal things and none of them went to jail, you got to have a blanket amnesty. And it's just that simple. Same for J6, same for all the political prisoners in the United States. And also, I remember it was just recently David Gilbert, who was one of the Weather Underground people, was released from jail. And I don't think people really realize the circumstances in which he was released, because it's very interesting. Our governor in New York is a guy named Andrew Cuomo. And Andrew Cuomo was forced to resign from office. There was a scandal, and one thing led to another, and many people say there was a bigger scandal that he didn't want to come out, so he was forced to resign. And the New York State Troopers Association was not supporting him. And so just before Andrew Cuomo was set to leave office, he decided to issue a pardon, a commutation of sentence for someone who was charged and had spent years behind bars for killing a state trooper. It was basically Andrew Cuomo saying, oh, you know, you guys are not going to support me. This important association of state employees are going to call for me to resign. Well, I'm going to free David Gilbert. I'm going to free one of the weathermen. There you go, guys. That was basically what he was doing. Well, I mean, good, you know, good. And there are divisions in the ruling class. Weird things happen, you know. And, you know, we don't endorse what David Gilbert did, but we recognize that, that there should be a blanket amnesty, and that sometimes you have to utilize these divisions in the ruling class. And that's what gets me back to this, because it's pretty clear there are people in the ruling class that want this to continue. But more than that, I started out this talk by reading the quote from the legendary investor Jim Rogers. And there are people in the United States, in the capitalist class, that are tied into this new emerging economy. And that creates an opening for us. And we would be fools if we did not figure out a way to fit ourselves into the crack to break this whole thing down. We would be fools if we didn't do that. We just stood on the sidelines and tried to be pure. Oh, we're so pure. We're so ultra-revolutionary. Look how pure we are. We would be fools. And there could be a moment where if we were to advocate this continuing, or to continue advocating peace with Russia and China, or to continue advocating economic development, where we could have a real impact. It's really weird that Trump podcast claimed I'm an influence on Tulsi Gabbard. That's really weird. We did not see that coming from anywhere. That was very bizarre. I think Liam is the first person to send that to me. And I saw that and I'm like, where is this coming from? It was Trevor Loudon, who's one of these anti-communist stalkers. And he was on the podcast of Roger Stone. And he says, yes, it was Caleb Maupin and the Center for Political Innovation. And they are a big influence on Tulsi Gabbard. And they represent Russia and North Korea. And I mean, it was weird as hell. And I thought, where in the world did that come from? But you know what? If we're helping Tulsi Gabbard to push an anti-imperialist line, if she's listening right now, Tulsi, do not acknowledge me. Please, do not. Do not even think about giving us credit. Do not even think about getting photographed with me. We don't want to hurt you in that way. But if you're listening and you're learning, if you're studying scientific Marxism, good for you. And I hope you keep doing it. And I hope that one day, after President Tulsi Gabbard is elected president, the CPI delegation is on Air Force One going to People's Korea to reestablish diplomatic relations. So I just want to end by saying that Che Guevara is often quoted as saying revolutionaries are motivated by great love. And Country Joe and the fish here, they were also motivated by great feelings of love. Much contrary to what their detractors have written, if you actually read about who these men were, if you actually read about what their strengths were, you'll know that these were men who were motivated by great feelings of love. They loved their people, they loved their communities, they loved the countries and the neighborhoods they came from, and they had a deep spiritual bond with their people. And if you want to be serious about changing politics in America, we must develop a similar deep spiritual bond with the American people. We've got to love the American people the same way these guys loved their countries. We've got to have that deep connection with the people that they had. And that means we got to not act like a bunch of crazy woke leftists. We got to act rationally. And we got to find a way to give voice to feelings that are already there and do the work that needs to be done. Because as Peter Coffin often says, this shouldn't be a commodified identity. It shouldn't be a brand. It shouldn't be a fan base. It should be a science for changing the world. And on that note, I think I've said everything I need to say for tonight. So thank you very much.
The Vietnamese people have to go through another decade of hardship.
Desgraciadamente eso no sucedió y el pueblo vietnamita tuvo que sufrir otra década de penurias para poder seguir adelante.
The U.S. imperialism imposed economic embargo against Vietnam for another 32 decades.
El imperialismo norteamericano impuso un embargo económico en Vietnam por 2 décadas más.
They also organized various types of the sabotage activities against Vietnam.
También organizaron una serie de actividades de sabotaje en contra de Vietnam.
Khmer Rouge took power and started genocide in Cambodia and started attacks against Vietnam.
Khmer Rouge en Camboya empezó primero a crear un genocidio dentro de su propio país y luego empezó a atacar a Vietnam.
When Vietnam helped Cambodian people to liberate their country from Khmer Rouge, then the West and their allies also focused on isolating and damaging Vietnam, supporting Khmer Rouge.
Cuando Vietnam empezó a ayudar a las personas de Camboya para que pudieran liberarse del Khmer Rouge, entonces los Estados Unidos y sus aliados empezaron a atacar a Vietnam para que no ayude a Camboya.
This struggle lasted for more than 10 years.
Esta lucha duró más de 10 años.
At the same time, inside the country, since due to the model of development that we applied at that time in Vietnam, we had faced also another problem of economic development.
En ese entonces, debido al modelo económico que se aplicó en el país, tuvimos también que enfrentar otros problemas económicos.
Productivity was very low.
La productividad era muy baja.
Being a mainly agricultural country, but we face chronic shortage of food. Every year we have to import at about 1 million tons of food in order to supply to our people on a minimum basis.
A pesar de que éramos un país y somos un país agrícola, teníamos una gran escasez y tuvimos que importar 1 millón de toneladas de alimentos para poder ayudar a la hambruna que había en el país.
And shortage was not only concerning food, it was concerning all kinds of essential goods for the people.
La escasez no solamente tenía que ver con los alimentos, sino con todas las necesidades básicas de las personas.
People's life was in a very bad shape. Poverty was 75% in the country.
La vida de las personas realmente estaba en muy mal estado. La pobreza en ese entonces tenía un porcentaje del 75%.
Since the middle of 1980s, the Communist Party of Vietnam has started process of, we call it Vietnamese, đổi mới, and in English, the renewal policy.
Desde a mediados de la década del 80, el Partido Comunista empezó una política que se llama la política de la renovación.
The process of renewal during the past 37 years has changed Vietnam a lot.
Esta política de renovación en los últimos 37 años ha hecho que Vietnam cambie mucho.
Which are the key elements of the renewal policy?
¿Cuáles son los principales elementos de esta política de renovación?
First of all, it is application of the market mechanism with socialist orientation.
Primero es la aplicación de la economía de mercado, pero con una orientación socialista.
Market with socialist orientation in Vietnam with the main following characteristics.
La economía de mercado con la orientación socialista tiene las siguientes características en Vietnam.
We use market as a tool, but market has to be regulated by a socialist state in order to utilize its power, but to minimize its negative impact in order to promote and achieve social economic development objectives.
Se utiliza la economía de mercado, pero la economía de mercado tiene que estar regulada por un Estado socialista. Y el objeto de esto es poder disminuir todos los efectos negativos del mercado y incrementar los efectos positivos.
The second is the market functioning should be combined with macro planning.
Segundo, el funcionamiento del mercado tiene que estar combinado con una macro planificación.
Every year, the parliament, the government has approved set of the objective of development that include not only economic indicators, but more importantly, social development indicators.
Cada año el Parlamento tiene que aprobar los objetivos de desarrollo y dentro de estos objetivos de desarrollo se toman en cuenta los indicadores económicos, pero más importante que eso son los indicadores sociales.
That includes expansion of education, healthcare, rural development, etc.
Estos indicadores sociales incluyen el poder expandir la cobertura de la educación, la cobertura de la salud y de otras necesidades de la población.
The market activities is supplemented by national programs in order to fill the needs of the society which market cannot fulfill.
La orientación de esta economía es hacer que el mercado y el Estado puedan cumplir, ordenar las necesidades que el mercado por sí solo no puede cumplir.
Thirdly, in the economic structure, there is diversity of ownership of means of production, but the public sector is playing a key role.
Tercero, en esta estructura hay diversidad igualdad de propiedad. Hay la propiedad privada, la propiedad pública, y aquí la propiedad pública tiene un papel muy importante.
State economic enterprises is not aiming mainly at the profit, but more importantly, to promote development in serving social economic objectives.
Las compañías estatales no solamente buscan la ganancia, sino lo más importante es el desarrollo de la sociedad, poder cumplir con las necesidades sociales.
In Vietnam, land and natural resources remain as the ownership of all people managed by the state, but given to the peasants or the right to use for long term.
En Vietnam, la propiedad de la tierra y de los recursos naturales pertenece a todo el pueblo, a todas las personas.
Right? The most, we want to talk about practice here. Communists abandoned the Uhuru movement. A group of black revolutionary socialists, let me just pull this off for a minute. A group of black revolutionary socialists had their homes raided by the FBI. And they were dragged into federal court and charged under the Foreign Agents Registration Act. They said that their preaching of anti-imperialist ideas, that was acting as a foreign agent. And they almost went to prison for 15 years for being anti-imperialists. And none of the communists in America stood with them. None of them. Right? And I was in front of the courthouse with them when they were sentenced. I was in front of the courthouse with them when their trial began. But all the communist groups left them out to dry. Now, if that right there doesn't tell you why communism in America is worthless, I don't know what to say, right? If a group of black activists who you know, are rooted in the Black Panthers, etc., get arrested for preaching anti-imperialism, and they want to throw them in jail as foreign agents, and none of these communist groups support them, that right there tells you something is fucked up. You know, I mean, that right there is huge. And it doesn't even occur to these people to support them. I mean, it's bizarre. It's absolutely bizarre. It doesn't even occur to them to support them. You know, I mean, it's bizarre. It's absolutely bizarre. But, you know, one of these communist groups, I'll just tell you, these communist groups, they're not interested. There's a job that really needs to be done. There's a job that really needs to be done, which is we need to build an anti-imperialist movement to oppose the low-wage police state and the danger of a new world war. No communists in America are doing that or even understand that that is needed or possible, right? I'll tell you, one of these communist groups, right? There's a young woman who came to one of our CPI workshops, and she's very good looking, very articulate and well-spoken. And I said to her, I said, hey, you know, where do you see yourself in 5 years? And she said, I see myself rising up the ranks of my group. And I thought, like, her group doesn't do anything. They have Zoom calls about Stalin. And I said, well, have you considered, I mean, I could see you, you know, being a communist member of Congress. I could see you leading a mass anti-imperialist organization. Maybe you could start your own YouTube channel to preach these ideas. No, she just sees herself leading Zoom calls about Stalin. Like the idea of building a movement to oppose the low-wage police state, the idea of standing with the Uhuru Three and building a movement to support the Uhuru Three when they're indicted, it doesn't even occur to these people. These people have no idea that you could actually build any kind of revolutionary movement, right? You know, we at CPI are a small organization. And what did we do? Well, when Chairman O'Malley and the Uhuru Three were indicted, you know, what did we do? We went to the federal courthouse. You know, here I will show you, you know, video of what we did. Right? I mean, if you want to see what we did, we supported them because we felt it was necessary. And these other groups, it's like it didn't even occur to them that supporting them was something even worth doing, right? This was me at the federal courthouse.
On behalf of the Center for Political Innovation, I would like to just give and express our deep admiration for the three defendants and what they put up with, what they struggled, how they endured. I also want to say that the Foreign Agents Registration Act, an absurd piece of legislation, was the basis of this prosecution. And that piece of legislation needs to be overturned. The Foreign Agents Registration Act is a threat to all Americans who advocate peace. It essentially criminalizes being friendly to other countries, and that piece of legislation needs to be overturned. That law is a threat on all Americans who advocate peace. We were honored as the Center for Political Innovation to raise this case at the United Nations, to raise this case at the World Youth Festival in Russia, and we will continue to raise this case. A full pardon needs to be granted to the Uhuru Three because Donald Trump saw how that legislation could be weaponized against his own supporters as well. So Donald Trump needs to give a full pardon to the Uhuru Three when he takes office. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I mean, I was out in front of the federal courthouse. It never even occurred to these communist groups that have Zoom calls about Stalin that they should support this group, right? Never occurred to them that, wow, the federal government's trying to make it illegal to be an anti-imperialist. Maybe we should stand with this group that's been indicted. Never even occurred to them, right? They're too worried. Basically, most communist groups in America are busy defending U.S. imperialism from Donald Trump. That's what the overwhelming majority of communist groups in America are doing, right? Is that Donald Trump is a threat to U.S. imperialism because he might make peace with Korea, he might end the war in Ukraine, and he's shutting down the FBI, and he's shutting down USAID and the CIA. And so all the communist groups, for the most part, the Party of Socialism and Liberation, Socialist Alternative, the CPUSA, they are defending U.S. imperialism from Donald Trump. They want to protect the FBI. They want to protect the CIA. They want to, keep the war in Ukraine going. They want to keep, they oppose peace with North Korea. And they see Donald Trump is seen as a threat to U.S. imperialism. And they have signed up and said, let's go build an anti-Trump movement. And they're very open about this. If you look, I get PSL's emails. It's fight Trump, fight Trump, fight Trump. So that's what the bulk of American communists are doing. They are defending U.S. imperialism from Donald Trump. That's what the bulk of the American communist groups are doing. And then there is a small minority, a very small minority, Party of Communists, some more recently formed organizations, Party of Communists, some more recently formed groups. That's about it. And those groups are dicking around. And that's all they're doing. They're just dicking around. I don't know what they're doing. They are building their social media platforms. They're having Zoom calls talking about Stalin and talking about internet gossip about other communist groups. They're, updating their Twitter pages or whatever. They're dicking around on social media and LARPing and telling their friends what a great communist they are. And then the rest of them are actively defending U.S. imperialism from Donald Trump. The reason that I continue to talk about other communist groups on here is not because I'm just trying to run other groups down, is because we have to justify our existence as the Center for Political Innovation, right? We're a small group, and it would make sense. Somebody would say, hey, why should we organize? Why are you guys doing this? Why don't you guys just join the CPUSA? Well, here's why. If we joined the CPUSA, we'd be on the wrong side. We'd be supporting imperialism against Donald Trump. We'd be trying to prevent Donald Trump from breaking apart the FBI. We'd be trying to get Kamala Harris elected so the Ukraine war would be going. So if we joined the CPUSA, we'd be on the wrong side. Say, why don't you just join PSL? Well, if we joined PSL, we would be rioting against Donald Trump. We'd be on the wrong side. We'd be actively trying to defend the FBI and defend the CIA. We'd be, organizing riots against Donald Trump. Why don't you just join one of these other groups? Well, let me add, you're allowed to be a member of any other political party to be in CPI. You can be in the Democrats, the Republicans, you can be in the Green Party, you can be in the Communist Party or any party. We have no ban on dual membership. So you're allowed to be in any of the other groups. But CPI exists to get the job done because nobody is doing the work that we do. Again, none of these communist groups thought it was important to stand with the Uhuru Three. None of them thought it was important, right? They're so worried about their Facebook and their Twitter, or they're conservative, and they're so gossipy and sectarian, and they hate the Uhuru Three. None of them thought it was important to be here. Well, we raised lots of money for the Uhuru Three. We did all kinds of solidarity. We raised their case in Russia. We did it. And that's why CPI must exist. It's because if we didn't raise their case at the United Nations and have a press conference about it, if we didn't raise their case at the United Nations, at the World Youth Festival, it wouldn't have been raised. If we hadn't given all the efforts that we did, if John McCarthy hadn't done the important work that he did to support Uhuru, it wouldn't have gotten done. And if we had been in CPUSA, we wouldn't have been allowed to do it. We would have had to go out and petition for Kamala Harris. If we'd been in PSL, we wouldn't have been allowed to do it. If we'd been in one of these other parties that, that dicks around on the internet and has Zoom calls about Stalin, we wouldn't have been able to do it. But we exist, and that's why we did it. Another thing, right? Donald Trump was running for president on a platform of having peace with North Korea. So what did we do? We went out and we raised support for North Korea during the elections. I'll show you, I'm not going to show you the whole video, but I'll just show you a quick clip of what we did when Donald Trump had his big rally at Madison Square Garden. So we're here on 34th Street, and the crowds have lined up. They're going in to see Trump speak. We've got our banner. We're handing out our palm cards, spreading the message.
Like a concert, but bigger. I see the lines of people going block after block after block after block.
To Russia, with China, with many countries. Oddly again. Great moment when Trump talked to Kim Jong-un and started the process of peace on the Korean Peninsula. And we want to see peace not just with North Korea, but with Russia, with China, with many countries around the world. It is outrageous that billions of dollars is being spent on prolonging the war in Ukraine when our people can't get relief in North Carolina. People are left behind in Georgia and North Carolina. They can't get any relief. Yeah, and if we didn't exist, we wouldn't have been able to do that, right? Right? If we'd been in one of these silly internet clubs, we wouldn't have been able to do that. So, we have to exist because there's a job that needs to be done. We need to build a real anti-imperialist movement. We need to build support for peace on the Korean Peninsula. We need to stand with people that get indicted by the U.S. federal government for being anti-imperialist. And all that the communist groups are doing, the majority of them are busy defending U.S. imperialism from Donald Trump, making sure that somebody the U.S. imperialists don't trust is opposed, and they're aligned with the FBI, and they're aligned with George Soros, they're aligned with CNN and the CIA against Trump. That's the majority of American communists. And there's a small minority that are dicking around on the internet. Well, I'm sorry, we have to exist to get the job done, right? I mean, if we didn't exist, who would have stood with Uhuru? If we didn't exist, who would have raised peaceful reunification of the Korean Peninsula throughout the elections, right? We did it, and we have to do it, right? We have a job to do, and we do it. And none of these groups even understand why what we do is important, that's the craziest thing. It's not that they don't do what we do and we're just better than them. They see what we do and they're like, why does that matter? Right? Oh, a group of black revolutionaries got arrested and charged with being foreign agents. Who cares, right? That's not. What does that have to do with my Facebook likes and shares? Who cares? I heard they're a cult, or they're not supporting Kamala Harris, so they must be not. They don't care. They don't think it's important to stand with the Uhuru Three. It doesn't even occur to them that one should stand with the Uhuru Three. Doesn't even occur to them that we should spread anti-imperialism among Trump's supporters and promote, peace with DPRK. It doesn't even occur to them. When we were in Russia at the World Youth Festival, every morning, we would meet with the other communist group that came with us to the World Youth Festival. And I would listen to these jackasses talk. And I would sit there and they would be like, oh, we're going to be elected to the third committee of the 12th. And they'd be bragging about how they maneuvered and they're going to be on some committee with some other communist group. And we're like, who cares? And they're sitting there. They're just so caught up in like this competition about who can be the king of, international communism and who can be the leader of the board of the international committee to put on the festival or this society or that. And I remember Noah and I were just sitting there like, who cares? Who cares? And they were so competitive. Every time we did anything, it was like they were angry because we outdid them somehow. We opened doors for them. They never would have even gotten to the festival if it hadn't been for us. And we got them in, and, we put on a press conference at the United Nations before the festival. And the point was that we were going to the World Youth Festival and we were concerned about Uhuru. I was the only person that raised the Uhuru case in my remarks to the UN. The other two communist groups that were there, they didn't even mention the Uhuru movement in their remarks. They were too busy just going, oh, look at us, we're special, right? And then the whole time we're in Russia, every time I sat with them at dinner, they're just like, oh, we've been elected to the committee and we outdid CPUSA and, oh, we made a connection here. We don't care. We're trying to build a real anti-imperialist movement. They're not doing that. They're just dicking around on the internet, right? And somebody's got to do what we're doing, right? And if we didn't do it, there's an urgent need to build a real movement to oppose the danger of a new world war and to oppose the emerging low-wage police state. It's urgent, and we have to do it because none of
It's really a privilege to be here at this very important conference, and I thank you for giving me a few minutes to just make some brief remarks. It's not enough to simply be against racism or to say that you are against racism. Token anti-racist statements in the modern United States are everywhere. Though Martin Luther King Jr. was shot down and killed for his brave, dedicated work, after his death, he has been reduced to a harmless, patriotic icon. Even though the FBI tried to destroy him, school children throughout the United States are now taught that MLK is proof that the United States is, quote, the greatest nation in the world. Well, the truth is, as most people here are aware, the United States is not a nation. The U.S. is a country, and within its borders are oppressed and oppressor nations. African Americans brought to this country in chains constitute an oppressed nation within U.S. borders. A lot of people in the U.S. like to say they are revolutionaries these days, Bernie Sanders and others. I say you're not a revolutionary unless you recognize that black people constitute a nation, and that as a nation they have the right to self-determination, to choose separation or integration for themselves. Every time I come to this part of the world, I meet so many young people who have a completely delusional portrait of the United States. What young Iranians see on satellite television, this image of the United States as a kind of rich paradise, this image of the United States is completely false. If you watch U.S. media, 90% of the time you're only seeing Southern California or New York City. But the United States is far bigger than that. In the heartland of the United States, what Sarah Palin demagogically called the real America, there are millions of young people who are very unhappy. The U.S. economy has been wrecked by deindustrialization. The steel mills, auto plants, and other good-paying industrial jobs have been eliminated. The public sector and teaching, libraries, post offices, and such has also been gradually eliminated. Young Americans in service sector jobs are stuck in a low-wage economy, making a mere fraction of what their parents made in the much-heralded American middle class that once existed. Young Americans watch the same garbage propaganda that is as what is broadcast into Iran, and they see how Kim Kardashian, the Real Housewives of New Jersey, and other wealthy people on American television live, and they then contrast it with their own lives. The rates of suicide, mental illness, and drug addiction among young Americans are rising. Young people in the United States are told that unless they are rich, they are worthless, and then they look into the future and see that they're going to spend their lives with a much lower income level than their parents, and possibly spending it poorer than they expected. U.S. society, born in racism, slavery, and the slaughter of the indigenous people, is now entering a deep political and economic crisis. Now, what's true is not always obvious, but in some instances it is. And this is very obvious. The United States, in which there seems to be another mass shooting every time you turn around, is not a healthy, moral society. It's not a model or an ideal that any country should aspire to become. The most hopeful period in the history of the United States was the direct aftermath of the Civil War. The Civil War was really the second American Revolution. Abraham Lincoln led a beautiful coalition. It included Christian abolitionists, labor unionists, industrial capitalists, and most importantly, the enslaved African people themselves. When the war broke out, enslaved African people stopped working in a general strike all throughout the South. Harriet Tubman became the first woman to lead U.S. soldiers into battle as she organized guerrilla bands freeing slaves along the Combahee River in South Carolina. The slaveocracy, aligned with the British Empire, was also supported by the Wall Street financial elite. They saw cotton exports from slave plantations as a way to make profits. But Wall Street, the British Empire, and the slave-owning aristocracy was defeated, and they were defeated by an amazing alliance. The Republican Party during the 1860s, far different than what it is today, was a revolutionary party. It took its name from the French Revolution. It represented the small farmers, the African Americans, and the labor unions. After defeating the slave owners, they continued to move ahead as a coalition. And for a brief period in the South, there was even land redistribution, where the land of the slave owners was being redistributed. Calling themselves the populists, the small farmers and free blacks called for public control of railroads, guaranteed education for all, and the overthrow of the monopolists, the wealthy bankers that have so much power. The progressive coalition that came out of the Civil War was broken apart by Wall Street. What did they use to destroy the progressive anti-capitalist mass movement that emerged in the aftermath of the Civil War? They used racism. The Ku Klux Klan used terrorist tactics very similar to what the Israelis are doing, very public, violent acts of terror with brutal violence, forcing the formerly enslaved persons out of political process. U.S. troops were pulled out of the South, and it was handed over to the racists. Since that time, the white people of the United States made a deal with Satan. As the big bankers have plundered the world, using bombs, sanctions, and cruise missiles to beat down those who assert their independence, we went along with it. We waved flags, we were loyal and obedient, and in exchange we got houses, cars, and TVs. We were taught to identify with Wall Street and to look at the people of the world, as well as the black and brown people within the United States, as our enemies. But the devil does not keep his promises. The middle class, the bribe given to white Americans to buy their obedience and loyalty to empire, is gradually being eliminated. The standard of living in the United States is rapidly dropping. The civil liberties often bragged about by U.S. leaders are being stripped away as the U.S. is gradually transitioning to becoming a low-wage police state. The U.S. economy has become centered on destruction. Prisons for profit, police on every corner, empty foreclosed homes, rampant aggression, and war around the world. As we face the ruins of U.S. society, now it is time for white people to change how they see themselves. We need to understand that the satanic cabal of bankers that has committed so many crimes around the world is also our enemy. The people of Iran, Venezuela, Russia, China, Palestine, Yemen, and anywhere else who are standing up and trying to break free from their system of global usury are our friends. A new revolutionary coalition must be forged, an alliance of those within U.S. borders who reject the rule of the globalist bankers and can function almost as a U.S. division of the global, gradually emerging axis of resistance. Every day, the U.S. government provides $18 million to the Israelis as they escalate their genocidal crimes and provocations. A mass people's movement could demand that the money instead be spent on providing health care, education, and jobs for the next generation of youth within the United States. The U.S. currently has thousands of troops stationed in military bases throughout this region. A mass people's movement could demand that instead these soldiers be brought home and put to work rebuilding the crumbling bridges and roads throughout the United States. The United States is currently facing very hard times. However, as has often been said in the past, hard times are fighting times. The moment is approaching when a real people's movement against the racist Wall Street financial elite, their wars, their racism, their police state, and their global system of usury and poverty can broadly expand within U.S. society. Such a people's movement will require unity of political forces, concrete political demands, and a clear vision of an entirely new society on the continent of North America. And as I end, I just wanted to touch on, we're constantly told in the U.S. to think of people who are fighting for their independence around the world as terrorists. But there's a real difference between a revolutionary and a terrorist. If you want to know what a terrorist is, go see the next Hollywood superhero movie. Right? What is the most American American movie genres, these ideas of superheroes. What is it? It's a white man, usually, who thinks the police aren't doing enough. So what does he do? He puts on a mask and he goes out to fight the bad guys with isolated acts of violence. What is this? This is the Ku Klux Klan. That's what that is. That's the mentality that comes out of it. What the Israelis are doing, their violent attacks the settlers are carrying out, what ISIS is doing, what the police of the United States are doing, this is the terrorist method. Extreme acts of violence designed to terrify people. The Supreme Leader, Khamenei, when he says that they oppose the crimes of both Daesh and the police of the United States, that they're both the same, he's pointing to the fact that they are both using the terrorist method. But what's a revolutionary? A revolutionary is completely different than a terrorist. If you look at revolutionaries like Imam Khomeini, like Malcolm X, like Eugene Debs, these are people who weren't great because they committed isolated acts of violence and terrified people. They were great because they pushed people forward. They empowered people to do things they never believed that they were capable of doing. That's what the essence of revolutionaries are. The U.S. is facing a crisis, but it's also a time of great opportunity. I think the world is rapidly changing. The rule of the big bankers, the global elite that runs the United States is changing. There's an emerging axis of resistance in the world, and I think we're entering a period of great opportunity for those who seek justice, peace, and equality. Thank you.
Bit of wisdom that was passed down to me. You know, we can be critical of different figures, but Sam Marcy, an important leader of communism in the post-war years, he would often talk about how at the anti-war protests that happened during the 1960s, where you'd have hundreds of thousands of people marching against the Vietnam War, there'd be these beautiful puppets that they would build. They'd have puppets of, Richard Nixon with his money or whatever. They'd have puppets of the heroic Vietnamese people fighting for their liberation. These beautiful puppets. That there were whole communities of people, and they weren't members of any communist group, but they were against the Vietnam War and had a general leftist, anti-imperialist view. And they made it their mission that when there was a big anti-war rally, they would come together and they would make these beautiful works of art as their contribution to opposing the war in Vietnam. And there were whole communities that built these puppets. It was their project, their way of being creative, of building community and coming together. And there were couples who met each other through the process of making those puppets. And a couple of years later, they were there making the puppets with their little kids that they had just had. And there were whole communities of people, and they made it their mission. This is something that we can do. Imperialism is the enemy of humanity. The Vietnam War is horrible. And this is something we can do. We have a 9-to-5 job, we have a regular life, but this is something that we can do. And we can do it together, and we can bond, and that's beautiful. And what Sam Marcy would tell his followers is that community that built those puppets, that's 1,000 times more valuable than some kid who thinks he's Lenin. You know what I'm saying? A community like that has longevity. People are doing that their whole life, and they're taking on a contribution. And that if you've been doing this as long as I have, which is, not that long, relatively speaking, but you realize that there are some people who come around and they see that they don't get the immediate result that they want. They see that they don't, they don't fulfill their dictator fantasy that they have. They see that they see that this isn't exactly the way they want to resolve their parental issues or whatever. And then they go away after a year. They go away after a year. For a year, they know more than everybody. No one knows anything better. They can debate everybody, but they're gone. But those people who came together to build the puppets and build community around it and learn to work together, they keep going. And generation after generation, year after year, they build those puppets. And that is what we need to build with the Center for Political Innovation. We need a network of people who are committed to opposing imperialism, who learn to trust each other and rely on each other and carry out operations, build some beautiful puppets, some beautiful artwork, put on beautiful conferences, and keep this movement alive. That is what we need to build. We need a network of people who love each other and trust each other and can work together and can serve the purpose of representing the anti-imperialist movement in America. That is what we need, and that is what I want us to build with the Center for Political Innovation.
We would like to know, as American people, why you continue to support sending billions of taxpayer dollars to Nazis in Ukraine to start a nuclear war with Russia. China is not our enemy.
I need you to leave, please, ma'am.
China is not our enemy. Russia's not our enemy.
Walk out, please.
No more money for rich men's wars.
Take your stuff and
No
walk,
more
please.
money for rich men's wars. No more money for rich men's wars. No more money for rich men's wars. No more money for rich men's wars.
Point.
Money for rich men's wars.
It's a good point, Democrats.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Hennepin County Commissioner Irene Fernandez.
Now, when I talk about how people in the United States are unhappy about things, I mean, you look at the economy right now. We're being told now to accept $5, $6 a gallon because, oh, Russia's so bad. We're being told to accept this inflation and the rising cost of food. And I would say that there's a lot of Americans right now who are saying, we're tired of this shit. There's a lot of Americans right now who are looking at years of student debt just for going to college, and they're saying, we're tired of this shit. And there's a lot of working class Americans who are looking at their communities with crumbling roads and crumbling infrastructure and empty foreclosed homes, and they're saying, we're tired of this shit. There's a lot of Americans who are looking at this prison-for-profit system and this opioid epidemic created by doctors being pushed to overprescribe dangerous medications. They're saying, we're tired of this shit. They're seeing their relatives come home from wars overseas, scarred with trauma for the rest of their life. They're saying, we're tired of this shit. And then, when they hear our politicians come forward and instead of offering us real solutions, offering us more of their political pornography, they're saying, we are tired of this shit. We're tired of it. Are we not tired of it? You go to a gas station right now in any working class community in this country, you're going to see something. You're going to see a car pull up. And there's going to be a woman driving the car, and there's going to be kids in the back seat. And that woman will pull up the car, and they'll go to the gas pump, and they'll very carefully stick that nozzle into the gas tank, and they'll just put $10, $12 worth of gas in. They're not filling up the tank. They're just putting $10 or $12 worth of gas in. Why are they doing that? They're doing that because that $10 or $12 worth of gas, it's not going to get them very far, but it'll get the kids to school. It'll get them to work that day. They're budgeting. They're trying to get by. They tell us this is the greatest country in the world. This is the greatest country in the world. How often have we heard that, right? You ask, well, why? I mean, what measurement? Are you saying we're the richest country in the world? Are you saying, and they look at you and they say, you don't think it's the greatest country in the world? You must be brainwashed because clearly it's the greatest country in the world.
Falling figures.
And if, in fact, this trial is based on law and the Constitution, we'll win it, hands down. But the problem is that it's political, and so therefore is extremely important for the people who are the most incredible, most significant factor in any kind of political situation, the people. And so that's what's really important, for the people to come forward and say that we recognize that black people have been historically oppressed in this country. The Russians didn't have to tell us that.
That the party, the chairman has stood with every struggle. We recently found a photograph of Jainaba's father, the incredible Biko Lumumba, speaking at a rally in support of Leonard Peltier in San Francisco in about 1983, 84. The party stood with Leonard Peltier for his freedom then, who has been in prison for 50 years on his own stolen land. So I just want to say we are confident. We want everybody to be there who can. The trial starts next Tuesday. It is powerful to see the people. And it's just, we will win. We will win. Only the people can do this. Salute to Chairman Amal Ishitella, Deputy Chair on this nation, telling the African People's Socialist Party.
And I'm saying this as somebody who's a communist. I'm a Comrade Charles Barry. No, I'm a materialist. You understand? I'm a materialist. But saying I'm a materialist does not keep me from appreciation of what we've seen here today. Because African people came to Christianity for different reasons. African people came to Christianity because it was the religion of the oppressed. Right. That's why there's go down, Moses, way down in Egypt land, tell O Pharaoh, let my people go. You weren't hearing that in the white church. You were hearing that in the church of the oppressed. And that's the thing that brought us to this relationship with these wonderful people who bring the culture, African culture. We've had to learn how to even sing songs and express our feelings in ways that's not necessarily obvious to the oppressor. When Harriet Tubman come in the middle of the night to get the people, what she say? Steal away, steal away. And Africans understood exactly what that means. It's time to bounce. You understand? And so people got together and did exactly that. So that's our relationship. That's a different Christianity than what Trump is talking about. That's a different Christianity than what Biden is talking about. That's a religion that's based in resistance. That's the way we approach that.
I go to the movies and I go downtown. Somebody always telling me no.
Also, did I say anything about the Center for Political Innovation? I want to, because these comrades were some of the first out of the gate. When this attack happened, they were first out of the gate. They didn't ask any questions or anything like that. They were the first out of the gate, and not only in words. They began to take actions everywhere they were located. We can see the actions they were involved in, defending the Uhuru 3 and opposed to what the FBI was doing to us, trying to do to us. And they understood the relationship that it had to the whole question of free speech for everybody. In Brooklyn, New York, the first tribunal on reparations for African people, the first world tribunal where we use international law, including the Genocide Convention. This is so wild because they charged us with being under the leadership of the Russians around genocide. And Comrade John had a splendid response to that. He said the guy who, the Russian we're supposed to be working for, was only 7 years old when we had that conviction, so they've done some time trial, in Russia to be able to make that, that claim. But I just wanted to say that the CPI, John, and then Caleb and John, Center for Political Innovation. I saw Caleb in this video, Comrade Caleb, and he was on the Vladimir Putin, President Putin was on the stage, and Caleb was in the audience, and he raised his hand and was recognized, and he said that what was happening with the Uhuru 3, and that they were using the Russia kind of thing as the basis for that, and he put it before them, and I thought that was really powerful and really good.
Things between our two countries are not good at this point. Before we left, we had to have a press conference at the United Nations. We are concerned about being prosecuted. There are 3 Americans that have already been charged and are facing prosecution, possibly 15 years in prison, simply because they attended a conference like this in Russia, the Uhuru movement, they're called. And we are concerned because I know that I speak for the majority of the American people when I say that we do not want our tax money dumped into this conflict in Ukraine any longer. We do not want our country to continue to deteriorate internally while our leaders waste money on prolonging this war. I'm frightened by what the Biden administration is doing, not just in Ukraine, but also on Taiwan and on the Korean Peninsula. And I really do see gatherings like this as a potential road to peace.
I don't want to say too much. I spoke earlier, but I just want to tell you that Tara Reid, the journalist who was sexually assaulted by Joe Biden and is currently living in Russia, wanted me to send her greetings to today's rally and to express her support. And I want to also say that, 2 years ago, I live in Brooklyn, but I was in Chicago, and we were going to have a conference, and we were going to honor Tara Reid at our conference. It was 2 years ago, and I was in Chicago helping prepare for the conference. And then my phone started blowing up because everyone started telling me from around the country about what was happening here in St. Petersburg and in St. Louis. And we heard about what was happening, and we immediately thought we need to do everything we can to support the Uhuru movement. And so we were all over social media raising the case and raising awareness. And we made a phone call, and we decided we were going to dedicate the opening of our conference to the case. And members of the organization drove from St. Louis to Chicago, and we opened our conference honoring the Uhuru movement in the aftermath, in the immediate aftermath of those raids. And Tara Reid was there, and she had not heard about the raids and what had happened, but she heard about it, and she was able to speak with many of her associates and people that she's known through her efforts to expose Joe Biden. And we were able to make some connections, and that's something we're very, very proud of. We have from the beginning seen how dangerous this case is. And I have yelled at many people that I know that are anti-imperialists, many people that are claiming to be anti-war, claiming to be against the FBI, about how dangerous this case really is. And we have seen one of our roles as an organization of just highlighting the importance of this case, because there are many people who just don't seem to grasp how serious this case is. The attitude of the anti-imperialist movement, the attitude of the anti-war movement and the labor movement was an injury to one is an injury to all. And if they come for one of us, they have to deal with all of us. And that is the attitude of solidarity that we've been trying to bring from the beginning about this case. And so I want to urge people to go to their networks and demand people take a stand around this case, explain to them why it's so important, and don't let the issue go. Don't let them drop it. Don't let them just put out one statement, okay, we support them, and then move on and do something else. Explain to them how all of our rights are on trial here today. That's what I want to make clear. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Caleb.
Now more than ever, it's time to get organized. You and I both know that institutions like the African People's Socialist Party are crucial in advancing our struggle for liberation.
That even the First Amendment that the prosecution has attempted to prevent us from using as a defense, even that First Amendment was not ratified by the United States Congress until 1791. At the time where African people were still living in the worst kind of slavery imaginable. So it certainly wasn't even made for us, but African people in this country have been the ones fighting harder for the constitutional rights than anybody else. We are the ones who made the struggle for universal suffrage. We are the ones whose churches were bombed, our children killed, our leaders assassinated, just pursuing the right for the democratic rights that's associated with the First Amendment and the Bill of Rights. So we didn't need any Russians to tell us that.
I go to the movies and I go downtown. Somebody always telling me no.
You talk to people who lived in socialist countries. This is where it gets interesting. If you ask them what they remember about the socialist countries that they liked, they'll tell you very strange things that sound a little bit weird. They'll tell you things like, quote, "We were happy all the time." Now, what does that mean? We were happy all the time. That can't be true. People must have lost relatives. People must have... But the state in the socialist countries cultivated happiness, right? The state worked very, very hard to try and keep people in an upbeat mood all the time, right? The state and this became even a thing that socialism was attacked for, right? They talk about some government bureaucrats saying the state orders you to be happy, the state orders you to be happy. But this was a reality, right? You listen to those Mao songs that people like, socialism is good, or without the Communist Party, there would be no new China. And they have this very upbeat, happy tone. The state was constantly working to make people happy, and it was constantly mobilizing people to get stuff done, to go out and build, to go out and construct, right? One thing I will say that I remember, and I'm very critical, I'm very frustrated with the communist groups I was in. But one thing that I thought was very, very good, I went to the memorial for a comrade who died. I'm not even going to say his name. But I remember that there was an individual who was in one of these parties that I was with for many years, and he died. And he was like 80 years old at the time that he died. And he was an older man, and he was Jewish, and he lived in New York City, and he was a communist. And he wore every day a baseball cap, with Palestine on his hat. Every day, everywhere he went. He had an apartment in Manhattan, and he walked around, and he went to protests, and he volunteered, and he was retired. Everywhere he went, he wore a baseball cap with Palestine on it. And we know that in New York City, you're not going to get much love for wearing a Palestine baseball cap everywhere you go. It's not going to win you, a lot of friends and respect. But every time you saw this man, this older man, short, every time you saw him, he lit up. And he was constantly telling you, I just met someone the other day, 26 years old, and he told me that I was so cool for wearing this Palestine baseball cap, and he gave me thumbs up. You wouldn't believe it. You wouldn't believe it. Every time you saw him, I just gave the communist newspaper to somebody in Lower Manhattan, and he loved it, and he was going to get a subscription for his whole family. Every time you saw him, he was glowing with positivism. He would tell you positive things. Positive things. Moscow Does Not Believe in Tears movie. I haven't seen it. He would tell you positive things. And we know that when he was walking around Manhattan as an older Jewish American wearing a Palestine baseball cap, we know people went up to him and said, "You terrorist, you self-hating Jew, how dare you." But he never told us about that. Never did he ever tell us about that. Never once did he ever tell us about that. You know that when he tried to give people the communist newspaper, people said to him, "Get that commie stuff away from me, you filthy, rotten communist." But he never told us about it. Never told us about it. Every time we saw him, every time we saw this older man, so upbeat, so charming, just a happy fellow. And he was constantly telling you, oh, I just gave the newspaper to this people. And he was giving you positive energy, right? And that was what made him such a special person. He gave you energy to keep going on the socialist project and keep getting things done because he was putting out positivism. Really. It's really beautiful. And again, right, part of what made socialist culture, right, so powerful was that these people in these socialist and communist groups would encourage each other. And they were constantly full of positivism, and they were constantly pushing each other to do better and to do more and to get things going. It was really beautiful. And that was when these groups were at their strength, right? Not where they're at now, as they're isolated and whatnot. But when these groups were at their strengths, they eluded this kind of positive energy. And they would all be together, and they'd be working to carry out some goal. And it would be like the 5-year plans, right? That's what people, you talk to these older people who lived under Stalin and all that, they tell you about the 5-year plans. Crazy story here, right? I'm going way back. I'm going back to when I was younger, right? When I was a kid, right? My family, we're in this little small town area, but there was a program where you would host, you'd take out to dinner once a week a foreign student from a local college. So when I was 10 or 11 years old, we hosted, that meant we took them out to dinner once a week, a foreign student from Bulgaria. And I was 10 or 11, and he was 22. He'd been in the military in Bulgaria already. We talked to him, and we would ask him about his country and all of that. And I remember this foreign student we hosted from Bulgaria. We asked about communism. And of course, he was anti-communist. Yeah, it was awful, repressive, totalitarian regime, whatnot. I was 10. I didn't really know much. But I said something like, well, did anyone support the communists at the beginning? And I remember this 22-year-old Bulgarian student said, yes, yes, yes. And then he proceeded to tell me that his grandfather was one of the most loyal communists until the day he died. And I said, why? And he said, well, because after World War II, Bulgaria had no roads. And my grandfather was a young man, and the communists organized all these young people to go and build roads all over the country. And he said that his grandfather and all the young men from Bulgaria had gone out and paved roads all over the country. And they felt great about it. And they were doing something great and working for the country. And that every time he'd seen his grandfather, when this, decades later, his grandfather would go on about how great it was when Georgy Dimitrov and the Communist Party mobilized them all to go and build roads. They were working together, this collective effort. We are going to work together and build something new and engage in progress and build something and work hard and create something together, and it's going to be amazing. That was this glowing memory. That was the strength of the Soviet Union. That was the strength of China. That's the strength of Bolivarian socialism. It's this ability to get people in groups together and to get them thinking positively and get them working together for a joint goal, to get them aiming at the future, to get them having a positive attitude, right? Right? It's a kind of happiness. It's a kind of happiness that one doesn't get simply from making money. It's a kind of happiness one doesn't get from having sex and playing video games. It's a special kind of happiness, this feeling, I'm in a group of people, we have a goal we are working hard at, and we are going to work hard at it, we're going to sacrifice together, we're going to hold each other up, we're going to support each other. It's a kind of happiness that people experience in this society. People volunteer together. People in church groups feel it, but it's a special kind of happiness. And that special kind of happiness, that collectivism, that belief that we're all in this together, we're working hard, that is the special collective mindset, right? That really, really made what you could call really existing socialism or real socialism very powerful and continues to manifest itself even in 21st century socialism. And again, I'm talking psychologically here, I'm talking subjectively here. And forgive me, I'm not sticking to the classical Marxist narrative. I'm not talking about economic, numbers or dictatorship of the proletariat. I'm talking about how people feel, right? And I'm telling you that people felt that way when Roosevelt sent them out to build hospitals and schools, with the Works Progress Administration. People felt that way in the effort to defeat slavery. Abraham Lincoln pulled these feelings out of people. Strong, powerful, good leaders have the ability to pull this kind of feeling out of people. This selfless positivism, this joint effort. It's very, very beautiful. I'm talking about mindsets. I'm talking about psychology here. This isn't classical Marxist analysis, but I'm telling you that city builders, right? That's why I wrote this book, City Builders and Vandals in Our Age. The city building tendency has the ability to get people to experience a very special kind of happiness. The happiness, the love that comes from building and constructing and being part of a group and working very, very, very hard. That's what I'm trying to get at. Space Communist says, much love, brother, and thank you. I mean, I'm doing the best I can here, right? But this kind of mentality, this is what we're trying to do, right? This is very much what the Socialist Project is about. And I hope that I've addressed